Hey everybody, what's up guys? All right, so we're doing some coverage today here. My name's R3.Jeskai Saga. I'm here with Anzidmtg. You guys already know the drill here. It's gonna be a little bit more casual than normal because what I've slowly realized is I'm setting up like all the back-end stuff right now and doing the TO. So there's a lot to do here, and I'm mostly just trying to figure it out. But Jonathan, how you doing? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm excited. There's maybe not been the most legacy coverage, but kind of not much tournament coverage in general due to COVID and stuff like that. But it's really exciting being able to do this. And what I like the most about this type of tournament is kind of what you're alluding to, where like it is a little bit more casual. So entry fee to this, all people needed to do was sub to some random guy's channel, and you get to play in this 1.2K, and it helps you get your name out there. You can build relationships with people. Like, I know that one of my favorite parts about the legacy community is that everyone kind of knows each other, and people willing to
tell
help
me
people
about it.
out.
I feel like most of the people that I met here was basically through, I don't know, it's just like all the names that I know. It's weird because I'll go through like the list of like people that are playing in this event, and I can literally
Right.
name like, oh, I know this person's name, and I know that person's name, and I know that person's name. And yes, it does. It helps that like MTG Melee like posts everybody's name next to their like the Discord, but whatever. But it's crazy. Like the community is really small knit, and I feel like I kind of like that as opposed to like other stuff. Oh, what happened? Let's see. Okay, cool. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of interesting here. The pairings for the next round are going to start in just a little bit. So what I think I'm going to do right now is, why don't we just take a look at maybe the first, in fact, why don't I just post the pairings right now, and then we can talk about the deck lists while I do that. So this is where you're going to have to do some of the heavy lifting because I'm mostly doing this as a stalling tactic. So here we go. We're going to take a look at the pairings now, and boom. Talk to me about this deck. It's insane.
Yep. Yeah. So we've seen this kind of basic shell for quite a bit. So just the Delver shell. You might notice that there's no Delver secrets here, but the formula remains the same. So you're playing very efficient, borderline 0, 1, 2 drops and Wasteland to kind of just tempo out your opponent. And it's really cool because due to the card filtering aspect, you need more threats, you can get those. If you need some answers because your opponent's playing more of a combo strategy, you can use the power of blue to filter for that. So let's talk about the key differences between Bart's deck and a few other of the same vein. So I know that Rich Callie has been on kind of like a Delverless Delver type of thing, and we see that here too with Ragavan and Dragon's Raid Channeler just taking up the 1-drop slot. So what's interesting there is, yeah, these are kind of better than Delver in that they provide a little bit more utility over time, but they're also notably not blue. So your blue count becomes something that's very important, and Murktide Region is there to kind of like pick up the slack, where we might have seen Tombstalker and a lot older builds, or Gurmag Angler and more recent like Grixis Delver type of thing. you kind of have it all in blue red, which also allows you to play some basics to not necessarily get wastelanded out of the game. So
Yeah,
it'll definitely be interesting to see how this shapes up by not playing as many Delver of Secrets.
I think it's kind of crazy that like Delver of Secrets is now a card that is slowly getting like power creeped maybe out of the format. Um, I I don't know. Like I've played a little bit of the deck without Delver, and then I've played the deck with Delver too, and it just feels
Mhm.
like Delver for me was like training wheels kind of deal. It was pretty easy, so
Mhm.
it's kind of interesting to see whether or not this deck will be able to like maintain aggression. There are a lot of like interesting tech choices here that I'm also kind of fascinated by, like the Pyroblast in the main deck. Great sign that the format is slowly inbreeding. I also like 4 Murktide Regents. That card seems pretty insane. Anything else that strikes you?
You have the one force of negation. You don't have to do that per se. You can. I've seen some lists that play 2 force of negation, so it really just depends on the overall structure that you're preparing for. But I do find it interesting to up your force count, and count's kind of different. But I think some people have played 3 Murktide Regent in the past, so by playing 4, you're kind of complementing the force of negation. So if you're going to be doing this type of thing, definitely be very cognizant and aware of your blue count. Like we have the full 4 iterations as well. Then you have like the 2 baubles. So it's kind of interesting to see how everything plays out. I wonder when we'll get like certain other cards into the mix, like maybe like Thought Scour for this Murktide Regent and Dragon Rage Channeler. Like it can almost be a trick, right? Like you can ponder to set up like a Thought Scour. That way, you know, if you attack with this Channeler and they block, you can like boost it mid combat.
Yeah, actually, that's something that I feel like Murktide is. It's weird because people are all about like how Ragavan is like one of the best cards that have been printed out of Modern Horizons soon. I'm not going to say no to that, but secretly I feel like Murktide is going to be like the timeless card that will basically define a lot of how decks are built moving forward. Because Ragavan's
Yeah.
probably so good that it's going to get banned, but Murktide has like reasonable power level. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so before this, we're seeing Spelly Belly, the ethereal forger, kind of taking that Tombstalker-esque slot, but that one is kind of doing its best, like pseudo Tombstalker, but like Dreadhorde Arcanist impression, where it's trying to like still provide this like advantage over time while kind of being sizable, but Murktide Regent is just a straight up Baneslayer. Like it's just saying like I'm really big, I'm gonna try and kill you quickly, and I'm not trying to get like an advantage over time here. One thing that is interesting is when you see in these open decklist formats, say if someone's not playing Pyroblast main and they only have Unholy Heats, are you gonna like wait until you can make your Murktide Regent like large enough such that it lives through the Unholy Heat, but then you give them time to maybe chain together more like burn spells, or just by holding it too long, you allow them to develop and away. Like the back and forward is just like really interesting, and it really does start from turn one due to Ragavan and you know even if you're playing Delver or Dragon Rage Channeler.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So now on the other side here, we've got John Ryan Hamilton, aka XJ Cloud, one of the like best D&T players I know on Magic Online. And this is kind of an interesting deck. Yorion, Death and Taxes. The memes will never stop, I know, but I have to really say this deck actually is kind of scary, kind of good. I mean, D&T, we already know the strategy for the most part, right? It's like what so your mono white control slash aggro deck, but it's not really even that aggressive. Tell me a little bit more about this list, and then what is interesting about Yorion.
Yeah, so mono white control is very a very good description of this. It's not control in the normal like blue sense, but this is what mono white control would look like. So you're definitely just taxing the opponent with your lands, especially when you have a Vile game going on, and then you get to play Thalia and Mother Bruin, so you like are innately just blanking a bunch of your opponent's cards. What's really interesting with the Yorion list is it really magnifies how good your tutor effects are. So we can see, say, 4 equipment spells to go with your Stoneforge Mystic, and you're just so much less likely to draw your equipment in a way such that your Stoneforge Mystic does nothing. And your bullets are way better. Like you play this one Sanctum Prelate, and you're like, yeah, I really don't want it, but I have these 4 Recruiter of the Guards, and I haven't done like the exact math, but I think a 4 of is probably close-ish to maybe like a 3 of in a normal deck, but you're pretty
Okay.
much just playing like 4 of every singleton at that point.
Nice. Well, it looks like the match is about to start here. So we have Izzet Tempo against Mono White Yorion Death and Taxes here. And looks like on the play we have Dimax, aka Bart. So how do you like this hand here? I mean, Dragon's Rage Channeler, Murktide, couple land, Bolt, Brainstorm
Yeah,
seems.
yeah, it's pretty much exactly what you want. So you get to play your 1-drop on 1. You have an answer to Mother Runes if that shows up. If not, you can set up a turn 2 Brainstorm to maybe dig for days and just see how the overall development's gonna go.
Yeah. On the other side too, I mean, Mother of Runes, Thalia, this is an iconic curve, and you also have Skyclave Apparition and Swords to Plowshares. So realistically speaking, this seems like it's gonna be very close here. I guess walk me through the first few lines and the first few turns here. Oh, that's interesting. Ragavan's gonna get binned here from the Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Yeah, probably just getting Bin to try to just secure the Murktide Regent sooner. So if Bart can just mill very aggressively with the Dragon Rage Channeler, you could just play turn 3 Murktide Regent, really putting your opponent to the test. They only have the 4 swords and 4 solitudes to deal with in a very efficient manner.
Yeah, okay. That's very interesting. I guess, okay, yeah, so Mother of Runes obviously going to get taken down here by the Lightning Bolt very fast. Swords to Plowshares in response on the next turn as well. And that's kind of interesting, right? So here we see the decision to plow the Dragon's Rage Channeler instead of deploying a Stoneforge or a Thalia. Any reason why?
Yeah, so if you play the Thalia, then you walk into a daze if you don't draw another land, because then the swords becomes 2 mana.
Okay.
Not playing Stoneforge Mystic is probably just trying to say, hey, I know a subset of times you're going to keep hands with a lot more removal spells because I'm playing cards like Mother of Runes and these like things like the times where you have a very reactive hand. This is very good for me if I end up swordsing, and I really want to just see if I could draw a land that way. I could draw 2 spells sooner. Like if you play Thalia and Stoneforge in the same turn, that's like really good. So this has the makings of going 3-drop into 2 more 2-drops.
Yeah. Actually, I will say one thing though, right? And this is what's really interesting about Bart's list is I just checked the deck list right now to make sure that but there's only 1 copy of Daze in this list, which is kind of crazy. I mean, I guess it makes sense when you dial down some of the aggression from like Delver of Secrets.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna bring up the list.
Yeah, because this is.
I thought it had a 3-1 split and it just looked kind of weird.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it does have 4.
Oh, it does? Okay, my bad. Maybe it's
MTG Melee just like separated out like Scalding.
I got you.
But
yeah, no, I see it. Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
So I do like how Bart played this. So like making the Dragon Rage Channeler like important enough, it's gonna like pseudo flip like a Delver by getting Delirium at some point, but then you can just pivot and play this Murktide Regent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is kind of a crazy bind, right, between the 2 cards here. I mean, Murktide Regent is now in play. It's a 6/6. There's double Force of Will and an Expressive Iteration in hand, and Charming Prince is the play here. And I gotta say, this does not feel very, very impressive. But you know, XJ hasn't even hit the 3rd land yet, so I guess you just have to prioritize that.
It's tough. Like you'd probably keep any Swords or Solitudes as well, right? So
Okay.
like you just need to be able to adjust like if you could get to the board to parity, that's already like pseudo winning because you have like more cards and like you're probably better over time. Like when you're missing land drops, like you just have more resources in your hand such that maybe a subset of lands and spells are also good for you, whereas the opponent is relying on like the power of blue to be able to just keep on applying the pressure.
Yeah.
Which we do see here with the Ragavan and another backup Murktide Regent.
That's insane, right? Like if one Murktide was, and this is also the interaction you were talking about too, right? How the Murktide sort of like beef each other up to cross the finish line. But that's like 6 points in one fell swoop. All you got to do now is protect the Murktide, and you should be good to go. And this is not looking very good here for the D&T side.
Yeah, one thing that I always think is kind of funny is that you had like Treasure Cruising into Treasure Cruise, and now you have like Murktide Regent into Regent, and it's like sort of the same thing.
But this is kind of crazy. Check this out.
This is great.
Yeah. So Solitude is the top deck here, and it looks like XJ Cloud is going to sequence this with a Thalia, then into a Solitude. That's pretty smart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. So because Bart chose to not Force of Will, and maybe if Bart had another blue card instead of a Ragavan, we have seen a Force of Will here, but now the threat that's currently on the table is going to be off, and trying to decide what to pitch. I think I would lean towards the Skyclave apparition, but if you're already like stressed on your mana, then you just like hit the land and need to answer right away. And you can't go through your hoops with Recruiter of the Guard. And the 1/1 body doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, good point. Also Thalia, like this sort of creates a double bind, right? Where you have to either force the Thalia and then force the follow-up spell, or you just let it all go through. And in this situation, Solitude is insane because it's 0 mana as opposed to like the 2 mana extra mana that you need for Swords to Plowshare. So super solid here. And I feel like despite that, am I crazy to say that Bart's still in a great position?
Hmm. I think we're probably there because of the Murktide Regent. Like if Bart didn't have a backup Murktide Regent, like if I was in actually Cloud Seed, I'd probably feel pretty good about this exchange.
Okay, yeah. Me too. But it looks like Expressive Iteration is going to put a Wasteland into play, and now Bart's hand has rounded up to Murktide, Daze, and double Force of Will, which is pretty overwhelming here. But, at least Xray has finally drawn Rishadan Port, the 3rd mana source. You could play the Skyclave Apparition, but that doesn't even seem very good in the face of the Wasteland that the Iteration just put into play.
Yeah, so it's kind of tough from John's side. So one thing you could try to do is you could try to use your port and say, hey, you don't have a threat in play. If you're going to play another one, like I'm going to try to port you or make you use Wasteland this turn, so you'll be -1 mana. And then if you want to play Regent, then you'll be tapping out. And then, oh, I guess you wouldn't be because the Wasteland would be in the graveyard, so you could still leave up 1. So if the mana lined up in a way such that if a Murktide Regent were to be developed, you would be able to get something under because of Thalia. I think that would be good, but here just it's like a pretty interesting play, just valuing the ability to have another mana later on instead of running out here and making sure your Stoneforge Mystic would stick through everything but a Force of Will.
Yeah, that is definitely some tension too. I mean, this is why Wasteland is one of the best cards in the format, right? Like, actually, I definitely had to wonder there whether it was correct or not to play the port into the Stoneforge Mystic, and here looks like the sequence is going to get unfortunately punished. But GTA off the top here, play the full 3 mana here thanks to Thalia. Doesn't even seem like it's going to be that good, but that's something, right, to mitigate a couple turns. Although against the 7/7 flying, I never know the creature type for this. Is it a dragon? Murktide Regent is a dragon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Thunderbreak Regent and Icefall Regent were dragons, so I think if you're a Regent, you're just always a dragon.
Okay, that's
or minimally a changeling, I guess. I don't know if there's any Regent changelings, but.
All right, so 7 points going to come in this turn most likely, and then I'll let chat and you figure out the combat math on this aspect here. But looks like
it's good for Bart.
Yeah. And Ponder going to find something here. Still has the Force of Will too, which is actually like the scariest part here. And now I have to wonder, like, where did it all go wrong? I mean, why is XJ so far behind here? Because D&T has so many like card advantage, aspects to it, or just tools in its disposal, that I'm surprised to see that it's this lopsided in this game 1.
Well, a part of it's being on the draw is just going to be that way sometimes. Mother Bruins getting answered helps turn on a lot of other lines for Bart, and mulliganing to 6 definitely didn't help. I mean, but that's just how it goes sometimes.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like Dynamax is going to take game 1 here. So let's talk about sideboarding real quick. XJ Cloud on the play now for game 2, and you mentioned that the play draw element was somewhat of a dynamic in this matchup, right? So talk to me first about sideboarding and tell me if the plan changes or what switches, like from a playstyle perspective, maybe.
It's probably going to be pretty similar to what is now. So you can board in the Council's Judgment to have more Regent answers, and I don't think you want to bring in Leyline of the Void. It's kind of difficult. So in like your Yorion deck, sideboarding in 3 Leyline of the Void is like 2-point-something Leyline of the Voids, and how low are you actually gonna mulligan? Maybe it's fine in the draw because you can afford to like beat down cards maybe a little bit more, but I think just keeping sideboarding to a minimum, shuffle up, similar like 79 cards or something. Sounds like the plan to me, and being on the play is gonna help, and just I don't know. We'll see how it goes, but
okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm feeling. Maybe the Peacekeeper. I don't know.
So from the other side here, do we I mean, I feel like this sideboard definitely is going to be much better, right? Like I'm seeing cards like Brazen Borrower, potentially
Yep.
Shenanigans. Anything else that strikes you?
Let's see. Well, we definitely get to bring out the Pyroblast, so that's good.
Yeah.
Um, nah, I think you could bring in the Meltdown. Like the problem is they have Caldra complete now, and it's like open deck list, so maybe it's not as good. But like, I know bringing in Shatter effects for say like just vials are fine, and then you might get some equipment on the way. So I could see the Meltdown. Typically you want to board out some amount of force effects and maybe dazes, but the thing is, Daze is like surprisingly good in the matchup because if they're trying to port you, then maybe like Daze unlocks certain lines, and force just putting you down a card is sometimes too much, but having access to being like, oh, I'm a little bit ahead, let me board in some of these, let me dig to some of these forces that way could really push my advantage. So maybe leaving in like 2 to 3 forces and boarding in the cards that you mentioned sounds good.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so post board, we're gonna get into the new game here, and looks like I think X-Ray is on another mulligan to 6 here. We may have really quickly missed it, but from what I can tell, this hand actually has functional mana. I see a copy of Batterskull in there, and if this is a mulligan, I'd love to put that one in the bottom. Although the Flicker Wisp Batterskull combination is kind of cool. How about the other hand here? I see Ragavan, turn 1. That
Yeah,
seems pretty good.
yeah, you have the normal Delver plan here. I am interested to see if Bart is going to choose to play around a Caracas from hand. So if
Mm-hmm.
you deploy the Ragavan, then they play Caracas, they wait until beginning of combat to bounce it, that we can't dash it out the same turn. So might play Dragon Rage Channeler and the Bobble instead, get some Surveil action going.
Yeah, and which is really interesting decision here, especially since you have like Daze in your hand. I almost feel like the trinity of like Ragavan, Volcanic Island, and Daze is like so powerful that that's kind of what I expected to be the turn 1 play. But this is also why Bart is the master of any sort of, well, actually just all of Legacy, to be totally honest. He's played so many different decks, just a Legacy stalwart altogether. So this is kind of interesting sequencing here. Maybe it really is just trying to leverage the power of Dash to guarantee Ragavan is going to do something.
Well, just like the ability for your opponent to play Caracas and then like bounce it isn't good for like how your overall plan's developing, and it could be slightly influenced by drawing Murktide region for the turn. So you just want to see if you could get turn 3 Murktide again.
Yeah. Very, very interesting stuff here. And I mean, if you look at Bart's hand already, it's really evolved into the same sort of like really, really powerful hand that we saw like in game 1, where you've got Murktide, you've got Force, you've got Daze. Still need one more blue card here, but the way this turn is going to play out, I would not be surprised to see, a repeat of game 1 here. John Ryan does have a copy of Solitude though, and that might be pretty impactful at stopping something like Murktide Regent.
Yeah, so one thing that's good about attacking first is if your opponent chooses to play Solitude, you can daze it and then replay the same volcanic island, so you give them less information about your hand.
Ooh, I'm really bad at like timing my dazes with respects to like the combat step. I mean, everything about the combat step is just kind of like it's complicated. I don't know how mages do it. So that's kind of a nice little heads up. Here though, Recruiter of the Guard, is that a good draw here? I can't. It doesn't really feel like it.
Um, I mean, all your like you're definitely gonna have to play a 3 drop here. Like, your port plan becomes a lot worse with the Ragavan in play because they'll start getting some mana over time. But
Yeah.
okay,
Whoa.
interesting. So literally
Wow.
doing the opposite. So what this spells to mean though is that you're willing to port and play Solitude here.
Okay. I guess this is one thing that's kind of interesting here is that Ragavan sort of attacks on 2 axes, right? The first is that it will generate the mana that you're referencing, which is kind of scary. But then the second
Hmm.
aspect is that it also functionally draws a card here, which to me that's the more frightening ability, right? Because you can go up on resources. I do feel like taking cards from D&T more often than not is not successful. And as soon as I say that, there's a Mother of Runes that's been kindly kidnapped and put into play.
Yeah, your mom is my mom.
But like if you if you look at the hand, right? Like Flicker Wisp is like double white. You have Solitude, which is uncastable, Skyclave Apparition, which is uncastable. Just so happens that Mother of Runes is like one of the few targets that actually can be converted, but still
Yeah,
kind of crazy.
so I do wonder if Bart didn't have Force of Will in their hand, whether or not they would still play the Mother Runes, because it's like a pretty bad situation for you if like the mother gets Flicker Wisp, then the mom
Oh.
becomes back to my mom or whatever.
Yeah. No, she's my mom. Get away. Yeah, that's actually a really hot tech here. Just Flicker Wisp. Okay, then that kind of undoes Ragavan almost entirely. But this is the power of blue right here. Very unfair. Force of Will pitching some card or the other. I don't know what it was. And then that's gonna keep the mother.
It was the second Murktide region, I think.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, of note, I guess right now Murktide is not looking too hot because there's only one instant in the graveyard, so it only come down as a 4/4, which is certainly not a 7/7 or better. But I mean, even right now on this board state, I would gladly take Bart's side.
Yeah, like for the same reason why Mother Runes is good for the Death and Taxes players. It's good for the Izzet Tempo deck as well.
Yeah.
And it's just gonna be a pretty big uphill battle. So we see actually Cloud thinking here, just should I play the Solitude or like what's my overall game plan? How do I get back into this? Because if you're not Solituding here, then you're not gonna be allowed to because the Mother's gonna be activated.
Yeah, so this is really unfortunate because the Ragavan is basically you have to target you target the Mother of Runes here. It's a forced play now, otherwise you'll never get to target anything. So this monkey has basically just generated a 2-for-1 for nothing. So it's like a 2-for-0, which is really disgusting. Really,
Right.
really disgusting. Okay.
So what's the path back in for X-Ray Cloud? I guess if you assume your opponent just has a bunch of blanks, maybe you can like Stoneforge Mystic for the Batter Skull that we put on the bottom.
Ooh, that's one line. I would say one other line that I'm really interested in seeing, as you know, Brainstorm's going to resolve that picks up a copy of Unholy Heat and Wasteland, which is going to be really bad for the plan that I'm thinking about. But that's just like hard casting Solitudes, because when you cast these elemental invocations for their full mana value, you actually get like incredible presence, not only with the life linking blocker on the board, but then also the like just the ability too. So it's just a lot of value.
Yeah, and I don't know the breakdown for our tournament today, but I do notice quite a bit of people playing these combinations of cards, and you see it online a bunch too.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. Okay.
So there is the Stoneforge Mystic, but just if you can land the apparition here, you can kind of maybe pseudo answer two things. Like you can block the Dragon Rage Chandler now that the opponent just delved a bunch. But then there's this 5/5 Murktide Regent, so it's still an uphill battle, but I do think having the Stoneforge Mystic would have been able to potentially help, but packing the heat here, it's gonna be a little bit rougher. One away from Delirium, so depending on what the draw step yields.
Okay. So.
All right, so down to 6. So the Regent isn't lethal, but okay. So second Stoneforge Mystic, but unfortunately for John, the double days and just not being able to deploy something in time to address this Regent's gonna
Yeah,
this
it really is just a lot. It really is just a lot. And I mean, it's kind of crazy how maybe like you don't even need, I mean, if this is the showing for Delverless Delver sort of doing it all, yeah, and you're going to see Bart's going to take this match 2-0 here with this crazy non-Delver deck, I guess. Let's go back to the 2-shot here. I mean, I don't know. That was a little bit lopsided. Like it just didn't feel very close. I mean, I guess this is the function. Sometimes when you play a card like Yorion, you do have to mulligan a little bit more aggressively, and that sort of just is what it is. But yeah, I don't know.
It's also like part of the cost of not playing blue. You're just not allowed to keep as many hands, and you're really trying to utilize the London mulligan to find, like, for instance, that those games could have been very different if there's an Aether Vial. Like we saw all of Bart's counterspells do things because there wasn't an Aether Vial. So there's a lot of different subsets of games that can happen between Delver and Death and Taxes, but it's like I think the most interesting games tend to be the ones where Delver doesn't have a 1-drop.
Yeah.
And just seeing how they need to sculpt their hand to like get back into it, and then like how they get ahead from there because they have to deal with a lot of the 2-for-1s that are going on the Death and Taxes side. But
Okay, so we're gonna dive into another match right now here. As I'm fixing the UI, it's gonna take me just a second or so.
yeah, that's fine. I got it.
Yeah,
So here we have the Jeskai Saga deck. Sometimes they have lands stand still, sometimes they don't, but the overall essence is the same. You're playing a lot of the broken Modern Horizons cards that were just printed. So you have Urza Saga, you have Ragavan, and against it looks like I'm not sure if the hand's right, but
no. Yeah, so it's gonna fix real quick here. But like whatever you
okay,
see on the
okay.
top side, the stifle and the days and everything like that, that's gonna go into the other side. So that's
That's
Travis's hand right now.
Travis's.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. Sorry about that. This
got it.
stuff is oddly complicated. But looking at the board state right now, though, I mean, I'm kind of messed up on this. Like this is again feels pretty lopsided. One player just isn't really functioning, and then the other player is. I mean, like Aether Volley, I guess, is kind of like cheating on mana here, but
Well,
between
the needle on
yeah,
the vial,
yeah.
I'm sure, is causing a lot of problems, and that mother not being a giver, you know, also doesn't help against these construct tokens.
Mm-hmm.
So it is kind of interesting how like giver runes is supposed to be like slightly worse, but the marginal utility of being able to give protection from colorless would have mattered a lot here. But let's see. So being able to tutor another one cost, but unfortunately, it looks like we have all three of them in play already between the Needle, Soul God Lantern, and Retrofit or Foundry.
Yeah.
So let's see. Looks like our Death and Taxes player has 4 cards in hand. You can probably deduce that a subset of them are 3 drops. So the most important part of your plan is just making sure you're applying pressure. In open decklist situations, I like kind of pausing here if I were Travis and just looking over and saying, okay, what's the exact sequence that would get them back into this? Because you have a lot of options. You could start cranking out more things from your Foundry. You can deploy a Ragavan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You have Stifle, which can potentially do a bunch of work. Like Stifle can cause the Mother Rune to get into some troubles with the monkey. So we'll see how it goes.
Dude, Saga is the kind of card that just like really grinds my gears. I don't know, man. Like I like when like people come out of testing and they're just like, wow, look at these cards. Do you remember what the story was for Saga? I feel like that was the card, one of the few cards that didn't actually get tested too
Mhm.
much coming out of R&D or something like that.
I remember they posted what the original design was, one like on a whiteboard or something like that when they came back from COVID related stuff,
Oh,
like
really?
work from home. I forgot exactly what it was, but I know when I read Saga, the part I missed was that you can make 2 tokens.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like obviously you can. But like just reading over it really quickly, I was like, oh yeah, you just got like 1 token. But like even if it was 1 token, I still think it would be pretty good. But um, who knows? I mean, it's just the world we live in right now.
Yeah. What's kind of interesting here is I have a feeling that this list is going to be almost exactly the same as the list that we were looking at earlier with
It
maybe.
has a jailer. I don't know if John's had a jailer.
Okay, yeah, and I see like 2 copies of Leyline in the sideboard, but it seems like these Yorion decks are gonna be mostly the same, just in the sense of, well, I mean, like you have a bunch of 4 ofs, and then how you want to like pepper and sprinkle around like the rest of it is really just up to you here. But I mean, is there any other noticeable difference, or what? Talk to me about the matchup, like what's good and bad.
Yeah, so unlike against Izzet Tempo that we saw earlier, there's not necessarily going to be as many 1 drops that are going to be as punishing for you. So there's still the Ragavans, but you kind of have more time overall, so you're probably going to be able to enact your plan better, or your mana denial plan might have slightly more legs.
Okay.
So, but still the same basic formula. Like you're hoping that your Aether Vial or Mother Runes gets to do work. It is cool that you know they are playing 1 Pithing Needle, but in theory you might be able to Wasteland or Field of Ruin the Saga before it goes off to get the needle.
Mm-hmm.
So Aether Vial is still very key in this matchup. The Jeskai deck is a little bit more susceptible to Thalia, so we might see that come up. And just I'm ready for some grindy games. Those are my favorite games of Legacy. When the deck's like, you know, play a decent amount of creatures and have a lot of decisions to be made. That's why I like following Legacy.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up Travis's deck list as well here because I do want to take a look at that. But the game might actually start before we even get a chance to look at it. So we'll do what we can while we can here. I'm gonna go to the downloads folder, do this. Okay, press this, press this. Ta-da! So this is the list that Travis H is playing right now, and I want to know like wow, this is pretty stock actually because I'm seeing a couple cards here that are kind of interesting here. But I mean, this is your typical like Ragavan Saga deck that just takes the most broken cards out of Modern Horizons 2 and just like lumps them all together. You do have like one copy of True Name, a couple Murktide Regents, but yeah, like all in all, this is I mean, an astonishing abomination of a deck that really just somehow works together, right? Like the one thing I don't like about this deck is the mana, but once that gets going, you have so many powerful tools.
So, do you feel like this is kind of like the Modern Horizons like evolution of like the pre-Astrolabe ban like Pokepile that I remember was like Rug with Stifle, and then maybe that led the groundwork for this type of deck existing?
Yeah, that's actually a really good way to describe it. I guess that is kind of what it is. Except Dreadhorde Arcanist and Ragavan. Okay, maybe this is controversial, but they're just not of the same class, and so
Right.
I kind of wonder.
I mean,
This
one's
is
also banned and one's not, so.
true. Yeah. This is about as close as it's gonna get here. But okay, so didn't get to talk about it too much. Let's just get into the game here and see what's going on.
Yeah,
Uh,
let's jam.
But wow, this is an interesting one because it looks like there's been a Force of Will and an Aether Vial. Okay, I was like, there's a lot of
Yeah.
mulligans here, but no, instead it's just a timeless blue play of not letting the other players get to do what they want here. And instead, I'm looking at the board, and now the D&T player has a sizable hand here of Thalia, Stoneforge, Spirit of the Labyrinth. But
Yeah, I expect we're just gonna see Stoneforge Mystic here. I mean, just keep on applying the pressure, and
yeah,
your Thalia already wasn't answered, so like even if they kill your Stoneforge Mystic, you're getting equipment out of it. The question is like, how big do you want to go? If you assume that they're just trying to deal with a Thalia by leaving it in play, and maybe stranding other Thalias in your hand, maybe you want to go for something like Jitte.
yeah.
That we could try to get some like accrue some sort of advantage with the smaller creatures that you have.
hmm
But going for the top play, saying like, hey, you actually have to deal with the Stoneforge Mystic right now, and that's just like how it's going to be. And you like one kicker is that you do have Sword of Fire and Ice already, so as long as you draw the land, you already like kind of bridge part way. Like, so I think it makes a lot of sense to get the Caldra here.
Cauldron is just also obscene too. This card like is so typically speaking, like out of the controlled matchups or out of the control decks, I never was really afraid of Stoneforge Mystic because it took so much time to like put the equipment into play, equip the creature, and you're like so many vulnerabilities along the way. This card though hits so hard and so fast, it's really just terrifying.
Yeah, it's like you end up needing to swords the germ, but then you're still leaving a Stoneforge Mystic in play for other equipment to
hmm
be, cheat into play.
Yeah.
And it's not like they don't play Batter Skull too. So like they have all the options covered.
It's crazy. All right, cool. So looking at the board state, that's Prismatic Ending going to take care of the creature. We have a Wasteland in play now. I mean, this time Louis does have sufficient mana and is able to cast this Recruit of the Guard here. Not getting Daze means that probably doesn't have it. But, I mean, how do you develop the board here from Louis' position? What is the next tool that you want to get? What is the next move you want to make?
I could see getting Sanctum Prelate or getting something like Palace Jailer.
Okay, yeah. I like that,
Just
actually.
yeah, just kind of, you really have Travis on the back foot, and the question is like, how do you push your advantage the best? If you want to be very conservative, I suppose you can get Stoneforge Mystic,
hmm
but I want to get like something that is very like hard hitting for next turn, saying like, hey, you got to use your power blue to find an answer because I want to start like, putting some finishing touches on this game.
Well, Power of Blue is on the stack right now. That's a ponder. We'll see if it's gonna what it's going to pick up here. What are some of the cards here that you would want to find off of this ponder then from the Jeskai side?
Just real quick, I think the top hand is not updated because the recruiter hasn't shown what the recruiter should have gotten.
Oh yeah,
Um,
that's very interesting.
and then I'm guessing the bottom one isn't either, but
Yeah,
um,
I'm gonna go ahead.
from the spawner, I think depending on what was taken off of the recruiter, you might be just searching for more removal spells. Like you do have this ending. Yeah, I do think that Saga's like a good find. It starts to apply some pressure for you.
Wow, OBS is oh there it is. Okay. giving
It's
me a
all
little
right.
bit of a headache here.
So we see a null rod coming down, so that stops the Sword of Fire and Ice in the hand for Louis. And and getting the saga down is pretty good. It's like a cheeky way to get a threat into play, but the first construct might not matter as much, but then you have the ability to get, I guess, Retrofitter Foundry is not as good, but you still have Pithing Needle uh, to, I guess, maybe name like Stoneforge Mystic, which ends up coming out here. I wonder if we got that off of the Recruiter, because that was the other line that I was discussing, where you can just kind of like say like, hey, I have all these like Winked creatures that are just going wide, and none of them matter too much. I guess in theory we can get a needle on the Mother Runes over the span of the next turn.
Yeah, so it looks like Lightning Bolt's going to come down here and take care of the Stoneforge Mystic, which is going to stop Cauldron from coming back into play. I'm just going to go ahead and turn these off because they're not very helpful right now. Oh, actually, you know what? There's a delay, so it's going to be there for a while anyway. So I'm going to work on fixing this while
Yeah,
we
that's
keep
fine.
watching what's happening. But Flicker Wisp here seems pretty good for the Recruiter of the Guard. Just sort of push forward your advantage, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I believe Recruiter is toughness.
Okay. All right. Looks like the
I
hand is
I
updated
always get
now.
tested on this. Yeah. So in theory you can get another Flicker Wisp, right? Like I think Recruiter's toughness and like the Imperial Recruiter's power or
Yeah,
something
yeah.
like.
You choo. You can make the train, the card advantage train, and just constantly keep getting more and more and more advantage, and then
Yes,
every time
Squadron Wisps.
something like, I mean, Squadron Hawk was looking at you right now with an attitude, but this is kind of what it is. I mean, the power and toughness off of Flicker Wisp that when you have Mother of Runes in play is not negligible, especially when it starts like snowballing. But looks like it's a Stoneforge Mystic that's going to get picked up here, which honestly is more intimidating because you just get to put this Cauldron into play. Once Cauldron hits play, I'm actually just really confused what the plan is, because you can like swords the token and that's about it, right?
You can stifle Living Weapon.
Okay, yeah, that's a good line. Yeah.
Uh,
Um,
so I do like that we have this Skyclaver apparition in our hand, so we might be able to do some unassuming things if we want to have, a very like I don't know what you want to call it, like a gamesmanship sort of line where it's like, oh, I have the Sword of Fire and Ice, like nothing's gonna happen. It's just like maybe if we get to nothing, it's like like Skyclave apparition, equipped sword, like all these things happen. So, but we still have very proactive things to do on the Death and Taxes side, but we see Travis trying to kind of start making some inroads on the way back.
yeah, I mean, if there's a card that would let you come back from this kind of situation, I think it would be Urza Saga. Now, the construct is going to enter the red zone and trade with the two creatures, which is kind of surprising. But I mean, maybe from this position, like all you want to do is make sure that you don't die. But then again, Louis is also at like a ridiculous life total, so I don't know if I would have blocked there. But I trust Louis as another master of the D&T
I mean,
tribe.
it isn't Louis like up 7 cards or something. Just
No,
like
yeah, yes, actually,
every
like,
creature has just like yielded another creature, and it's just
yeah.
like when you have that much material, like
I
you'll
don't like
trade
the way you
like
say that because it just reminds me of all the games where I'm like, okay, I got this. Wait, how do they draw 5 cards in the last 3 turns?
yeah, like we said it earlier, like Death and Taxes is mono white control. Like it is just accruing this advantage over time. Like sure, it's very in your face when it's expressive iteration, but every one of these things that like okay, here comes another like
That Wasteland was a good draw.
pseudo like flame tongue kavu sort of thing. Like yeah, I can't kill the token, but it's gonna answer the needle.
Yeah. All right, so here's a Stifle and a Skyclave Apparition stopping the Pithing Needle. Okay, that's interesting because there's also the Null Rod and the Umezawa's GT, so I wonder like what the balance is there. How do you choose which one to go for? But it looks like Louis is evaluating and saying, hey, I want this Cauldron in play to attack because it's really good. But then also with the Batter Skull, I guess that makes sense. How
Right.
does
Like you have all these living weapon things. Like Caldra's the complete package. Like
mm,
once you're able to get into play, it's just very difficult for Travis to answer, and
ooh,
probably gonna have to end up spending the stifle anyways to answer the living weapon trigger.
that's a spicy one. Grim Lavamancer. That might be a way to break through this fort that's going on here. You can activate Lavamancer multiple times, and then that'll get around something like the Mother of Runes. But I mean, already we're seeing that Louis has a copy of Solitude in the hand, just picked up a Thalia, so you can alt cast the Solitude if you really want to.
Hmm. Yeah. So one like consideration is here, yeah. So you get to play the Batter Skull. Your opponent does play Daze, but you can kind of evaluate like, okay, my opponent has one card in hand. What's the best way to play around? Like open deck list, just see every single possible card that they could have and
Yeah.
just figure out what's the best line there. So
Damn,
and,
this is crazy.
so you're safe from like the first turn of Grim Lava Mancer activation. So it's like when they activate on your end step, you can always just like play your Solitude then.
Mm-hmm.
So by like playing the Batter Skull here, and you're not necessarily priced into using the Solitude yet, you can also kind of tax Travis's mana. Um, so imagine if there's, I don't know, Ragavan or some other red card, then you're saying like, okay, you're also committing to not really doing anything else.
Yeah, that's a big draw right here, though. Murktide region, that is definitely one way to get through all of the nonsense that's going on the ground here. Just fly right over it. I mean, this is going to be a big one too, at least an 8/8 if you pump everything into it. Yeah, that's 5 counters, and I think this is where we sort of see the patience that Louis showed earlier kind of paying off here, not blowing the Solitude immediately on something like a Grim Lavamancer. Kind of like, you know, what you're saying. You just go through the deck list, find out what matters, and in this situation, what matters is, yeah, the
Yeah,
8/8 flying
the
dragon.
regen. Yeah. So now with no cards in hand, we get to develop this lifelink creature, which is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Drawing the land there definitely helped a bit, and so we might see the mother dying in like a double turn cycle sort of thing. Oh, I just realized like the combination of Grim Lavamancer and Regent is like really cute that you get to pump it up more in theory if they both lived. Um,
Okay, so Brainstorm is also a pretty good draw here as well. I mean, honestly, the game looks kind of even now. I mean, well, not kind of even. There still is a pretty demanding board state on the Death and Taxes side of things. And okay, the Brainstorm finds Urza Saga #2, which is very good, and then also a Containment Priest and an Island, neither of which seem particularly interesting.
yeah, so it feels like still feels like this mother until this mother's off the board in the turn cycle from the Grim Lavamancer,
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of difficult to picture like how this game's going to develop for Travis in a winning way, but the Urza Saga definitely helps because if you have a bunch of 5/5s, like when you make both tokens,
Yeah.
that can kind of like clog up the ground, and then this Null Rod's doing a lot of work and just holding off all these trinkets that the Stoneforge Mystic was able to acquire.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's kind of crazy. There's so much artifact hate in this deck already with the Pithing Needle that you can tutor off Urza Saga and the Null Rod, which is shutting down like the GTA from equipping. And now with the Saga coming in here, I mean, I guess there's a Wasteland in play, so maybe I'm overreacting. I forgot that Wasteland can handle
I,
this.
so I actually think Yorion. Oh darn it! I wanted to say it before he put in his hand. I think Yorion's gonna be what wins the game.
Okay, that's true. Oh my gosh, Yorion on this board state would be insane. Holy
Yeah,
moly, that's like a draw 1, 2, 3. This is how D&D players do it. What?
yeah,
Oh my god.
yeah. If I just add this much more variance, I have an 8 card hand.
Mm-hmm. Wait, how did the Mother of Runes die there? Oh,
Yes.
okay, yeah. Batterskull got protection from the Mother of Runes, and the Grim Lavamancer took care of it. Okay, I see you. But this line now choosing to deploy the Thalia means that the Urza Saga can make a token, and I mean that's a 5/5, right? No, it's not a 5/5. It's a 4/4.
Wait, I think I missed it. How did the mother die here?
I'm going to assume that when we attack with the Batterskull, actually I don't know. Maybe that was just misclick.
Yeah, yeah. I think he might have just clicked through it, which is fine.
Yeah, I mean
He's just trying to,
do
keep
the
the
stuff.
game
Yeah,
fair. He has
yeah.
8 cards in his hand. He'll just give one back. It's fine. So the attack here is really good because you can just blink out the Batter Skull and re-get your Germ token.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
No cards in hand from Travis, so you don't have to worry about days.
Hey, Jonathan.
And yeah,
Hey, praise the Sky Noodle. Let's go. Sky Noodle. Oh my God. All right. But no, this is, yeah, you're right. So I think at this point, this is just like so much value. How are you ever supposed to?
well, I do like being able to answer the Solitude, so yeah. So
Okay.
you're able to get. There's no more equipment left in your deck.
Yeah. Everything's in
So
play
it's
or in hand.
yeah. So not forcing the Grimlock Mancer to tap the second time, costing us a little bit here. We would have been able to Solitude one more time, but you know what's done is done. That's fine.
Hmm.
Still pretty big advantage for Louis here, eating the Grim Lava Mancer. So choosing to take down the Lava Mancer instead of one of these artifacts, I think, is an interesting point.
Yeah, maybe it's just sort of an evaluation that the or even like not getting rid of the pithing needle, for example, to turn on like Stoneforge Mystic, because I'm pretty sure Cauldra can, even on blocking duty, it can just annihilate all these tokens, right?
Well, so the Grim Lava Mancer on Travis's turn would just answer the Stoneforge Mystic.
Good call.
So
Yeah.
it wouldn't be that, but it would be answering the Null Rod.
Okay, so
If you
now
answer the Null Rod, I felt like we could like use Jitte to then like on Yorion to then be able to answer the Lava Mancer. But what what Louis doing here is just like putting an emphasis on kind of like the chokehold on this game. Like I have all these individual components and really just maximizing the different types of draw steps you can have,
Mhm.
because like it's kind of just like a set of dominoes, like, or just like a bunch of almost like exact checks such that like almost every single non-land draw can break this game open for Louis. So I
Ooh.
think that's the reason to do it.
Okay, there's a Skyclave apparition. That's gonna be a pretty good one. So we can't hit the token, but we can hit some of the other artifacts that are in play here. Gonna turn off
Right.
the Pithing Needle, and that's gonna unlock the Stoneforge Mystic. And now Stifle. Okay, I was gonna say this would have been really good for Louis, because then the Stoneforge Mystic could have come and done stuff. But yeah, Stifle actually somehow really good against the tribal decks. I guess they're also like imbued with like ETB triggers that like Stifle just very, very good. Barely gonna keep Travis in this game here, but then again, Sky Noodle gonna attack. Yorion gonna put Travis down to 6. Now Jason needs to find, well, nothing really. What does oh, there's the Nando.
You can't activate that one, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate here. I mean, the power of Null Rod.
One mana, pump my constructs.
Yeah. This is actually kind of crazy. The Null Rod, I feel like, I mean, is doing more work for Travis than for Jason, but not getting
Wait,
the draw card.
No Rod doesn't do anything.
Oh, well, I'll see myself out on that one. I have a feeling. Wait, are you allowed to make this attack? Aren't you just dead if you do? Okay.
Yeah, I do think like what we have in place is not going to be sufficient. So I do like seeing if we're
Yeah.
allowed to draw a source of plowshares off the top of our opponent's deck for the Yorion.
This is so cheesy. Okay, well, it looks like we're gonna throw the Stoneforge Mystic into the harm's way here. But I was gonna say, if you block with the Skyclave apparition, since it never actually exiled anything, you don't get anything back from the
Mhm.
from the Skyclave apparition leaving the battlefield here. So
It's true.
yeah.
But like, it's okay to not sweat the details at this point. Like I view in card games and in life that we only have a finite amount in which we can like really think efficiently in a given day. And it's just like
Oh,
I just need to block with something.
that sounds like really wise. You know what I mean? All right, so Louis is gonna win this one. Let's go ahead and take a look at the deck list one more time here. But yeah, it looks like D&T can actually keep up with the blue side of things right now. So let's take a closer look at this list. I want a little bit more of an idea of what's going on here and how we're gonna reevaluate for game 3, because this is a double elimination tournament, right? Once you lose, like you get one more loss, and then after that you're straight up out. This is not your regular Swiss event. So I'm kind of curious here what we're gonna see. I'm gonna go ahead and update this as well. So talk to me about sideboarding and reevaluation and things like that.
So one thing that the Jeskai control deck has going for it is that its removal spells are very efficient when it's playing against, say, other Murktide regions and the Delver decks that we've seen. Part of where it's lacking a little bit is that other than Daze and Stifle, and typically Stifle against fetch lands, it's plan on the play while still proactive. Like obviously you want to play white in chess, like you want to be going first.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have the ability to just like snowball as consistently as some of the other decks that we've seen. So really relying on trying to have Ragavan in the opening hand, or at least like it's it's just kind of tough. Like you have this whole like power blue element, and I said that I do like the games with Delver-esque decks where they don't have their one drop and it gets like really grindy. You have to go through all the 2-for-1s. That's kind of what happened in this past game. So um like the D&T player was just able to play all these creatures that were able to accrue this advantage over time by, hey, you need to address this 1/2 or 1/1's body that also got me another card. So really, I think hoping for non-Aether Vial games and then being able to utilize our counter spells is probably going to be some sort of recipe that we need.
Okay, and that's sort of reminiscent of what happened in that's sort of reminiscent of what happened in our match with Bart and XJ, right? Where Bart was able to like put down a really big dragon and then just protect it with a card like Force of Will against something like Solitude or Swords to Plowshares, and then just like ride that dragon to victory here. This game seems a little bit different as the hands are going to get sorted out here. Production, you really got to get your shit together. Turn 1 Ragavan off of a volcanic island, and on the other side, Louis got Plains and a couple 2-drops, Stoneforge, Spirit of the Labyrinth. We haven't actually seen that one in play yet.
Right. One thing I want to say really quickly is that I do think the Jeskai player needs to leave in all the Force of Wills, whereas I think the Izzet Tempo decks has a certain density of threats such that it doesn't have to leave in as many force effects.
Okay.
So since you don't have enough of them, you need to be able to counter the Swords of Plowshares and Solitudes. But yeah, so Spirit of the Labyrinth is a very interesting card. Just kind of changes like the overall texture of the game. Like,
that's an interesting one. Field of Ruin.
Yeah, Field of Ruin. I do think Travis plays 2 basics. I forget exactly how many.
There's a non-zero amount of basics in the deck. Yeah. Oh, we can see the island and play literally, but yeah.
Right, and in theory you could brainstorm the island back, but it's funny because you kind of like playing island because of like Wasteland. Like you get to make sure that your mana's developed a little bit better, and we get to see the treasure being used to make some white mana here.
Okay, and I like this too because now you can attack with the Ragavan, get a token, and then still activate the Urza Saga later on here. So.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Just get that Batterskull out of here.
Yeah, now you don't have to worry about it for the rest of the game there you go. Ragavan, the nimble pilferer, has pilfered what must I don't know. Yeah, there's a joke here somewhere.
Don't need this anymore.
Yeah. Dude, this is crazy actually. I'm a little bit okay, but Wasteland here is solid for the Urza Saga. And maybe that's why we're playing like additional copies of the cards like Field of Ruin, just cuz Urza Saga is so dominant in the format here. But again, like oh, this is actually an interesting choice here. What do you do in Travis's position? You have to either activate to make a token, or you can stifle the Stoneforge Mystic.
Pretty tough, but I think your goal is to hit with Ragavan again, so I think you're really fishing for a removal spell.
Okay.
And you have like a lot of them. You have Lightning Bolts, Swords of Plowshares, and Prismatic Ending. But just putting a big emphasis on the fact that I guess Jite is probably one of the scarier things.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like, you could also technically stifle Living Weapon. You could also stifle, like, a Stoneforge Mystic activation. But like you mentioned, there are caveats and workarounds to that. So I think I like the stifle here on the Stoneforge Mystic. Keeping a look at the clock times, too. 4.5 minutes means that we'll have to be a little bit aggressive to try and end this game here. But, you know, Murktide Regent in the hand already means that alongside this Ragavan that's making mana, might just be able to do that.
You get to do it all here. So by drawing the Prismatic Ending, you get to Ragavan hit and still play the Murktide Regent. So now you have 2 threats in play. So it's kind of what I was saying before, that like you kind of on the play need to be able to deploy threats. And even though we are playing less of them, you know, Power Blue, we did happen to draw a bunch of our threats and really ride this Ragavan on turn 1 to a pretty big advantage. But it's going to become a baby Murktide Regent.
Yeah, I was going to say the power of like non-blue is here, but the Flickerwisp is going to take the Murktide Regent and turn it into a 3/3, which now just doesn't look exciting at all because it just trades very... Flickerwisp against Murktide Regent is actually maybe some tech that I might... Never mind, I'm not going to talk about that. Not going to play D&T. But Ponder going to find a copy of True Name Nemesis that is huge, and now the team comes in. We'll see what happens.
You can still put Flickerwisp in your Miracles list on there.
Oh, gosh.
You play Icefang Quaddle in the end step, then you
That's
play
how they
Flickerwisp.
get you! That's how they get you!
You know, Flickerwisp is like, you know how Teferi, Hero of Dominaria costs 3 mana? Flickerwisp costs 2 mana.
Wait. Oh, okay. Now you're thinking. Now I'm thinking like a control player, I guess. I don't know.
It's gonna happen next stream, guys. I'm gonna convince them.
No, don't say that. They're gonna hold me accountable for this. But True Name
You
Nemesis.
you have to put two Flickerwists in the next deck you play.
Oh gosh, dude, I'm actually a little bit nervous about this. This True Name seems like it's kind of scary. True Name has just in general been the bane of D&T, right?
Yeah, like Cauldron Complete tramples over it, but other than that, I don't know. I always have a soft spot for True Name Nemesis. I just think it's like the coolest slant on a game that could be put on it. It's like, sure, it seems like it's very uninteractive, but it's like really interesting how the game develops after it's landed.
Oh wow, okay, so that's a huge draw there. Force of Will and Swords to Plowshares. So this True Name might just cross the finish line here.
Yeah, and you're actually kind of close to just deploying another Regent, right?
Oh, I have an explanation for the Grim Lavamancer on the Mother of Runes turns ago.
Oh yeah.
Derp. That was child related. So I guess when you play at home in Magic Online, which is a luxury that I do enjoy, you know, there's still a lot of stuff going on.
I do think children are more important than Magic, so I think
What? What do you mean? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, now I think we're slowly in the I don't know how we lose situation here because I mean this True Name, I guess time is something to be conscious of, but yeah.
I do think it's interesting that we didn't keep the Force of Will.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out what this means. So keeping Swords of Plowshares could mean that you plan. So say if your opponent plays like Flickerwist, then you can just plow the recruiter that they try to flicker out. And also if your opponent like is gonna wasteland you here, then it's like your white source is a precious commodity, and you want to ensure that your Ragavan gets in again. But I don't know. That's opening up the ability for this Stoneforge Mystic to come down. But unfortunately, there is no Batterskull.
How crazy is that too, right? Like Batterskull is one of the few cards that can like come back against an attacking True Name Nemesis, and like that just got exiled on turn 2 by Ragavan.
Right. I wonder if you know that factor into this at all, but Cauldron does trample over a little bit, but I think like yeah, so the Ragavan kind of doesn't matter there, and the 1 point from the Swords of Plowshare does matter. It does give Jason like another turn to be able to cobble something together to get back into it.
Okay. All right, so check this. Murktide gonna come into play here now. It's a 6/6, so we're threatening lethal, which is spooky. But oh my god, okay. Talk about being a master right there, right? You just like apparate the removal spell to the top of your deck when you need it. So that's freaking sweet.
Like if you always get the card you need, you get to play Yorion, right? You just play more singletons and stuff, and you still draw your fours when you need to. So. It's all great.
Oh, check that. So apparently there's only one basic in the deck here. So Field of Ruin is basically...
That is just the island. Okay.
Yeah. And now here comes the Phyrexian Germ equipped with 3 pieces of armor and a nice little suit. And... oh, that monkey is kind of scary.
Yeah, so that undoes the Swords of Plowshares thing I said from 2 turns ago. And it's going to be kind of clutch here. And... I don't think there's any sort of like holy light effect. I can't. There should be a council's judgment, right?
That might not even be. There might be. I'm too glued to the TV to even look at the deck list right now here. But like I don't know. You've got True Name attacking for lethal this turn. I guess you've got Recruiter and you can like tutor up Solitude, and then like get rid of one of your own things and then flicker. This is like really complex. It's possible.
Yeah, it's got to be Solitude. The problem is like, what's your plan going forward?
Yeah, right. How are you gonna? I guess maybe
without Batterskull. Like.
Yeah. I hate to be the one to say it, but there is another real win condition. Time is a real win condition, and maybe you want to just find a way to leverage that.
Yeah, you just start throwing cardboard into play and hope that you know the ISPs are on your side.
Yeah. Okay, so Solitude gonna exile the Cauldron Complete. Okay, so we gain 5 life, go up to 7. That's another couple hits from the True Name now that we can stomach here. But Brainstorm with double Ragavan, that's okay, well. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. This monkey does not look too impressive here against this onboard Caracas and even the onboard Stoneforge and Recruiter of the Guard. Like, it could be better, I think.
Yeah, not getting a shuffle effect there is kind of rough. So we're probably gonna end up seeing swords in response to whatever the flicker was targets.
Sounds right.
So I wonder if Jason's gonna attack first with both, since the sword's gonna line up that way, kind of like get in your head while it's good, and you know that you're gonna be able to Caracas the Ragavan at the beginning of combat, so they won't be able to like redash it and get into play.
Okay. Jeez, this is like so tense here. 50 seconds on the clock here against a true name that can probably finish the race here, but now, wait, Flicker was coming down, so that can target the, ooh, do you target the Cauldron here? Okay, it looks like we're going for Jite.
So this one has to get Jite.
Yeah.
So maybe you could just swords whatever they Jite, but if it's the Flickerwist, that buys another turn.
That's true, yeah. Wow, okay! Let's go. I think I know who I'm secretly rooting for now. I think
it's not secret. It's not secret.
No! Oh my goodness! Last night I tweeted my years of brand development just gone down the toilet, and now I think it's just like showing like, oh my, like Louis so close to coming. It's like the timer is ticking down. I don't even know who I want to win. It's, oh my god.
Well.
Right.
So we see the true name swinging in, Ragavan coming down, kind of saying we're both gonna tap 1 mana here, and yeah, so this treasure has to line up with the Swords of Plowshares. We'll see if Jason does equip the Jite to the Flickerwist, and then in response, or no, you don't even have to. So let's see. Okay, so playing around Force Will, very good, and then you equip it to the Flickerwist, bash in. Okay, so equipping the smaller one. So that means you're gonna have to end up swordsing your own Flickerwisp to survive here.
Oh no! Yeah.
So this play is better if so Travis has 2 lightning bolts in their sideboard. So maybe playing to that.
Okay. 12 seconds on the clock though. Just F6 and pass. F6 and pass. I mean F6 attack and pass. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no. The trigger. Okay, 8. Is it gonna be like every New Year? Are we gonna count it down together?
Wait a minute. So how do you actually do this? Because then the Stoneforge Mystic is gonna gain 4. I think it's actually just locked. It's over.
Yeah.
5 seconds to attack 3 times. Even I can't do that, and I have like godlike APM.
or internet connection.
Yeah, that too. Oh my god, no, the 3! It skipped 2! Do you see that? It went 3 to 1 to 0. And back up to 1!
Wait, it has 1! It's still there! What are you telling me? The match is over?
Not like that! Oh my god. Alright, cool.
Wait, so this match was just the 2 sides of Anurag. You had Anurag, the Death and Taxes player, and Anurag, the guy that times out sometimes.
No! Wait, no!
This was the Anzidmtg Invitational match.
There you go. That's a good one. So DNT is gonna actually then take 1 match, beating the Jeskai Saga deck, but interestingly enough, not taking the other match, losing to Jeskai Tempo, which is honestly, I mean, it was still pretty close because I feel like once the GT is online, I feel like maybe DNT gets to like buy a couple more draw steps. You know what I mean? Because like your attacks now are suddenly like life positive, so. I don't know. Maybe Louis, like if the game went on for like a lot of time, would have been able to take it away there. Looks like all the pairings are in for round. Okay, sweet.
So what I think you might have seen is that the true name is not allowed to attack to pair off with the Jite, and then the Urza Saga would go off and be able to get Pithing Needle, then you can attack again.
Oh, so then inevitability was actually on the Saga side. So,
right.
You know what? These Brainstorm players, I got to learn to play a little bit faster. No, I mean, talking about myself mostly more than anything else here. But no, I think that's crazy. I mean, the amount of life that Louis also gained at the very end was just like quite near preposterous. Like it's just like every turn is like, oh shit, he's dead. Wait a minute, no, there's a top deck Swords to Plowshares, and this is also all after like on turn 2. Batterskull got exiled, which would have completely solved like half of these issues anyways.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I mean, this is why we love the game. There's just so many iterations of what can happen. You got to plan for all this stuff, and I'm just excited for more games.
Yeah, cool. All right, we're gonna take a quick break here. We'll be right back because I'm gonna set up the feature matches and stuff like that. So we'll do that, and we'll see you guys in just a little bit. Okay, where's the be right back button? Here it is. Nice. Ooh, they can hear us now. And we're gonna go back to, where is it here?
We're here.
Yeah, ta-da! Did you miss me?
We're here.
Yeah, all right, cool. I think it's working. It looks like the music is on too. Honestly, I mean, kind of adds some sort of ambiance, but I'll turn it off for now, guys. Welcome back to round number 3 here of this double elimination 1.2K. My name's R3.Jeskai. I'm here with Jonathan Sukenik, and pairings have now been posted. Which means that the players might even just be starting very soon here. So I don't think we really have time here. We just watched a lot of like mono white control against blue red control, maybe with a little bit of Jeskai in here. But today's matchup for round 3 is going to be kind of an interesting one. We've got Danny Batterman on, what is this deck? Green White Depths, aka Selesnya Depths. So walk me through what this deck is trying to do here, because I feel like I've seen this actually a decent amount in Legacy. Oh, I was about to say Modern. Hello.
Jeez. Yeah, so this is kind of putting 2 or 3 very like key linchpins together. So you have the overall like dark depths combo. Sometimes we've seen like green black depths in the past, but here it's green white. So instead of the hand disruption and using vampire hexmage as like the main other ways of assembling the stage plus depths combo, here we just rely on creatures that also combo well with your land. So you have neither Reliquary and Elvish Reclaimer, and greens and Zenith to really tie the whole room together. One like recent release that really helps this is actually Yavimaya. So before you play Urbor, because it goes with your Hexmage, now you have Yavimaya, so now your Dark Depths gets the tap for mana, which is pretty cool. You also gain Prismatic Ending. So in the past, people might be Pithing Needle, like play Pithing Needle on your Thespian stage. Well, now you actually have an answer to it in your main deck that also just doubles up as an answer to like Delver of Seeker's Ragavan, what have you. So one thing that I really like here is actually the second Sajiri step. So you're not playing Brainstorm, you don't really have a way to put it back, but if your Knight of the Reliquary gets to untap, you get to protect it now multiple times. So your Knight of the Reliquary serves as a tutor for the Dark Depths combo, but also has this like Mother Runes effect baked into it. And same with Elvish Reclaimer.
Okay, seems decent here. Let's take a look at the other deck list right now. I hope this works. Perfect. So Max Gilmore, you know him from the minmaxblog.com. Check it out if you haven't already. Great content out there. Has been, playing all sorts of decks here. Generally tries to play the best decks possible. He's the max side of the Minmax blog. No digs. But we saw this deck earlier, and I think we're just going to try and pit it against another non-blue deck just to see what happens, how it plays out here. Any interesting cards you see that are different from the last list?
Well, if anything, I like this pattern of, leaving one deck on and bringing the next one like we did, like DNT twice, now this twice, and then
okay, well,
that's next round. But so we have Teferi Time Raveler, which can have some sort of game sometimes against Dark Depths, but it's really cool against the other blue decks. Instead of playing the main deck Pithing Needle, we see a second Retrofitter Foundry, so really putting an emphasis on like, hey, I want to develop these constructs with my Urza Saga, and I really want to produce more material and then just be able to beat you over time with that sort of like control plan. Besides that, I think the basic structure is the same.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. So it looks like we're going to dive into the match here. So let's see what happens with this opening hand. I'm looking at... Hoo-ha. Okay.
4 swords between them.
Yeah. That's a lot. I mean, Swords to Plowshare is probably one of my favorite cards. No bias. What am I looking at? I'm supposed to be looking at a different match here, and instead I'm looking at the...
Wait, I'm looking at the right thing.
You're looking at the right thing. You're doing everything correctly. I am not. I could have sworn I had it popped up somewhere.
Sure. So we see one of the swords on the Dryad Arbor just kind of trying to stymie some of the mana development, turn on your days, and we see Max immediately get rewarded by Danny choosing to just run out this Sylvan Library on turn 2 instead of maybe playing a Sajiri Step or Yavimaya and waiting until the coast is a little bit more clear.
Yep.
But it is true that you want to get down the Sylvan Library. You get a little bit of a tempo advantage by your opponent choosing to play Daze. If they play Force of Will, that's going to happen anyways. And lastly, you could get Prismatic Ending if you wait too long. So like if you wait until turn 3, then they get, or I guess it doesn't matter. It could have been ending anyways, but...
Yeah, this is kind of a crazy hand. I mean, I was going to say, like, when you Daze on the draw here, you're just behind by so much mana here. But looking at Danny's hand, only 2 copies of Swords to Plowshares and 2 lands. And honestly, that's not going to be enough here. I think in this matchup, you definitely want to be a little bit more proactive. So we'll see if Danny's going to be able to draw out of this. On the other side, though, Here's a Ponder, and then I see a couple removal spells, a Wasteland, a Saga, Standstill. That's an
So,
interesting one.
so I do like coming back to the point that you just said. So some people believe that like mana efficiency is like the most important thing in card games, and I actually believe the opposite. I just think doing things that matter, and
Oh,
regardless of what their cost, is what's important. So like we see that a lot in Legacy, where you won't pop your fetch line for multiple turns. That's just not mana efficient, but it's the right play because it maximizes things that you do that matter.
yeah,
So here it's just like okay, the times where Max doesn't get mana flooded, it's actually fine to daze because your daze just traded for like their most impactful card. Like the actual like quality of the card matters more than the literal like how much mana that they cost.
right. Okay. That's that actually makes a lot of sense to me here, right? Because imagine if we had waited a turn and the Sylvan Library was still in play. I feel like the game would have been drastically different. No pressure from the other side. You can gladly pay life, snowball that into a little bit more action here. So really interesting concept here. Also interesting is that we played a Wasteland on turn 2 from Max Torsion's side and actually ended up not firing it off, nor are we playing the Urza Saga here. That's actually really interesting sequencing. Walk me through that. What's the logic there?
Hmm. So I believe Danny is playing crop rotation. So in theory, you're just too like you don't have force of will. So if they play double crop rotation, they can make a make a token potentially. Maybe not with those exact mana like that was laid out, but it also is really good if you draw a second wasteland and you see
Yeah.
that they miss land draw.
Okay, all right. So I guess that makes a lot of sense here. You have the standstill to follow up with the Swords to Plowshares as an empty board. You have Urza Saga. So this is peak standstill gameplay right here, where you either threaten them to die to your beatdown plan, or you get to draw cards off standstill here. And yeah, actually that's a really interesting topic. So standstill, there's a lot of like debate on how to play around it, and obviously things are going to be contextual to
Mhm.
the hand here. So in this situation, what do you do, and what are the options?
Yeah, I think Standstill is one of the coolest cards in Magic, and I'm glad that it exists. So it's usually break it right away or just wait forever. So if you break it right away, you're saying you built your deck with Sandstone in mind. I didn't necessarily build my deck with Sandstone in mind, so like
Hmm.
in theory over time it should advantage you. Like you have more land drops to make and whatnot. So the other common play pattern of like waiting, it's like, okay, to what end do you wait? A very common thing would be that if you have a good instant speedway, so say you have like a Mendelian click and the opponent's like add 8 cards on their end step because they're doing the standstill thing and like haven't made land drops, then you Vendilion click them on your end step and now they have 11 cards and sure, maybe they play Forcible or something, but then you really mitigate the actual card advantage that the standstill's generating, but you also know that they have a hand of 7 spells then. So it's like, are you better at beating them when they have 7 spells in their hand, or are you better at beating them if they just +3, like, or
Yeah.
net +2 cards here?
Well, if there's a card that might be able to break through this situation, I mean, Sylvan Safekeeper definitely one of them. I think there's a Flagstones of Trocaire in there as well, which is kind of cool to work with Sylvan Safekeeper. But like, it's like Safekeeper is like the anti-Swords to Plowshares card, if you will, and seeing it in action here is a little bit scary. But Urza Saga going to tick up to 3 now, which means after
Right.
making this,
But you have to keep in mind that Max doesn't play the one pithing needle, plays 2 retrofit or foundry.
ah,
So instead getting a little bit more pressure out there with these contract tokens, you can start making servos, so then these contracts get a little bit bigger. You do have all these stifles, so you can kind of play like your best sort of like I was gonna say some sort of impression, but it's not really any kind of impression. You're really just trying to beat down.
yeah. Well, I mean, if we go in terms of like impressions, I would say that maybe it's something like along the lines of you're just like trying to play like tempo here, right? You're trying to attack as fast as you can while stopping them from getting a 2020 or a Knight of the Reliquary into play,
Hmm.
and looks like that's going to be good enough there. So let's talk about sideboarding real quick because I feel like that was kind of lopsided. The matchup that has all the Swords to Plowshares taking, or and the Permission and the Wastelands and the Urza Saga ended up taking game one. What about game 2 and 3? What's going to happen? What's going to be different?
Yeah, so on the board, Danny has access to. Wait, what's the Egyptian god card in the sideboard?
Uh, that's a good question. It might
Is it
be.
choke?
I think it's choke. I think it's choke.
Okay.
Yeah.
So choke could in theory be fine. They do play a lot of colorless lands, but they're also still doing the normal ponder brainstorm thing, so you can pressure them a little bit there. Force of Vigor can kill Urza Saga, can kill some tokens, Retrofitter Foundry. If there's pithing on the sideboard, you can address that. Prismatic Ending might be fine also for addressing any artifacts that are causing you problems. Teague is fine, but is stopping your Green Sun Zenith and Prismatic Ending, so I don't think we would go there. You can have your one collector oomph if you want, so you can kind of like shuffle around some of your bullets and just try to optimize there. I wonder if we're going to see something cute like Field of the Dead, just kind of trying to play around what the Jeskai Tempo deck's trying to do. And if you board in a card like Field of the Dead, you might be able to actually outstand still the standstill player.
That is kind of I like the way you say that. Actually, that's kind of cool. But yeah, let's see. Okay,
and maybe the Rex Age as well.
Okay.
So just shuffling around your bullets.
Gotcha. Okay, so it looks like the round is about to start soon here. I'm trying to see if I can get
The round
Danny's.
started like 10 minutes ago on it.
My bad. Looks like the game is about to start soon. So I'm going to go here. Danny's hand is not showing up, but we do have a bunch of other stuff here. So let's go ahead and vibe with that.
It's there. I called it. That's me.
There's the Field of the Dead. Yeah, exactly, right?
I'm telling you. If they tell you stand still, it's like WarioWare. You just have to stand still.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So I think things are going to be good now. Looks like hands are going to reset in about a minute or so here, but looking from the Jeskai Tempo side, this is a solid one. You have Wasteland for Dark Depths, you have lands, you have Urza Saga, Ponder, Stifle, Force of Will. Got a lot of stuff here. No idea what's in Danny's hand, but it will come up. We do know there is a Field of the Dead, which is cleanly answered by the Wasteland, unfortunately, but Field of the Dead will take some time to even dial up, so probably don't need to worry about it yet.
I do think it's interesting to choose to play Ponder there instead of leaving up Stifle. So, because you also are saying that, are you shuffling every time you only have one good card? Because your hand, like, sure, you have Urza Saga and some stuff going on, but it seems like you're saying every time I don't have two cards that are good, then I'm not allowed to shuffle it away. Meanwhile, if you wait until the next turn, then you can like have the fetch land up. So very interesting. But it's true that like if you just see more cantrips and you're like pretty dense of a deck, so I do understand the trade-off there and just being mana efficient.
Yeah.
But if mana efficiency really exists, I mean, like I was trying to say earlier. But finding the wear tear there, very good at addressing Mox Diamond, Sylvan Library. So maybe making some concessions to the fact that their mana like they just need to do things with their mana quicker, and I could definitely respect that. So like the times that you wait for the fetch land, then you're not allowed to play Urza Saga on turn 2. You're not getting Urza Saga down as quickly, so then you're not applying enough pressure, so then you're giving them time. So it's a whole cascading of things, whether or not to choose play the Ponder in turn 1. But here we are.
Okay, well, Choke is going to come down now, and that's kind of a good thing. I mean, against the Lone Tundra here. Mox. Okay, I got it. So Mox Diamond accelerates at the Choke here. Okay, that makes sense. We have another one in our hand as well. Which means even if this one...
Yeah, I wonder if this one's going to get forced. The reason why the previous one didn't was because you have Wear Tear, so you can fuse that and get them both.
Oh, that's an homage to value there. It's been a while since I've gotten the 2-for-1 off of that.
The Slam and Jam. Yeah. So, yeah, this was kind of what I was talking about for that Ponder. So, I don't know. Would you have kept the Ponder that has like Wear and Tear, Urza Saga, and Tundra? I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Saga's so insane.
We are where we are now.
Yeah. Saga is so insane in this deck that I feel like maybe because okay, what are the other cards that I'd be interested in keeping, right? Like I'd be also interested in keeping something like Ragavan, maybe Murktide Regent, or Swords to Plowshares. But with Wasteland in our hand, and I don't know,
and any cantrip.
Yeah, that's true. So
like any card you want plus any cantrip.
Yeah, that's very interesting actually.
Rex Sage just wrecking here.
Okay.
So getting a little bit punished for playing the Saga instead of, say, a Tundra or another fetch land.
I have never lived this joy in my life. Urza Saga is actually an enchantment, so Reclamation Sage can actually delete the enchantment land before it even gets to make any constructs here, which is super sweet, super cool. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, and then not being able to pick up the Mox Diamond. So Max was aware that Danny was missing land drops, maybe by choice, but maybe not. And then you could have taken them off of a white source, making top decks like Night of the Reliquary a bit worse, or even Green Sun Zenith. So
Yeah.
interesting that like by playing Urza's Saga, you're like allowing your opponent to play the Elvish Reclaimer that's now preventing you from fusing your Wear Tear in your hand that's already a billion lands.
Um okay. So here, dude, if I knew that my opponent had 4 lands in hand, I guess I would. I mean, if we had like perfect information, I would snap off the crop rotation for a wasteland with the swiftness. But this is not a bad position here. Elvish Reclaimer is also just insane. Like Elvish Reclaimer might be one of the most like fair cards printed in recent years that I actually like. Like, you know, when people are like, oh, 2019, I want to get rid of all these cards.
Yeah.
Like Teferi, Narset, this, that. This is one of the few cards that I wouldn't mind sticking around here because it's actually pretty balanced.
Yeah, that's how I feel about Bone Crusher Giant. But yeah, so being able to have this reclaimer, you can kind of build up over time. If you choose to wasteland, you can stop the retrofit or foundry from getting online, or maybe a pithing needle that'll sideboard it in. So we might see that after it gets activated here, making a construct. But
Okay.
being able to get the Sylvan Library is, you know, a
Big.
huge win for Danny.
Yeah. I mean, from this position, I would definitely say that you also have Swords to Plowshares to like mitigate any aggression here. But this is like the green white snowball, right? Like this is one of the reasons why I think green white is so powerful. Very much so, like 4-color Loam, which is a deck like just way back in the day. That was a deck where if like the threat went unanswered, you could just snowball that into another threat, and we sort of see the same thing here with like Elvish Reclaimer into like maybe a Knight of the Reliquary or a Sylvan Library, and you just have to answer everything because deck is just so potent here. And I mean, y'all already know the deal here. Snap, pay 8 here. We're gonna draw 3 cards and just do it to them.
We didn't come here not to pay 8.
Yeah, exactly. What, we're at 8 life? That's okay. Pay 8.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No. You gotta pay 8.
Okay. Well, maybe I looking to shuffle it away. See, in a green deck, I guess maybe I mean you want the resources, but Prismatic Ending is like kind of hit or miss sometimes. So
I wouldn't have looked at the cards in paper. I would just put them in my hand,
I
so
like,
that I'd take it.
I like the way too, like you're just like shaking your head, just like it's like the most obvious thing. But yeah, no, I mean here.
No, it's true. You get to pay 8 next turn or whatever.
That's true.
Like,
There you
I
go.
do
That's what
understand.
we're building up towards.
Like you're shuffling your deck, you're doing pseudo brainstorms. Like we're just kidding. Like you wouldn't always just like you could ancestral later, and your ancestral could be better. Like it's fine to brainstorm sometimes.
All right, so let's see what's going to go happen here. So Wasteland now and play Urza Saga ticking up to 2, which means there's a construct that can come down here. So the Prismatic Ending would have been maybe fine in that situation, but here I guess maybe less so. Oh, Wasteland hitting Wasteland. That makes sense here. Protect the Saga. Okay. And now we get a fresh 3 cards. Oh, those are pretty good. Those
I
are.
haven't seen that art of Rangnap Excavator before.
Yeah, it's the praise the birds, the sky noodle. Yeah.
Oh, so you have to play that one with Yorion?
Well, no, I mean, you know, Yorion gonna do Yorion things here, but this Ramanap Excavator is very excited to be sent to the exile zone and then come back. Just a little bit of a, I don't know, crazy. I don't know. Wasn't there a movie about that? Like, I forget what it was called, but like people like there were doctors that like took drugs and then like died and then came back and they're like, whoa, never mind. Kids don't do that at home. Okay, moving on.
Kids, you don't actually come back.
Yeah. All right, so Ramanap Excavator, huge, gonna buy back Wasteland, and that is nasty. That's a lock right there, right? Because
It's pretty good. So not only do you get to Wasteland every turn, but you also get to still activate this Elvish Reclaimer every turn. So pretty sure we can piece it together.
Yeah. It really is awkward that Max has just like drawn 4 lands here. But as soon as I say that, just a brainstorm off the top here. The best way to get back into a game, and looks like Days, Swords to Plowshares, and one more card, a Misty Rainforest. Okay, fine. Can't draw.
I'm happy with the swords.
That is true. Yeah, that is true.
And then we're still like Danny's 2 pieces away from Max's point of view from getting the Dark Depths combo out. So
right.
Still got some time.
I mean,
nothing another brainstorm won't solve.
Yeah, I was gonna one thing I was gonna say is that I would also be happy in Danny's position to have my Ramen Excavator get Swords to Plowshares, because that means I could draw more cards off my Sylvan Library, which,
I was thinking about the same thing if we make a 2020. We
yeah.
just get to pay 8 twice.
But looks like, yeah, finally we're going to pay 8 here, and looks like Green Sun Zenith and Knight of the Reliquaries are the keeps, and we get to play both of them if we really want to this turn, but this is going to wrap up the game pretty fast, I imagine.
So slight divergence. Have you ever played Chandelar?
I've seen it played. I've never played it myself.
So you start at like 12 life a lot of the game, and you try to beat these people that start at like 30 or 40 life, and some of them have Sylvan Library.
What?
Like actually kind of messed up. Yeah.
Do they pay 8 all the time? That's so ridiculous.
No, not all the time.
Oh, thank God for bots. Okay, let's go. Speaking of, this is actually kind of an insane setup here. Sylvan Safekeeper plus Elvish Reclaimer plus Knight of the Reliquary. Can we
we're not paying 8 this time. Don't pay 8.
Wait a minute. I thought we said check show notes. Oh, and another choke too. Okay. Yeah, choke was kind of crazy there, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it definitely changed the pace of the game a little. Like Max wasn't able to.
Yeah.
Had to spend the wear tear on killing a choke, a redundant choke. Like there were 2 jokes that were like Force of Will and then wear teared, and then now the Sylvan Library got to really run away with the game.
Yeah. Okay, so in the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and refresh this and go back.
I see the concede button has entered Max's hand.
I love it when I draw the concede button, dude. It's the most powerful card. But where are we now? Sorry, I'm gonna go back.
Yeah, the Yorion decks actually start with 9 cards in their hand. They have the concede button and Yorion.
Okay, cool. So now we're gonna hop over to sideboarding here as I was setting up the next game. And what changes in the sideboard? So now Max is going to be on the play here. What are the critical cards in the matchup that we want to see in our opening hand? And who do you think is favored to win this game 3?
Oof, really putting me on the spot.
Hey, got him.
I'll give it a Max. Like being on the play with like in your Ragavan deck, Daze deck is like pretty sweet. You still do have a lot of answers to what's going on. Like you're a little bit overloaded where there's these sorts of plowshares and endings that have to answer most of the threats that enter, but you get a sideboard into the Pithing Needle, you have Wear Tear. I just like the power blue type of stuff. Like I just feel like when things start getting going a little bit, and then you just get to snowball your advantage very easily.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if I had to take a guess too, I would also say that the blue deck is probably favored in this matchup, especially the one that has Swords to Plowshares. However, Danny understands that this is the metagame. There's a lot of blue nerds out here, and we gotta get them good with these cards like Choke and things like that, right? So I'm gonna really quickly take a look at Danny's deck here and see if this is gonna pop up. Anything here from the sideboard that's interesting to you? Because it looks like the match is about to start.
Nah, like I'm really just curious as to whether or not he boarded in Force of Vigor. We saw the Choke and the Field of the Deads in that game.
Okay. All right. Well, here are the hands. This is what we got going on here. Hey, how about 3 prismatic endings to start off this game 3 here? You are not resolving an Elvish Reclaimer, I guess. It's pretty crazy.
Well, it's probably resolving, but not activating.
There you go. That's more precise for sure here. On the other side, though, double Knight of the Reliquary, there's the Choke, and then also what seems to be a Mox Diamond.
What's the draw for this turn?
A Caracas.
Okay,
yeah.
So that's huge. Whether or not we drew another land there was pretty important to see if we got to land either a Knight or a Choke on turn 2.
Wow.
So Mox Diamond really dictating some of the pace of this matchup.
Yeah, I wonder if... Well, the Mox Diamond did come down just now, so this might be the turn where you get to decide if you're supposed to play the prismatic ending to get rid of the Mox Diamond. I am not that kind of gamer here. I'd probably just play Teferi and draw my cards, pack it up, go home kind of deal. But
I want to get rid of that Mox Diamond. Well, so wait. So the Mox Diamond did discard Thespian Stage. If you think about it, like what lands are you willing to discard? I think Thespian Stage is towards the end of the list.
Oh, you'd rather keep it?
Right.
Okay.
Like maybe you keep like Flagstones of Tricaire and like Wasteland and maybe like Dark Depths, but probably Stage over Dark Depths. I don't know. I think you might be able to glean from the stage that you should be getting rid of this Mox Diamond.
Okay, so looks like a Brainstorm here, and that's going to pick up a Stifle, that's going to pick up a Wasteland, and a Brainstorm, and whoa. Okay, well, that's interesting. Hovering over the Swords to Plowshares is really crazy. No, we're putting a prismatic ending back, right? Okay, that must be it. Yeah.
So we definitely have to answer the knight.
Okay.
The question is just what do we do after that?
Right.
I would still read into this and totally get rid of the Mox Diamond. But we'll see what Max does. I trust whatever he comes up with.
Here's Swords to Plowshares on Knight of the Reliquary, like you said. That's actually crazy. No, I'll be honest with you. I've never really had that kind of thought, which is like, oh wow, Thespian Stage is a good land in the deck, and that's why them discarding it might imply that they are low on lands. Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah. Max picking up what's being put down then, but no volcanic islands, which is a little okay. Well, never mind. All right, you can't have them all, Max. I'm sorry.
Well, it's time for. It feels a little bit raspy in here.
1 sec.
Gonna have to alleviate the throat.
Oh my God! Speaking of, I'm going to take a sip of this nice, beautiful beverage.
Yeah, in my evolution mug or whatever.
Oh dang! Does it have all of them on it? Nice. That's so sweet. That's kind of cool. Yeah.
It's my commentating mug. I do this for everything.
All right. So Force of Will is a turn too late, but it is going to stop the Knight of the Reliquary, which means there is a chance that the game will continue on. Teferi not even remotely close to playable here. Dark Depths crop rotation to the hand for Danny.
This is still a game though. Like that Wasteland versus this hand, it is like parity.
I get. Well. And as soon as we say that, Elvish Reclaim are going to come up and just
drop. It's fine. You can just force it. Still parity. I mean, you just don't have any lands to work with, but like, it's fine.
The power of blue at its finest. Can't cast my spells. Just kidding. Yes, I can. At what cost?
Unfair.
All right. So Ponder, not a land. So we'll see what happens here. Actually, out of curiosity, what is your favorite evolution?
So it was actually quite a story. So for years it was Glaceon. So Eevee is like my favorite Pokemon, and then Glaceon was like my favorite evolution. And then like over time, I like really liked like Leafeon, but I'm like nah, like Glaceon's like my favorite. And I told many people this. Then like I did this thing where I had to rank all my favorite like Pokemon in a well-ordered set. I got to the spot where it's either gonna be like Leafeon or Glaceon for like the next spot. It's like my 5th favorite Pokemon or something.
Wow.
And I'm just like, okay, I just have to come to terms with this. I do like Leafeon more. And
Damn!
Then, like, it hurts so much though. But like Glaceon's like right behind. Like I just like both of them a lot. But yeah, I'd say Leafeon right now.
True. So
I have a pile of Pokemon cards right next to me, and I just have like a pile of Glaceons and Leafeons.
That's adorable here. One thing that we just may have missed had just blinked and you missed it. A crop rotation was activated and it did get dazed. Not for any real value, but just to replay the Tundra, I imagine, and play something like a Ponder here. And look at that. Pithing Needle off the top from the sideboard, coming in hot. Now going to name Thespian Stage, which means we have a game, because even a card like Reclamation Sage can't be tutored for because your Dark Depths doesn't tap for mana. This is actually like I feel so bad for Max because it just feels like every turn you take a draw step and you're like, God damn it, I can't do anything. And then on the other side, your opponent's also just like, I just want to finish the game so fast. It's like stress-inducing magic. Oh my God.
That's fine. We're probably gonna see it here though. Just being able to pick up probably Ranyanap Excavator, or you can just get doesn't matter. Like we don't get to see what he would have done, but I like living in the moment.
We drew 3 Force of Wills literally the turn after we needed it the most, and that's why we're like 10 turns deep into this game where we've got like all this crap going on. Oh my God! All right, this is actually kind of crazy now that I think about it.
Yeah, let's keep the beat down.
Oh, okay, there you go. That's Force of Vigor, and you were asking about that earlier, right?
Yeah, I was pretty sure it was in, but we just happened to not see it last game.
It just seems so good against like one of the few ways that like the Jeskai deck can actually Saga, and then like even if you can get rid of the board presence and the 2 tokens, so that you can like maybe attack through with the big Knight or the Reliquary or something like that. So okay.
So probably getting a Wasteland here.
Interesting.
But it comes to play tap, so
Flagstones. Oh. Okay. So maybe this is going to be like the Field of the Dead plan then?
Ooh, yeah, let's do it. Well, you also like have this Dark Depths in your hand, so like you get to make your land drops and start doing stuff.
Whoa, and Cradle is a big draw too.
You can't call that Cradle. There's other cradles
What?
and
Oh, what do you mean?
legacy.
Oh, okay, fine. I guess that is true. Um.
It looks like the hand cam might have frozen for Danny. They like
Uh.
definitely just collect, or they definitely just collect the Yabimai.
Oh yeah, yeah, right. You're right. Well, okay. I don't know. Okay, I think it got updated. Very nice.
Nice.
So here, Elvish
Field,
Reclaimer.
field, field, field.
Do it to it, blue mages beware. Blue mages
Oh,
beware.
goodbye. But we get to stage the other field. Like, wait, no, come back. Stay. No. Oh wait.
You're
Sorry,
evil,
sorry.
dude.
No, it's fine. The thespian stage just turned off. I forgot.
Okay.
It's okay. Nothing, paying a bunch of 3 mana for won't solve.
Okay.
All right, Ragavan, game's over. Card's too good, worth too much.
Lol. I mean, Ragavan is technically one way to get around choke, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
But you know.
All right, so Danny's choosing to unlock the thespian stage. We technically could have dazed here to delay dying by a turn, but probably just use the writing on the wall.
Okay, I'm in the middle of setting up the next run, the next match now, so we'll see where this is and what we're doing, and
Yeah, so Danny moves on to whatever his record is.
I think yeah, he's 3-0 now, which is pretty
Okay.
incredible. Yeah.
Well, so keep in mind this is a double elimination tournament, so
True.
Max fans out there, you don't have to worry. You can still win the whole tournament, and yeah, good work for Danny. So the next match has to be Selesnya Deaths against something else. Just
No,
following the time since
I
the
don't know
beginning
if I
of the
can. I don't know if I
broadcast.
could guarantee that one. Looks like actually got the cams going up here, so we're gonna have to take a minute just to evaluate. But the matchup is gonna be. Oh, perfect. This one is this. Okay, I intentionally chose this one for sure then because it's the Miracles Mirror. So everybody put your nightcaps on. It's time to go to bed here for some Resident Sleeper action. But it's actually two really good pilots. We've got Matthew Voke playing Bat Miracles, and then on the other side we've got Bruno Guerra also playing Miracles. And these are actually, Matthew was always a 4-color lone player. And then lately, I think like after the pandemic, sort of just evolved into like a much more robust player playing like all sorts of decks. I think Matthew has like played this sort of stuff like to begin with, anyways. Let's just take a look at the games. The hands are not completely fixed yet, but I like some gameplay is better than no gameplay here. So let's take a look.
They're both hell bent.
Yeah.
So it looks like Matt has just activated Sylvan Library up to the 7 cards, put 2 back
Okay.
at the 4 life. So probably paid 8 a few times. Meanwhile, Bruno has 3 cards in hand, but looking at this board state, still like kind of interesting until this prismatic ending comes down and gets rid of the Uro. So we can start some beatdown plan, but still need to be cognizant of life total. Maybe there's a Quaddle that might come out on the end step or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But still able to just push your advantage with Jace the Mind Sculptor.
Okay.
Do we know what game this is?
I actually think this is the pre-board game. So the way I'm doing it right now, I'm sort of just like cheating a little bit here, but I'm telling the second feature match to start a little bit later. So I don't think it's actually game 3. The totals will be updated in a minute. I have no idea what it is. I'm gonna ask.
That's fine. Yeah.
Um,
So chat asks, why does Miracles play Abundant Growth? So
nice.
So like, yeah, like obviously it's some sort of like relic from Astrolabe. Like why wouldn't it have existed sooner? But it allows you to play cards like Mystic Sanctuary. You can splash like easier in your deck. You have some tougher mana requirements with Uro.
And sometimes you may even want to just splash a 3rd color, like play Pyroblast in the sideboard.
Or a 4th color.
Sometimes you may want to splash a 4th color, like Pyroblast for cards like Pyroblast in the sideboard.
Or a 5th color. What if you need to like EE or like Prismatic Ending for 5 or something?
That is actually one of the real reasons I would play Abundant Growth X4 is because Prismatic Ending on 4, it's so good. It feels so good to be able to like just like serve justice to a Karn the Great Creator that, has just like terrorized me forever and ever and ever. And so, oh wow, speaking of, okay, this is actually kind of crazy. So we can plow the Uro on this board state. We have triple forcible, but that means that Jace
We
is...
still lose. Yeah, we still lose Jace.
Yeah, and Jace is probably more important than anything else here. Just having all these forcibles is like so unfortunate right now.
Yeah, like you're already behind on the board, so it doesn't really matter what's in the hand, and Matt's kind of just gonna get you with like quantity of cards, and I'm sure two for one yourself isn't really gonna help. But Uro drawing an extra card every turn, the library helping some brainstorm action, Jace having some brainstorm action. It's tough. I mean, it's maybe not too early to call it, but could be. I mean,
Okay. So I will say one thing. You may notice the round timers, so you may be like, oh, I wonder what game this is. It's actually game one. So we just got here in the nick of time to watch a lot of dirty control magic here. And one thing I will say is that Voke is currently triple queuing, which is... I gotta respect the players that could... Have you ever triple queued before?
Yeah, I've quad queued before when I was in college.
What the... How do you...
That's what... Like people in the era of, like, 2010 to, like, 2013 Moto, like, know me because I was just, like, playing too much Magic.
That's insane.
But I can't anymore. I've tried, like, triple queuing and, like, even duo queuing some decks, and I'm just too old now. I can't do it.
Dang. Yeah, it makes me wonder about, like, poker hands and things like that. Oh, I should probably pull up the deck list just in case...
In poker, you're folding so often.
No, then you don't have to think about things a lot, yeah.
Yeah. So like it makes sense in poker. In like games like Magic, I think it's actively a little bit harder. Like you need to try to piece back together like the flow of the game and see what you can like deduce about like opponents' hands and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I always have respect for people multi-queuing. I have, some sympathy for like the opponents and stuff, because it's tough. Like it is true that's a chess clock, but they are gaining a tangible advantage by inherently you making less than optimal plays because you have a lower clock. But
yeah,
it's what it is. It's the world we live in.
I mean, I do think it's kind of cool to... I mean, like, so in this situation, I guess the game is somewhat wrapped up here. Jace just going down finally. Endurance, Uro. Yeah, I mean, this is like going through the motions here. You see it for what it's worth here. But the conversation here about like multi-queuing. I feel like I've been in that tense situation before where people are like, don't duo queue. The reason I don't duo queue is because I physically can't. Like I'm too focused on chat sometimes, and then I'm also too focused on like playing, and then like I time out enough as is already, okay? I don't need something else to like get in the way of it. So oh yeah, check this out. This is... Yeah, I respect this though, right? Like force into force to protect a brainstorm that might be able to draw into something like what, Terminus? Yeah. Okay, yeah, and then just
play all your cards.
Yeah. Okay, so I hope this works. Deck tap block? No? Oh, my bad. It's because we're in studio mode. That's why.
Whoa.
Now it's going to work. There we go. Cha-ching. So this is Bruno's deck list here, and you'll notice... Wow, it's only 3 colors. Okay.
Yeah, you're giving me the rundown for a change.
Ah, there we go. Okay, so, I mean, Miracles, I think we already know this deck. Everybody knows this deck. We've played this deck, like, since Countertop was legal. Now it's not legal. But this is your typical control deck in Legacy where you've got the Cantrip Cartel, but really what you're doing is trying to stall the game long enough to get to your Terminuses and then resolve your Jaces, and then finally entreat the Angel somewhere along the lines. You've got a couple Planeswalkers and Uro to get up there along the way. What's interesting to me about this deck is the number of Uros, Endurances, and Icewing Quaddles. Kind of on the lower end of things here, but making space instead for cards like Abundant Growth, Teferi, and Narset. And in the sideboard, I don't know, interesting. Yeah, we've got like a couple Flusterstorms, Carpet of Flowers. Those are going to be pretty interesting in this matchup. Anything else that catches your mind?
So just like the basic shell of Miracles since like the beginning of time, I always just have like this huge like respect for the amount of cards that say draw a card, and then you just play like your bullets here, like the Hull Breacher. It's like, or like Narset, you just constantly have to be playing around this because it's just so easy for a Miracles player to like get it. And it just like promotes a lot of decision making that allows you to like leverage like divergent paths pretty well. I think the Sevens Reclamation is probably like the most interesting card.
I like that card a lot. That's a card that speaks to me. Renin 6 and Sevens Reclamation was a duo that I really enjoyed playing when it was legal, because you could just 3 mana get 2 permanents back, and then I lovingly called the deck Renin 7, and then they actually printed a Renin 7. So I need to get my copyright infringement stuff get prepared so I can But I don't know.
I'd back you up on that.
Hey, there we go. But yeah, I don't know. So I think Sevens Reclamation can be excellent in this matchup. That's a pretty powerful card as well. And it looks like the game is actually going to start here. So before I can say anything else that'll make me look sillier, I guess we'll just dive right into it. And yep, Hands will be
And
adjusted in just a sec.
yeah, it looks like Matt mulled to 0, no cards in hand, so pretty easy game for Bruno. Uh, so I saw Carpet there, so Carpet Flower's really good in this matchup. I imagine both players brought it in,
Mm-hmm.
but leading on a Tundra maybe didn't have the source for it or wanted to be able to protect it from a Prismatic Ending. Bruno here actually starting with the Snow Cover Forest, so like instead of the Tropical Island, so maybe paying some respect to that. If you draw an Abundant Growth, you rather play the Abundant Growth on the Snow-Covered Forest, and then if you draw a fetch land, you would play that instead of your trap. So just like basic sequencing things, like there's so many decisions to make in Legacy, and I feel like if you want to get better at the game, you should just be watching and kind of like critical of every single like land drop decision that's being made, and
It
you'll have a lot to
matters.
learn.
It matters a
Yeah.
lot. Yeah, you're right.
And it's like tiny edges. It doesn't happen every match that like playing the snow-covered forest there instead of the tropical island matters, but it will. It will sometimes.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and refresh this real quick here. But yeah, I think also the impact of Carpeted Flowers, like in this matchup, is it's important just because this matchup seems to be dictated by like tempo, board state, things like that.
Hmm.
Unlike what control used to be, which was just like fighting on the stack. I feel like what you really want to do is like power out your cards like Teferi, Narset, Jason, Uro, generate the advantage, and then use that advantage to snowball over. Whereas before, you'd just be like sitting back on something like Predict or whatever, and like Red Blast, and you'd like wait. And the hands are going to refresh in just a second as well here. I think they just like locked on something here, but seems pretty solid here. The way this one is playing out here, you've got the Hold Reacher open now, and double force to even protect it as well, which is pretty good. So
Yeah, so I think what you mentioned is kind of just like a movement in like Wizards design where like a lot of fighting tends to be more with like permanents, like the permanents are more like what's interesting. So whereas in the past, like if someone played Cavern of Souls and then like Vendilion Click, then it's just like a huge game changer. Meanwhile here it's just like, oh, I just keep on jamming these threats, but they all need different types of answers. So sometimes some of them are going to get Force of Willed
by
and
the way,
like
it's happening.
Smack
It's
Ending.
happening.
Yeah.
It's happening. Are we living the dream here? I can't tell what Vogue's hand is because it hasn't refreshed yet, but that's double force in response to a brainstorm on the Hold Breacher and a Swords to Plowshares. We're going all in on this. So, okay, is it refreshing now? No, it's not refreshing now. Is it refreshing now? Come on, Twitch Magic. There we go. And that's unfortunate, dude. Oh my goodness. But
I mean,
actually,
wait. So the question was, did you actually? Oh, no, never mind. I was gonna say, do you actually want to draw those two cards? Because I was saying you could force it, but it was our turn, so we can't force.
exactly, yeah, that's the downside to
Brainstorm
force
here.
negation here, which is part of the reason why. Ooh, that's exciting.
Mhm.
Prismatic Ending on Carpet of Flowers to basically take off everything here, and yeah, Bruno's gonna take this game here. So we're gonna go into a game 3 here, and 10 minutes on the clock here from the other side. We
Oh
can see.
wow, the ultimate card advantage. The game being over.
Yeah.
Bruno
Wait a
just
minute.
drew
Wait,
4
what?
cards
Well,
there.
hold up. No, don't teach the kids that. All right, so let's take a look once again at Bruno's deck, and I'm going to pull up Vogue's deck in the meantime. But I didn't actually get to talk about some of the cards that would be citing in. So you did talk
Yeah,
about
let's hear it.
Seven's Reclamation. There is another copy of Prismatic Ending. I think that's the third copy. Is there anything else you
Yep.
like?
Probably Flusters.
Okay.
So it's not good against the Planeswalkers or some of the creatures, but if you're gonna get into like stacks like that, I think you can fluster people, and you're probably gonna carpet some people too.
Okay. Yeah, I think Flusterstorm in this matchup is also like it used to be really good too, but then like switching over from like since things are now much more permanent based, Flusterstorm I think is also just like fallen off the radar here. Really quickly, I'm gonna take a look at Vogue's deck and see if this looks any different, and it does. I see 2 copies of Dress Down. That's a pretty interesting take. So already there's a difference. What
Mm-hmm.
else?
2 Terminus, no Entreat. You don't have the random Hole Breacher. Instead, you have like higher numbers of cards that you already have, so like 3 Endurance and 2 just Mind Sculptor. And then no Abundant Growth. Instead, playing like you said, Dress Down, which for some reason is in another language here. Um, and then yeah, as we mentioned about the sideboard, Carpet Flowers. You could bring the last Prismatic Ending. Probably, I think Endurance is probably fine in this matchup, right? It's like a flash threat, and you can like stop arrows if they like
Yeah.
develop and aren't able to escape it right away.
For sure, for sure. I actually really do like dress down in this matchup. So like it's kind of weird, but a lot of the advantage, since it is permanent based again, and also creature based with Uro, Endurance, and Icewind Coatl, having something like dress down that cycles to like turn that off is kind of a big deal.
Yeah,
And then you like, because imagine like, would you ever pay 2 mana for a 1/1 in Legacy that has no ETB trigger? Probably not, right?
right.
And so dress down does help enable that in some capacity, but then also the synergy acting as like a pseudo stifle for Uro could be relevant in certain situations. And then yeah, I mean those are the big takeaways for me here. I mean maybe
Yeah, yeah, and like the cost is very low. Like, just to give away some of my tech, in Pioneer, I've been trying to play Nimble Obstructionist that we can counter other people's Shark Typhoons.
ooh,
So
okay.
you both draw a card because you both cycled, but then you like stop the shark from being made. So it's like kind of similar. Like the cost is very low because you can cycle this anyways, or you could get some beatdown on, but like you can still like stop something in a very like specific way, and it's just like the power of playing like cantrips and very flexible cards.
Okay.
And like it's okay to have some situationally like type of cards because you're playing all these forces. Like if it's blue, it gets like a huge thumbs up for that.
Yeah. Looks like we have a mulligan down to 1 again here. From no, I'm just kidding here. Hands are gonna get set up in just a second here, but
Hands
vote.
look good actually.
Yeah, there's one card that might be cut off of Bruno's hand here. You can see it on the side. I think it's a land of some sort, but otherwise this looks very good here. Veil of Summer, Abundant Growth, and then some payoff into Fairy. Maybe Icewind Coatl. On the other side, Force of Negation and Jason the Mind Sculptor. Amazing cards. So we'll see what pops off here in just a second here. Yeah, Misty Rainforest was the card. And I think it's going to draw into...
So like another minor thing that's like
Yeah.
cool about playing Abundant Growth is like you can use Teferi Time Raveler to draw
Mm.
2 cards.
Yeah, Teferi really does enjoy even like back in the day, like people were playing like Yorion alongside Abundant Growth, and that was kind of cool too. Nowadays, that card has suddenly become a different kind of control card, if you will. But in these sort of decks,
Really your favorite type of control card, right?
I will not make a comment on that statement.
One people can see on the stream
um,
regularly.
Yeah, for the low price of 500,000 channel points. But looks like this game is going to go fine, I guess, both ways. I'm going to reset Vogue's hand here, but, this might be a more classic Drago hand here with Force Teferi and Veil of Summer. That is an iconic combination of cards here, the Veil of Summer and the Teferi, because there's no Pyroblast, which means you have to force the Teferi to get rid of it. But I guess things can change. Prismatic Ending is also kind of a sweet card.
Right. So it's kind of interesting how this game's like going to develop. It's like even just the land sequencing. So Bruno choosing to get a snow-covered land there because you need the threshold of snow permanence for Ice-Fang Quaddles to be able to trade with things, like if it's going to trade with an Endurance or something like that. But then you're like one more blue source away from getting your Mystic Sanctuary and putting something on top. But is that even like what the game's about? So we see an Uro there just Matt still developing and applying a little bit of pressure with this Quaddle, but we see that the Quaddles can eventually trade. So
Yeah.
still, like you mentioned, just basic land go type of game.
I mean, I remember back in the day when like Baleful Strix was the bee's knees, and like playing control against like playing like blue eye red control against like Grixis control, you always had to worry about the damage that would add up from the Baleful Strixen, and it's so nice to have a 1/1 flash blocker for that stuff now that you don't really mind losing. Love me some Icewind Coatl here. Okay, so what's interesting here is just noticing that Bruno's kind of playing the game slowly, sort of understanding that Teferi plus Veil of Summer is the way to get out of this. And then once the Teferi is in play, I think it's going to be really, really awesome. Actually, I wonder if even we were supposed to trade with the Icewind Coatl to have a clear board for the Teferi on this next following turn.
Yeah, but like maybe you don't want to spend like your Force of Will or something in a certain way. Like maybe leaving up the mana for Brainstorm's just like paying 1 life and then seeing that, oh, you skipped a land drop, so I should factor that in and stuff like that. So it's hard to quantify exactly like how much that 1 point of life is worth. Like if you're dying going to 0 versus -1 versus like the actual information that could be gained. So I respect it. I think it's fine.
Yeah. Okay, all right. So this is fine so far. Okay, interesting now. Wow. Tapping mana for Uro here instead of just jamming the Teferi.
Yes.
I
Maybe trying to induce an endurance or something like that.
okay, well, Swords to
Or,
Plowshares is not too
so,
bad.
so that's good. So if I were Bruno, unless if I'm very, very comfortable with this matchup, I would actually bring up the deck list here and say you skipped a land drop
Mm,
and also don't have endurance in your hand, or you're not willing to like try to play endurance here.
yeah,
So it's like, what is actually in your hand that's like causing these things to happen?
true.
Of which nothing matters anymore because your opponent played Brainstorm.
um,
Um,
okay. All right, so Vogue's hand is going to be blipping in and out here. I'll be real with you. That's just sometimes is what it is. But we can watch from Bruno's side and get a good idea of where we're going here. So, looks like
Two forces, Jason Ponder.
that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I wouldn't mind
Yeah.
that. Plus, there's a Carpet of Flowers in play. So, realistically speaking, I mean, 1, 2. You only generate 2 mana, so you could have 6 mana here off of the Carpet of Flowers and the Jace, which
Yeah,
is.
I like jamming the Jace here.
Hmm. But there's just no shot that this Jace is ever resolving between double Force of Will and then Brainstorm, sorry, and Veil of Summer and
Hmm.
oh yeah, check it out. It's gonna happen. Kids, close
Yeah.
your eyes. You don't want to see. You don't want to be a part of this. Oh man. Oh no, Bruno,
Think about the
no.
children.
He's got a family, Bruno. Kids to feed. Don't do it like. Oh, okay. And yeah, there's Veil of Summer. Veil of Summer is just something else, man. When that card got printed, I remember how everyone was just like, Veil of Summer, bleh, like got banned in Pioneer, so I stopped playing Pioneer. And then nowadays, I feel like Veil of Summer is like not even close to being a problem. You know what I mean? With like all these other things that we have to deal with, which is, I guess, one way to answer a card, huh?
Yeah. So this game's becoming increasingly hard for Matt. So now he won't even be able to play as Uro. So that's actually something that's interesting. There were enough cards in the graveyard to be able to play Uro instead of playing Jason Mind Sculptor.
Mm,
So maybe could have leveraged that and maybe been able to go for Jason Mind Sculptor the next turn.
okay.
Um, but as it stands now, Bruno's just trying to figure out how to end this game in the most efficient way possible. Having Force of Will definitely helps, and
Yeah.
if you could just stick the Teferi Time Rattler next turn, then time just starts unraveling. It's hard.
Dude, Endurance is just so crazy good. Like, I think this card is just it's incredible. Like the fact that it just got rid of Uro, but is also a 3/4 that like blocks everything profitably. Like in this matchup, maybe it's not as good, but still like being able to shut down the Uro while also presenting a threat for planeswalkers and things like that is kind of freaking cool. I'm not gonna lie here.
Yeah, and it kind of helps in the control matchups, especially post board when you're trimming a little bit on removal, where it's just like kind
Yeah,
of has that like vanilling click effect or whatever, where it's just like 3 power is kind of a lot for 3 mana to just be able to flash in on an end step. And it's like if you address this on your end step, then I can just untap and play a planeswalker. So it promotes really good gameplay and like it prevents you from milling, and it just has incidental things against like Reanimator and Delver and whatever, just
yeah.
everything.
Honestly, I said this about Murktide Region too, but this is up there. This is gonna be a timeless card, at least for Legacy. I don't know how much play it sees in like Modern, for example.
It sees playing like the Elementals deck, I think.
Okay, yeah, that deck is sweet, by the way. I should play that sometime. Louis, you're asking if I'm going to play the winning list on a stream. Fine, I will play the winning list on a stream. So if you're playing D&T, you need to drop right now. Judge, no, I'm kidding. But getting an update on the board state here. What's so crazy, just like so crazy to me, is that Bruno has not played this Teferi for so many turns here. You know what I mean? I feel like that's a card I would have slammed like a while ago, and the fact that Bruno is like showing this kind of discipline to like not put it into play here, saying, hey, I'd rather just keep up my counters. I've got control of the board. I've got control of the game. Let's just play it slow. We don't need to rush. I,
Yep.
I love it. That's the kind of like, I just like slower games when it comes to control. I don't like the slammy jammy. I like this. This makes me happy.
Yeah, I ran into a similar problem. I'm known for playing Jeskai Modern, I guess of years past and stuff, and there'd be tons of times where I have like Celestial Colonnade and like 8 lands, and I'm still just like not attacking my Colonnade, even if I have a Logic Knot in my hand, because I
Mm,
want to leave up Snap Cryptic also. It's just like I know that like I'm opening up some outs and stuff, and here Bruno kind of has the same approach. It's like if I leave up Force of Negation plus Force of Will, can I actually lose? Versus if I play Teferi, we have a little battle where I play my Force of Will, then they just untap and do something. Maybe I can lose.
Interesting stuff here. Okay, so it looks like the hand is frozen on the bottom. I might just give up on Vogue's hand for now. It's totally fine. I think we can get an idea of what's going. That might be like an interesting sub game too, which is like figure out what's in Vogue's hand based on this. Like what is it? The perspective gaming. That's what I like to call it here. But
Probably prismatic ending.
Okay, you know what? There probably is a prismatic ending left in the hand here. Oh, but finally Teferi comes down. It was in the hand since turn 4. It is now turn 8. And this is when Bruno says, all right, I'm ready to do it. I'm ready to play Teferi, bounce my Ice-Fang Coatl, draw a card, recast the Ice-Fang Coatl, and then just, generate so much advantage here. Now, I will mention one thing that I actually didn't say earlier is that these players both have one loss. So whoever loses here is actually going to get knocked out of the tournament.
How does that feel about your prospects of playing the winning list?
I really wish I hadn't said that because now I suddenly feel
here,
really bad. Yeah. Oh man. Okay.
So I think the reason why Bruno waited that long to play the Teferi Time Raveler was because they ended up with enough blue cards to be able to potentially like fight back in a way that they felt like was fine, or maybe just the pacing of the game ended up in a certain way. So like it's hard to say. Like there's a lot of factors that can go into like what makes now the good time to do something.
True. Okay, so not much else is happening here. I mean, this is like pretty slow pace. Once Teferi's in play though, like I just feel like you lose access to so much in this matchup, like whether it's Swords to Plowshares or interacting with Jason Mind Sculptor or just like everything. And so that's why I was really surprised to not see Teferi come down like much sooner, because if it does resolve, it just completely changes the game. But maybe also there are cards in the sideboard that Bruno was playing around. And yeah.
Exactly.
Cool.
How do you feel about just Mind Sculptor being off center?
Well, as soon as the first time I saw that, I could never unsee it, and it's just broken me. It shattered me as a player. I don't know what to do about that anymore.
Yeah, I'll just be Jason Mind Sculptor.
No!
I'll just be here and act like everything's normal.
Somebody save me from this madman. Oh my god. But yeah, okay, so that's gonna wrap it up for this round. Looks like all the matches are in, so I'm gonna go ahead and set up. Oh wow. Okay, this is super awesome. I'm gonna go ahead and set up the next round now. So we'll see you guys in just a little bit. Okay, so it looks like Bruno's saying he's afraid of prismatic ending, so that's what was interesting.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, and you like give up a lot of equity if you have to play both forces on it.
Yeah, cool. All right, so in about 10 minutes or so, we'll be back here. Go grab some popcorn, go grab some drinks, go grab your favorite brainstorm or other card. Maybe your favorite Pokemon too. We'll catch you guys in a little bit. We'll see you soon.
Light as a feather when I'm floating through, reading through the daily news, measuring the hurt within the golden rule. Centimeters of ether, I'm heating the speaker. Motivational teacher with words that burn people. Singing the headlines, line with discord. It's either genocide or the planet in uproar. Never good. The rules in paradise are never nice. The best laid plans of mice and men are never crush a cold to a diamond, eyes forever shining. Your beauty alone inspire a nigga to rhyming. Thinking of the better things in life, thinking of how I could persuade you to become my wife. Hand in hand as we floating over tropical sands. You my lady, I'm your man, so let's further advance to the next scene. Me sleeping next to you, resting. You're the personification of all God's blessings. Coming to me in just one physical being, one physical dream that I want to redeem. Yo, voluptuous, sweet caramel, brown honeydew, satin skin smooth to the touch. What a nigga do, so sensual. Her smile like a chemical extract of perfection, rare mineral. She smell like a happy birthday on a Thursday. Quiet time, love, sleep in, awake early. Honey brown with the long black hair, teasing me with a kiss and a stare. Slight touch and you taking me there. So fine and it just ain't fair. So beautiful and so damn rare. She's angelic and energetic, using sex as a weapon. I reckon that I confess in the body is just a blessing from God down to earth. She needs to be in the church to prove we didn't spawn from fish, but God's work hurts to see her glow, cause her body beholds secrets untold, value like platinum and gold. But she is the key to open my mind and see the energy that radiates from the gates of heavenly bliss. I reminisce over touching a kiss while you fucking the bitch. I go to make none of my miss. Never scandalous, it's unanimous. After you were handled it, lights off and candlelit rooms are glamorous. So I call you love sexual, you look edible. Parallel, snuggle up close, intellectual. In a rendezvous, who was you a rap hairdo? No makeup, a jean shorts, open toe shoe. I wanna hold you, mold your soul, I will hold you, know you better than myself, never own you, but keep you, never leave you, I beseech you. God's gift to man is you wearing a see-through, riding sea dunes in Atlantic Ocean, causing commotion. Lay you down, going through the motions. Keep the skin soft lotions, got me coasting. Down pretty round brown thighs again, a slow lady brown with the long black hair. Teasing me with the kiss and the stare. Slight touch and you're taking me there. So fine and it just ain't fair. So beautiful and so damn rare. Yo. Look at this agreeable, delightful, delectable, unforgettable, so sweet she may be edible. She needs a pedestal to step out of heaven. You ready, boo? Never hypothetical, you facts. Fuck theatrical, baby girl, because you actual. Physically, your chemistry is so mathematical. How to use academics to define your spirit. You lifted my limits, your name off on my tongue is a lyric. She's a compilation of my mind's representation of a representative, representing an excellent revelation of time and dedication. Never impatient, she know the deal. Herself to me, so I can see her heavenly ways and heavenly gaze. And plus, it don't hurt that she hasn't asked for days. Okay, so as we lay, I reminisce on the day that we met. Please, God, never let me forget.
yeah. What was that, the
Yo.
double transition?
No, I actually pressed the wrong button, so we were actually about to go into another scene that I didn't want people to be in, and it was going to be extremely embarrassing, so I'm really glad that I was able to dodge that. That being said, we're here for the next round. Round 4, we're going to see some 3-0 brackets. Is there any matchup in particular that you wanted to watch?
Just some good magic. So if you choose one that has bad magic, then I'm blaming
Oh
you.
my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, let's take a look at the first deck list. You may or may not have seen this one before. This is an homage to an older time here, and this is actually
Selesnya Depths.
it is not Selesnya Depths. No, it is Eldrazi Stompy, and this is kind of
yeah.
a sweet take. Check it out.
Yeah, get me some Glow Rider. That's what it's called, right? Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, so Eldrazi Stompy. So the basic Stompy shell, I think might have started with Sea Stompy back in the day when you could play Sea Drake with 1 land and you wouldn't have to bounce any of them. So the basic shell stays the same where you're playing all these soul lands, but instead of doing like sneak and show type of things or bigger things where you cheat out the mana, you focus more on creatures that you're accelerating out, and we see like pretty good amount of ways to get 2 mana on turn 1. So you have cards like Ancient Tomb, City of Traders, even the 1 Eldrazi Temple, and then what the Eldrazi Stompy, and specifically with white here, gets to do is, yeah, it gets to play turn 1 Chalice of the Void, which locks down like most of the format, and then you have cards like Thalia and Glow Rider, which are taxing. So kind of doing that D&T sort of thing, but in a more unfair way. Whereas I think D&T tries to be a little bit like just fair enough, but you're not allowed to exactly do what you want. We see some more recent inclusions in the Archon of Emeria and Solitude. And I think Solitude's actually a huge pickup. So you can't actually play Swords to Plowshares in your Chalice of the Void deck. So if you don't get Wasteland, you get Dark Depths, or just maybe you get beat down by some Delver plan. Well, it's going to be a lot harder for them when instead of just like being able to be like, oh yeah, you're off mana a little, I'm going to daze you and all this stuff. It's like, land for the turn Solitude. And it's just like, well, if I don't have a force, and what the Eldrazi Stompy decks try to do is they're just very dense. They try to be doing, each card is meant to be like, this card's good enough that you have to force this or daze it. And by perpetuating this sort of game plan, you have more powerful top decks. So it's kind of like, if you're not going to be playing blue, you got to be doing something really good. And a card that I think, depending on what the other deck is, which I actually don't know yet, so I'm just saying this in the dark, but Cavern of Souls can be a really huge player. So naming Eldrazi, you're able to play this like displacer that then gets to maybe like protect your other creatures, or you get to Thought-Knot Seer. Or you can even name human, because both of the Thalias and maybe Glow Riders also errata to human and stuff like that. So
Well,
I'm really excited.
I feel like because you told me that we had a pattern, I just did it. And so here we are.
Oh yeah. Oh, well, you chose the same deck, but I'm still happy. I wonder how many Eldrazi Stompies are left after this.
That's what so I saw Eldrazi Stompy, and I haven't really seen Eldrazi in a long time. So I was just like, oh, okay, you know what? Let's just capture this in its peak moment, because like it's a deck that I haven't seen in a while, and it could potentially be good. I have no idea. But we're playing against Danny Batterman again on Selesnya Depths. Since we've already seen this deck list before, I'm not gonna make you tell me about everything that's going on here. But what I do want to know is how the matchup plays out. What you have thoughts about?
Jeez. So, I mean, this is true with like everything in Legacy, but play draw is going to matter. So, if you can sneak an Elvish Reclaimer under a Chalice, then it's very different. So I think a lot of the interplay will come from how, I say the word mature, but that's not exactly what I mean. Just like how much restraint or like thoughtfulness the Eldrazi player takes in terms of their mulligans, depending on if they're on the player draw. Like the fact that turn 1 Chalice might not even be good enough or ideal on the draw, or like the overall like texture of the hand. Like maybe your Thalia 3s are more important or something like that. And then on Danny's side, I think it's important to just make sure that you're able to maybe like take advantage of neither the Reliquary. There's not the most amount of ways to be able to address neither the Reliquary or Reclaimer if it resolves. Is really just the Solitude.
Yeah.
And you might see a little bit more aggressive play of crop rotation. Like, okay, I have this Flagstones of Trocaire out, I'm just going to crop rotate as soon as possible, because you're going to get down like Thalia 2 or Thorn or a Glow Rider or something, and I'm just going to use my mana every turn. You might see Mox Diamonds come out faster. So there's a lot on Danny to try and play around the range that the Eldrazi Stompy player can have.
All right, well, check it out. We got our first set of opening hands here, and wow, looks like a banger here from Lee's side. We got Double Petal, Ancient Tomb, Chalice, and Chalice. That's kind of, that's kind of something.
Yeah, I think it allows you to Chalice. I wonder what happens if you like Chalice on 1, Chalice on 3. Like, does that like almost KO? Like, a huge thing that throws a wrench into all the Chalice plans is actually Green Sun Zenith.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. That card can fetch up. It can go in any direction you want, so you can pay X equals like 10 and then get like a Dryad Arbor if you really wanted to. And then...
have you done that before? X equals 10 and gotten a Dryad Arbor?
I disclosed no stories. My lawyer made me sign an NDA. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, this is. I've always felt that Chalice is not very good against like the non-blue decks because of things like you're mentioning, like the diverse curve, and then like cards like Green Sun Zenith and things like that. And it's kind of interesting here to just see. We'll see how it plays out here as double Lotus Petal going to be moving. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so Chalice on 0.
So we're going 0 and 1. Interesting.
I agree.
So what 0 drops exist?
Mox Diamond?
Okay.
Which is...
I respect it.
Yeah. I think this goes back to what you were saying about how just like play draw does matter. One of the ways that the green-white deck can sort of subvert that is by playing cards like Mox Diamond to sort of steal the play, be a little bit more aggressive, turn 2, put a 3-drop into play thing. So I can sort of see how, Lee being cautious here is I'm actually kind of about it the more I think about it. Like the second Chalice on 1 is not going to do much, right?
Yeah, I was just thinking 2 or 3 could be good, but the problem is like 3 locks out your own 3s, like you don't have Cavern. Maybe if you had Cavern in your hand, you would be able to do something else.
Yeah.
And then 2 locks your like Thalias. So I think just trying to be on this like, I think my average draw ends up being like this, and I just need to slow you enough such that if I draw a card like Reality Smasher or Thanatos here, I'm able to kill you in a very efficient fashion.
Yeah, and this is kind of crazy, actually. Archon of Amarion, one of the more busted hate bears that's been printed, but it's also 3 mana, is going to be very good, right?
Wait, did you see that? So
yeah,
what happened was that the mouse went on like Stage and then Sylvan Library, so I think maybe some of the newer cards might not be as familiar with it. Like if it was Thalia maybe, but yeah, just maybe looking over that. But if Danny was aware of like how that was going down, it could have been possible that maybe like a Flagstones into a like crop rotation or something might have been a little bit more desirable. Like to cycle the Flagstones into like a Savannah or something like that.
Yeah.
But or just a deck then, like I'm not really sure, but because the crop rotation would be countered. But here we get to see a Green Sun for 1 to probably get Reclaimer.
Okay, yeah, and and you don't really care about Chalice on this exact specific situation, but right. Sylvan Safekeeper.
Okay, cool.
ETB tapped.
So it's because of Thalia, Thalia 3, and then it's for Solitude that you want to get the Sylvan Safekeeper. So fun fact, well, does Solitude say opponent, or can you swords your own things?
I think you can target your own things, but you can't target Solitude.
Okay, so like in theory, if you place, is Solitude May?
I think so.
Here, do we have
it's 5 mana. It's probably a May, or maybe they got rid of the May by making it targeting only other creatures. I'll let you do the hard work for this one.
Yeah. So because you could run into this funny dance where Danny can just make all their things have Shroud in response, and then your own thing has to get plowed.
Oh, okay. That's a lot of lands you'd have to sack, though. But, I mean, given this board state, Knight of the Reliquary, there's a Flagstones of Trocaire, so it's not actually all that bad. By the way, shout out to Lee, because let's keep in mind here, this opening hand had double Chalice of the Void and a bunch of mana sources, and after that, it was like kind of a set of banger draws, right? You had Archon into Thalia, into Solitude, and it's really helped keep up a lot of the pressure, because if even for a second it was relented, I feel like Danny would have been able to maybe get back into it with some of the cards in their hand.
Yeah, Chad told me it's up to 1, which is pretty much the same as May.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh, Reality Smasher. Okay,
that's actually extremely poggers. That do not watch the VOD for this match, Danny. Do not watch. You will not like the top decks that your opponent has had this game. Actually, you probably know half of these top decks anyway, given that your opponent is going from 0 to 1 card only. So this looks like a forced block here, and that might be it. That might just be the game. Because
Let's see.
even Merit Lodge
Yeah.
can't come get you back out of this one, right? There you go. Rewarded. Chalice on 0.
Yeah, I was just trying to think if there's like something really cute, but the problem is you have Thalia 3, so all your things enter tapped.
Yeah. Okay, wait a minute. So we're gonna go over here now, because as we go into the first post board game or whatnot,
Whoa.
I want to know. We're gonna look at it from Danny's side here. What?
Yeah.
I mean, it did not seem particularly close at all, and this is just typical Eldrazi action, right? Like I remember when Eldrazi first came out, it was like turn 1 Eldrazi Mimic, turn 1 Eldrazi Mimic, turn 1 Eldrazi Mimic. Oh, okay, turn 2 Thought Nazi attack you for 12. You know what I mean? Like crazy stuff like that, and it's good to see a return to aggression here with some pretty interesting tools. So how do you counter that stuff?
Yeah, so you have Rexage to answer the Chalice of the Void. Oof is probably too slow, but depending on open deck list, maybe there's some sort of artifact, like maybe there's like a Jete or something that you worry about for some reason, but I don't think we're going to be seeing the Oof. Force of Vigor could come in, but if it's only for Chalice, maybe being on the play is good enough such that you don't want Force of Vigor, but maybe we'll see it on the draw.
Okay.
Endurance's stats is like kind of decent at fighting like the Thalias, like the non-Eldrazi part of the deck. I think Endurance is fine against. And then we might see Glacial Chasm or Field of the Dead just swapping out some of the stuff.
Cool. So check it out from the other side here. The sideboard seems a little bit more towards combo, if you will, with all the Graveyard Hate, Canonists, 2 copies of Disenchants, 4 copies of Swords to Plowshares. So which of these 15 cards would you bring in, and what do you even cut in this matchup, I have to wonder?
Jeez. So I think it might also be just play draw dependent. Like maybe your chalices aren't as good on the draw, but you need something. I think Glow Rider's probably too slow in the draw, so we could see some Swords of Plowshares there.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of weird. You have the like Chalice Swords of Plowshares Nambo, but you do have a little bit of utility in your white cards now with Solitude, and you do want some sort of like critical mass. Fun fact, Eldrazi Displacer does not pitch to Solitude because it's devoid. So that's kind of funny.
Devoid? That's kind of... Actually, not... Is that really how that works? Even it's devoid even like in the hand?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's...
Oh, okay. Interesting
like
question.
Like a quality of the card or whatever.
Yeah, okay. All right. Interesting to know. I mean, I guess...
And like Thorm of Amethyst on the draw doesn't necessarily seem as good, but like maybe you could slow down a library.
Okay. So all things considered, then there are actually a number of cards that probably aren't that good in this matchup, and we can find space to bring some cards in here. So we'll see what Lee ends up doing here. We're gonna have to set up the camera just about now and looking at the hands. Okay, Danny's hand will come back in just a little bit, but how do you feel about Lee's hand?
Let's see. So I like it. You don't have to be as fast. So it kind of circles back to the point I was trying to make before that like it doesn't actually matter about mana efficiency. I think it matters more about like how the cards line up and the actual cards that you're playing. So this hand just having Swords and Solitude and just some lands is good enough. Like it's on Danny to present the threats, and the threats really come in the form of creatures and Sylvan Library, and you just have enough answers to a subset of those. But that's my philosophy. Lee here taking a slightly different stance, saying, okay, that is not good enough. One thing that hand was lacking was it wasn't very proactive, it was very reactive, something I like doing on the draw, but I do know that when people play these decks that mulligan very well, they do like to just try to be aggressive both on the play and draw and just try to, ride certain pieces of variance, and I definitely get it, especially, you have Chalice of the Void, you have cards that are just such bad top decks really trying to take advantage of the London Mulligan, so I definitely respect that from Lee.
Yeah. Looks like a mulligan down to 5 here from Lee, though, with the hand of Plains, Petal, Revoker, Chalice, Priest, Plow, and Emeria. On the other hand, Danny's kept to 7 here. Danny's very happy with this. I got a basic land. I got my Elvish Reclaimer, double Wasteland, so you can't play the game, and then even a Glacial Chasm, which I think is a card that is going to be pretty hard to beat outside of something like Wasteland.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like if you can set up Glacial Chasm with Running Up Excavator, that's like pretty decent. And if you have like some flagstones or something like that, you can like stay up on lands for a while. You can do the typical stage thing, like you can try to shuffle stages.
Yeah.
So just the same lands tricks you get to do here with the Glacial Chasm.
Okay. So turn one Elvish Reclaimer, that's going to be in play now. And I got to wonder here. I mean, let's see what the draw step is. A Displacer. Okay, well, that works with the Containment Priest, but right now we're just very bottlenecked on mana. Do you do it? Do you play Chalice or Revoker? Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I think playing Revoker makes sense. Because like they just get to crop rotation every turn if you don't play the Revoker on turn 1. This is going to be a tough game, but I do think just the way the hands are lining up, this could potentially be fine if Danny doesn't find a white source, kind of relying on that. So this singleton Revoker putting in some work on stopping the Reclaimer and also the second Reclaimer.
All right, so, yep, second Reclaimer in, first one coming into the red zone here. Drew a Karakas for the turn. So Lee still with the hot top decks today. From this point on, mana is going to be so important, but being able to flash in like a Containment Priest to block, like an attacking Elvish Reclaimer seems kind of huge here. There is a Wasteland in play, so I don't imagine the Karakas is going to be there for long. How do you feel about this Chalice of the Void? Because I have, I had certain thoughts about it.
So the Chalice is stopping crop rotation in both of your source of plowshares. I think if you believe that Danny might just be stuck on white, which is kind of reasonable. Like, I know it's easy for me to say in the booth, but I think it's reasonable given the flow of the game. You get to protect your Revoker this way, and then you get to say, hey, even if you draw the white source, this is not going to be doing it for you. You need to have more. You need to have your Rex Sage or be able to green Zenith for it if you want to actually play your Source of Plowshares. And so I think it's just understanding how the Eldrazi deck wins.
Okay. That's pretty interesting then. I did not think about it that way. I will be honest with you. I don't have a great resume in playing Chalice of the Void Stompy decks. I have very much so cast spells into my own Chalice of the Void, and I don't want to talk about it. But looks like the icing on the cake, the layer on this onion, whatever the phrase is. I'm just making stuff up here. It's not looking good here for Lee because your opponent's not really applying too much pressure, but they are slowly developing their board state. Now you can see it right here. There's the Dark Depths coming down, so a top deck that screen stage is super scary. And on the other side, you still have that one plains. You have nothing, and you can't even cast Source to Plowshares now. So
yeah, like even just the 11 turn clock of Dark Depths might just be enough. Like, but hitting Eldrazi Temple, the one of Eldrazi Temple.
Dang. Okay, wait, that's actually really good because now you can put a 3/3 into play. Are we actually gonna see? Is this gonna be crazy? Like Containment Priest next turn, and then we start activating the Displacer to just like get rid of all these. Okay, never mind. I forgot there's a Wasteland in play. Okay, well that answers that question.
I mean, it can still happen later. I mean, this still puts a little bit of a halt on the game. So it is interesting that you can Wasteland your own Wasteland to grow the Reclaimer, so you still get to shove here.
True. Okay.
Don't know if I love this if they're able to waste their own Wasteland.
Yeah, I don't think I think I just take the damage. Oh wow, didn't Wasteland the Wasteland.
I think that's also fine.
Fascinating. Okay. Mostly just saying, hey, I want to stop you from playing the game.
Right. Like if your hand has Thought-Knot Seer and Reality Smasher, I think I lose more often like that. I am maybe not surprised, but interested in whether or not we can attack with Dryad Arbor. Like, I think we might just sacrifice our Dryad Arbor, but...
Okay, let's go Containment Priest. That's the 1-2 combo. Can I get an Ancient Tomb off the top just like one time? Am I asking for too much here? Actually, now that I think about it, if we draw mana from this board state, I feel like we're extremely favored then, right? Because Swords to Plowshares on lockdown. I mean, this Elvish Reclaimer also on lockdown. Knight of the Reliquary finally can be cast, but the
Well, yeah, it's tough because if you just take it here, which you kind of have to, you go to 5, and if you draw Ancient Tomb, I think City of Traders is like where it's at.
Okay.
Because if it's Ancient Tomb, then you go to 3 to kill one of the Reclaimers, and like you're still not necessarily ahead. And we know that there's going to be a Knight of the Reliquary joining the fray, so it's going to be kind of a tall order here.
Okay, so you can sort of see here where there's a little bit of tension between the Swords to Plowshares and the Chalice of the Voids. Sort of locking down both players here when there's one of those situations where you actually need... Okay, here's a double block. How do you feel about that one?
I think you gotta do something. I think it's reasonable.
Yeah.
Like you kind of need your opponent to be on all air, and then it just makes like you have more time to be able to play the thought nuts here. Like you're playing towards like the stuff you know in your hand versus the stuff that you don't. Like yeah, in theory your opponent can have nothing. You draw Solitude, pitch the Source of Plowshares, and maybe you can get to like another version of parity. But like maybe he just felt like, or maybe Lee just felt like you're asking for too much by doing that.
Yeah, that sounds like it's like loaded with wisdom, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think I also agree with you here. Just like, I mean, this is sort of the hand that you were dealt here. When you mulligan down to 5, you're low on resources, and so if you don't draw exactly what you need in the form of like a couple extra lands here or there, then you're gonna force into situations where it turns down the line. You're chump blocking a 3/4 Elvish Reclaimer with a Containment Priest, and that certainly doesn't feel bad. Just like drawing another Swords to Plowshares here with Chalice of the Void. So maybe Lee kicking himself a little bit here. I wonder if this is going to impact sideboarding a little bit when you see this sort of like non-bow of cards here, or maybe you stay persistent and board the same way.
Well, I do think the texture of being on the play is just very different. Like on the draw, like which is why, from my standpoint, keeping the first hand was fine because on the draw, I think you're supposed to be the control and just like care about the quality of the cards and not the mana efficiency.
Okay.
But on the play, I think if you have the philosophy of mulliganing the previous hands, it like begets or whatever that like you would also board out some, if not all, your Swords to Plowshares and just maybe play your same 60, like starting. Maybe you could board in the Containment Priest to stop Green Sun Zenith, probably over Glow Rider if anything, but or maybe over Thorn of the Amethyst. But I really think like being on the play, this is where you want to be. Like picking up game 1 was huge because you allow yourself to do that and put yourself in a good position to win the match. I guess -1 Thorn, -1 Glow Rider, +2 Priest, and just leave the swords in the board and pray. Just
interesting. I like that.
match
I mean,
some reality.
we saw how good it was like in the first game, right? Where you're just like layering on the heat one after the other. I mean, this deck, the Selesnya deck, we'll take a look at it right now here, actually does need a little bit of time to breathe, which is one of the reasons why I think it's very good in the format, is because cards like Elvish Reclaimer, they're very good against Lightning Bolt. Cards like, even against like Control, for example, you have enough time to get a couple draw steps in, develop your thing. Even against Delver's not killing you that fast. I mean, mostly because you rely on counter magic to protect yourself here. But when you have a 5/5 Trampler, when you have the 4/4 that's just like, taking one of your cards away, like that is like true aggression, you know what I mean? Along the lines of maybe like Lion's Eye Diamond pitching like, I don't know, Vengevine and Tuba Root Wallas kind of deal. That's like true aggression. You don't get to see a lot of that in the format. So maybe you might be right about that. Just say, you know what, we don't need this the removal here because we're just gonna jam and jelly, yeah.
Maybe. We'll see. I'm excited to see what our players choose to do for the final game.
Yeah. Hands are still going to get set up here for just a brief moment here. So is there anything from this side of the matchup that you'd like to see in? And then actually, more importantly, who do you think is going to take game 3? That's what I want to know.
I think I've predicted wrong all of today so far, but I'll choose Lee. Like if your deck's not winning on the play, I mean, you got to 3 after a reason.
Okay, true. And check it out. Here we have opening hands. Double Wasteland, City of Traders, Silent Clearing, Swords to Plowshares, a Lodestone, and a Lotus Petal. I mean, this hand?
I think you just mulligan if that's how you're choosing to play. Like,
okay. I don't know. I could see keeping this. Turn 2 Lodestone doesn't seem too bad. I mean, like, okay, wait a minute. I say turn 2 Lodestone doesn't look too bad, but then on the other side of the table, you've got 2 Plows, a Wasteland, and Elvish Reclaimer. So maybe I don't know.
It's tough.
Yeah.
Like, I think so. What one piece of advice I have for people that want to play this Eldrazi Stompy deck or any of these heavy mulligan decks, all these decisions are made before you play the tournament. You don't choose whether or not you're keeping these hands in real time. Like, you should like map it all out. Like,
whoa, that sounds like. Okay, you're gonna have to explain that one to me a little bit, maybe like in between games or something like that.
Sure.
Because that's not how I really perceive Magic. I mean, maybe in a world without Brainstorm and Ponder, but looks like we're gonna keep this hand with from Lee's side of things, and it's risky, right? Oh, and wow, check that out. Mox Diamond is the draw. That's exactly what you want to see from Danny's side.
Yeah, so just being able to really power out this hand.
Yeah.
If he draws the Reliquary, he's able to play it on turn 2.
Okay. Yep.
But the sword's coming in pretty good there, answering one of the best threats that Danny has to offer.
So end step, that's Swords to Plowshares. Untap. I guess we're just gonna slam. Actually, do you play Lodestone or do you play Archon? Archon's a very good top deck here, actually.
I like Archon. It punches your opponent if they're a little bit greedy with their Mox Diamonds, which did happen here. You can only play one spell turn.
And more importantly, also slows down development for cards like Yavi Maya, Caracas. Those will come into play tapped, which is no laughing matter. Interesting enough here, this Force of Vigor looks so good in Danny's hand, but no green card to alt cast it.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, like Yavi Maya is very green, but unfortunately it's still land, still colorless in the hand, so it can't pitch to the Force of Vigor.
Yeah.
One might say it's devoid of its
Oh God.
color.
Oh God. No, not like this. No. I mean, that's a good point. So we'll see what happens here. I mean, obviously the draw steps that come up will certainly impact the game here. Archon of Marion is the choice here. Instead of the Lodestone Golem, we're going to apply some pressure. And actually, you know what? I actually really like this sequencing too, because next turn you get to do the 1-2 punch of Wasteland on your tap dual land plus Lodestone Golem. Turns out we top deck the snow covered forest, so good on that. Good on that end.
Mhm.
Wait, this is also kind of
yeah.
nice. Kind of nice.
Yeah, so what's probably going to end up happening here is we're going to see Swords to Plowshares trade with the Thought-Knot Seer. Thought-Knot gets to take Force of Vigor or something better if it comes in off the top.
Mm-hmm.
Just how the Thought-Knot Seer works, they're going to draw the card, then you end up taking it. Probably going to take that one, judging by how Lee's hand looks.
You know what? I actually forgot to ask from this game set. This is a question out to chat. So if you guys are watching right now, I do want to know who do you think is going to win from this position. I keep asking you, Jonathan, but really I realize that there's 200 plus people watching that I also want to know the opinions of. I mean, so
I can also respond in chat if that's preferred.
Oh.
Get some more going.
Dude, look at what does this guy not do? If you haven't already followed him, that's at WatchWolf92 on Twitter. Be sure to check him out. Where you talk about a lot of stuff. Magic, I know you did some Eternal content lately as well. Yeah. I think you gave you a really good plug earlier, and I feel like I should have done a better job with that.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll accept all the plugs.
Hey, there we go. So this is interesting. So Swords to Plowshares. Okay, so we redraw into an Elvish Reclaimer, which
is the hand frozen. What was taken?
Oh, that's a good point. I don't know. I guess I'll find out very soon.
Well, Elvish Reclaimer wasn't taken, and I also think he would have taken, or that they would have taken Elvish Reclaimer. Okay, so we get to deploy these Archons. We know that our opponent has Force of Vigor. We don't want to play the Lodestone into the Force of Vigor, so we just take to the skies.
I don't mind. Wait, does Archon stack? No, Archon doesn't apply thought. No, it's either Sworn Canonist or Rule of Law rather, or whatever it is, right?
Oh, wait. Yeah, playing Lodestone's, I guess, fine. Oh, it looked like a crop rotation.
Okay. Crop rotation's in exile, so that was the take. And I guess that was what was drawn off of the Swords to Plowshares, because...
No, the Reclaimer was drawn off of the Swords to Plowshares, then the Reclaimer was what was taken, and then for the turn it was the crop rotation who played Caracas.
Okay, I try...
So the hand right now is crop rotation and Force of Vigor.
All right, well, we'll see. We'll fact check here. In just a second. Looks like Archon and the Golem coming in hot here. I love this. I love seeing the Windswept Heath come into play tapped here. This is so sweet. I mean, Archon generally... Oh. Okay, we're...
Yeah, so pitching the crop rotation, killing the Lodestone Golem.
Yeah.
And then we're probably going to see the second Archon here, and it's looking a little bit grim for Danny. They have a few good top decks, but both lands and spells are good for Lee, and the same can't be said for Danny. So I do think, you know, the navigation of this game and the overall flow is in Lee's favor.
Yeah.
But let's see. None of the Reliquary is always big game.
Yeah.
Green Sun Zenith. So you have a lot of copies of this type of effect.
It is, but like looking at this exact board state, I don't even know how happy I am, because like the way I would try to get back into this game is by like making a 20/20, but there's 2 Wastelands in play, and I don't know how we're supposed to punch through that. I mean, Wasteland will probably be tapping like for the rest of the game here, unless there's a lethal threat in play, but okay, well, Eldrazi's that we can't cast. Man.
Now lands and spells are all actually very good. All the
Mm,
lands.
yeah. Name a more iconic duo.
Lands
But
and spells?
oh no, I Eldrazi's and not being able to cast them, I guess. But yeah.
I kind of like lands and spells.
All right, there's a Swords to Plowshares. So yeah, I mean Lee is just in such a good spot here. Like this is the 4 points coming in every turn. Need to draw what I guess removal spells, Swords to Plowshares, crop rotation. But there's Wasteland, so it's not even that good.
Hmm. So you can crop rotation for like Glacial Chasm and it buys you a little bit. Then maybe you could draw an Excavator. Then maybe you could draw Thespian Stage.
Okay. Yeah.
So kind of some stuff I was trying to outline earlier, just like how can you get yourself into some sort of like lock situation such that the Eldrazi player kind of can't win.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it involves just taking combat out of the equation forever.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay. Well, I mean, like we said, it's looking pretty grim here. Getting rid of the flagstones. Okay, that means we do get to sort of ramp, if you will. But what are we even ramping into? That's what I don't know.
Glacial Chasm. Glacial Chasm. Yay.
Oh no, I'm trying to watch the next.
You're getting ahead of yourself.
I am actually, because I'm trying to set up like the next feature match in advance, and it's
Well, yeah.
kind of
So we got the
not working.
chasm. It got wastelanded as we expected, but
Yeah.
you know, sometimes people don't see it. Maybe they overvalue the land. So, but it's like a forced play. It's like the only thing that Danny can do there.
Yeah.
And with lines in hand, it looks like Lee moves on to 4-0. But keep in mind, this is a double elimination tournament, so Danny's still in the thick of it. One loss, and you know, people get eliminated pretty quickly in these. It's just gonna, you know. How many people do we have that are undefeated? If it's 44 players and we have 4 rounds, it's only one or two
I'll let you
undefeated.
do the math on that one. There's very few people left. The one thing about double elimination that I'm kind of excited for is that because the format is a little bit different, you actually end up with the potential for like what is it called, like a reset in the grand finals. Like I don't know if how many of the audiences are familiar with like esports.
Smash is common for that.
Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. I can't actually even watch this other match right now because it's like I'm pressing watch game, but I can see other ones. Oh, it's because there's sideboarding. Okay, so I'll have to wait for the sideboarding to finish, but in the meantime, I will. Let's take a look at the deck list here. It's gonna be an interesting one. So the first one is going to be Tim Akbanar, and Tim is playing. Ta-da! This deck. It's an old one, but a good one.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it.
So Omnitell. So Omnitell's seen, you know, a few different iterations over the years. So after like I think a few months ago we started seeing more green adaptation for Veil of Summer, Icefang Coatl, Carpet of Flowers, and I see it's only gotten worse. We have Abundant Harvest, so one of the best cantrips ever printed. Yeah, I said it. Uro, Endurance. So you just have a lot more interaction and ways like, why do I need to play both Boseiju in my deck if I could just play Veil of Summer? So this is for all intents and purposes, I think this really is just like Omnitell used to be mono blue. This just is Omnitell. Like it's just how you would build it if you had the cards back then too.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, I still think it's super interesting still seeing cards like Impulse. I feel like, you know, after all these years, a card from Vision, some cantrip is still seeing play like that. It's kind of cool. Let me think if there's anything else cool about this list. So we see one Eureka, one drawn from Dream, so just a lot of interesting action there. Eureka's kind of just being the 5th show and tell. And you have this Cunning Wish package where you're able to pick up Sublime Epiphany, which is pretty sweet. You have the typical shared summons, a Force of Vigor and Return to Nature, so you can kind of like fight through hate, and you know, some permanent based either disruption or protection to round stuff out. I do like the one arrow. It provides something, so it's like the cantrip that can keep cantripping, and what's really cool about it is people would just default remove certain types of cards from their deck if they knew that all they had to deal with were the fatties, the Emrakul and Gristlebrand. And sure, like they're not realistically going to die to a Coatl, but they can die to an Endurance, they can die to an Uro. Maybe some people have to leave in some Swords of Plowshares, and your deck building cost is so minimal to play these cards.
Yeah, I this deck, like, what strikes me mostly is that it's basically just like slowed down so much. You know what I mean? It's not even like blue green like combo anymore as much as it is like tries to play like blue green control combo, if that makes sense. I don't mind. I don't mind. You know, this sort of strategy and slowing down because some of the blue green cards that have come out are so busted, but they are really they are really geared towards the fair decks. And this is a matchup that is most definitely not a fair matchup. We're playing a combo mirror here, or not combo mirror, but like we're playing against another combo deck. Playing against Doomsday, which is, I just love saying it. Just Doomsday.
Doomsday.
Yeah, exactly, right? All right, so give me the 411 on this real quick because I think the players are about to start soon.
Yeah, so, Doomsday. I think Doomsday is the one that killed Superman, right? Like in the comics. So yeah, so Doomsday is kind of like a one-card combo deck, where it's really fast, very resilient. You get to play cards like Dark Ritual instead of like reaching a critical mass of spells like Ant or Tess. You kind of just play Doomsday and then you win the game by like 5 times like Vampiric Tutoring and
Yeah. And Thassa's Oracle, that's the big one, right? Because that's completely changed the texture of the format. So it looks like we're in game 2 here. UI will be updated shortly. Ethan has won the first game on Doomsday, and post board, I mean, it's really hard to say like who's really going to be ahead, because the one thing I've learned about Doomsday is that it's extremely fast here. So you can see Doomsday already in hand, Brainstorm, Days, Force, Street Wraith. But on the other side, you have Force, Omni, Brainstorm, Carpet, Veil of Summer, and a Flooded Strand. And I feel like in this position, I really like Ziggy's hand.
Yeah, so what's interesting about the matchup is it's like Ziggy has a lot more cantrips and ways of sculpting their hand. Meanwhile, Ethan benefits from being the one-card combo deck.
Yeah.
So both of them are trying to play roughly 3-mana spell to win the game. But by being a one-card combo deck, you have the ability to go faster, but you can still play the normal, like, slower game. So it's really interesting to see the interplay. I think a card that might shine very brightly could be Veil of Summer. Just having 1-mana Cryptic Command is pretty good in this matchup. And we see Ethan here with, Daze and Force of Will. So the more you slow down, the more these cards get a little bit worse.
I love this lab, by the way.
Daze.
Mystical Dispute on Brainstorm, sort of, you could see Ethan was in the tank there for a second trying to figure out, okay, can I actually use this piece of interaction to stop a cantrip, or do I need to save it for something like a show and tell? And here Ethan decides to trade with the Brainstorm. Brainstorm is actually kind of important, more important than for show and tell decks than like other decks in general, right?
Right. So it's actually a really good play because your Mystical Dispute is slightly inferior in the face of like a Veil of Summer, but then you like force them to crack their fetch there if they don't have another land. So you kind of are trying to price them into either having an inefficient Brainstorm or just not using the Veil, which the latter of which we saw here.
Yeah. And this is really interesting too, because I think there was an opportunity to veil the Mystical Dispute, but Tim like aptly playing around Daze here, saying, hey, I got the read, so I'm not going to let you get away with this. And Impulse is now on the stack here. I want to see if Ethan is going to Daze this or not. That's an interesting decision. He doesn't.
Yeah, so maybe just trying to see if they can go off here, right? Like you have Doomsday, you have Force of Will, and then you have Daze. So like if they play land, post all this carpet nonsense, then like if they play a Veil, you can Daze that. So, and with Ziggy only having 4 cards in hand, I think it's just go time here.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right. Okay. So one thing about Doomsday that is kind of important is that you typically, if you want to kill on the same turn, you need a way to like access the Doomsday pile. You don't actually get to draw a card off Doomsday. You just put 5 cards into your deck. So having a card like Street Wraith to like sort of draw the first card can kickstart the pile. Same thing with Brainstorm, very good for rearranging your hand into like Lion's Eye Diamond and Edge of Autumn, so you can get through your whole deck and also generate mana. But looks like Doomsday on the stack here. We'll see what the following sequence is.
Yeah, so I haven't watched the most Doomsday slash like tried making piles, but I would guess that by you're gonna play your Force of Will here, and then you're gonna get to days, and you get to make a land drop in the Underground Sea. So you have like one extra mana from Underground Sea that you wouldn't normally have, and then you
Mm,
get to cycle your Street Wraith, and that could potentially make lethal. I didn't like do the math or anything, but we'll see. So
yeah.
like in theory, you can like get Brainstorm off of it, but then you only get to keep one card afterwards. So even if it's Lion's Eye Diamond, I think it's off by a turn, but I'll let Ethan decide for me.
Yeah, so we replay the Underground Sea. Well, we'll have the Force of Will, and then we'll Street Wraith into Brainstorm, right? So we can Brainstorm, put back Force, put back some other card, but then we keep Edge of...
Well, you only get to keep one card because, or no, sorry, you keep two of the cards. Okay, yeah, I think you might be right then.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
there might be something here. But Ethan has done this so many times that we could just sit back and watch and relax, and like, I'm totally okay with it. So he's passing, so probably saying like, okay, I don't think I can get this one. It's totally fine. I mean, it also may just be the case that Ethan is like super, super conscious and is like trying to play super safely here because your opponent only has two cards, right? So they can't like show and tell and kill you the same turn unless they put exactly Gristlebrand into play.
I'm still just trying to think about the Brainstorm thing. So if you brainstorm and then you're on 0 and they play Lion's Eye Diamond and you cycle, but then you already put back two. Oh, it's because I don't know. It's fine. This is definitely the easiest win. So then you got blue card here, and then you Thassa's Oracle with
Yeah.
Force up. Let's see. So you would have played the Underground Sea. You have 5 cards in your deck. Then you cycle the Street Wraith, draw Brainstorm. So your hand's Brainstorm, Force of Will. You play Brainstorm. So then you're going to have 3 cards left in your deck, 2 of which are on top, 2 are in your hand. So then the 2 that you choose to be in your hand, you can put Thassa's Oracle on top and have a Lion's Eye Diamond and a drawing card in hand, 3 cards in deck. Then you play Lion's Eye Diamond, cycle Edge of Autumn, draw, and then in response, sacrifice the LED to get triple blue, play Thassa's Oracle, and you have 2 cards in your deck. Yeah.
Yeah.
So unless if they're playing around like some sort of counter spell or something, I'm pretty sure that's like a kill on the same turn.
Okay. All right, so check it out here. We're gonna switch over to another match. So you basically said like everything that I think that we're close to doing here. We have one more match, I believe, that is left in this round, and that is going to be the D&T matchup. Oh yeah, so I should probably update the UI too. The D&T matchup against Aluren. So let me go ahead and just update the names right here, and yeah, I mean, I don't really know where we are, so you're gonna have to catch me up on what's going on here. I'll let you do this.
Solitude.
Yeah.
So let's see. We're resolving a recruiter of the guard and the bug player, or it's Aluren, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the bug Aluren player has these death touch creatures in play. So John probably just wants to pick up something that can break the sort of board state. I think Sword of Fire and Ice is what comes to mind, but maybe a Cauldra just ends it quickly enough.
Yeah. Double port is also kind of interesting too, because you can just keep them off green forever. Keep the Aluren player off green forever, and then just never have to worry about getting comboed out. I mean,
Right.
so right now Rosalind does have 5 cards in hand, but she's unable to cast any of them. So I'm not really sure what the best route is to get out of. And if I do recall correctly, both players here are also X1. So this is another do or die match.
Well, they don't die. They just turn into
No. If you
spectators.
die in the card game, you die in real life. Welcome to the Unzd. I'm sorry, what?
If you lose the duel, you lose your soul.
But yeah, I mean, I didn't actually get to see what the recruiter picked up here, but I mean, given that Rishadan Port just cannot be activated, I'm sorry, Rishadan Port is locking down green. I think it's sort of something like Sword of Fire and Ice 2 would also just be great here as well.
Yeah, but you definitely need to just keep on locking down the green sources.
Agree. I just feel no reason to give any wiggle room here for something like that because it's possible to just lose. And I actually think this is game 3, by the way. I don't know if I got to update it, but this is the last game in the match. So Yeah. Okay. All right. And I think that's going to be that Ponder. Not going to hit anything here. And XJ Cloud going to win the match here. Very nice. Okay. All right. Well, that's going to wrap it up for this match, this round, rather. So we're going to be going on to... What round are we on? Is this round 4 or was this round 5?
This was round 4, I think.
This was round 4, right? Okay, yeah, that's round 4. So we're going to take another break. We'll be right back here. But it looks like as we go later into the event, the rounds are going to be getting by a lot faster. So we're going to find something super good here. Jonathan, what say we take a break? We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Yeah, a couple minutes. Like, follow, subscribe, do everything.
Oh,
but
thank
most
you.
of all,
Oh, no.
just grab some popcorn. Make sure you're hydrating, mental breaks and stuff. It's very important. Like, I know sometimes I just veg out on the couch, but like doing a little bit of stretching and stuff is good. So
Yeah,
and this is advice for Anu too. I know he goes hours in this stuff, and it is important. So touch those toes a little, or try to.
All right, sweet. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere unless you're stretching and doing all the... Jonathan's got some good advice. All right, see you guys in just a sec. Bye.
pressure than you would in previous types of Miracles decks?
Yeah, so it's twofold. So the first thing I think is important is, yeah, you have to understand that there's a clock now that you need to present here. The other idea is that in like traditional Miracles, you maybe want to go like above the strategy, and I feel like the one card that enables that in modern day Miracles is not Entreat the Angels, but actually Shark Typhoon, which can line up pretty well against Fill of the Dead. So there's gonna be a back and forth balance here for sure, and I'm curious to see what can get into play. I didn't actually get to see Niv's list originally, but Shark Typhoon is pretty stock in these lists, and I would hope that that is one of the tools that we have to sort of surpass Fill of the Dead, especially Fill of the Dead being played on turn 1 telegraphs how the rest of the match will play out.
Yep. So Prismatic Ending, not going to find the most targets, but when it does get to remove something, it is pretty influential. So we might see it try to take out the Vexploration here. We also have Force of Will on backup for any other things that might happen. So you're like fine to tap out here. You prevent the landfall, triggers from happening, and from Tim's side, you can run out this other Vexploration, or you can try to pump out 2 tokens out of the Saga, try to start getting some stuff down. And you have an interesting decision here. If your plan is to be one that's more centered on Saga, maybe you want to be able to play the Mox Diamond, but instead evaluating that the Blast Zone and getting more lands into play, like actual lands for the Field of the Dead, might be more important. Also being able to crop rotate. So for those of you not as familiar with sagas in general, the last trigger goes on the stack, and then after it resolves, the saga will go away. So you have a window such that you can activate Urza Saga again, you can sacrifice it to crop rotation, and you can still get your 1-cost artifact.
That's so crazy. It's like you could just like have your oh my goodness, have your cake and eat it too. There we go. Whoa! Almost forgot that phrase.
You got it.
I've forgotten a lot of phrases, but that one I must remember. You can have your cake and eat it too. I think the lands deck just does such a good job at like using Urza Saga to its maximum potential, like you're mentioning here. But crop rotation now, exactly the way you mentioned
you can even get another Saga.
That's dirty. Oh, that's really dirty. Let's see what the pickup is here. I wonder. I mean, you probably just have to force this, right?
Yeah, I just like it is the lands deck. Like just allowing them to demonic tutor is like pretty good.
But there's expedition maps. So here, like you're sort of seeing how Urza Saga is really good here. So it also facilitates your main strategy by getting the expedition map, and then also I don't know if we'll get to see it this game, but the interaction between Thespian Stage and Urza Saga is kind of a sweet one.
Yeah, so count that up for me. So we had Urza Saga and crop rotation so far traded with Force of Will, like Swords to Plowshares, blue card. So we're up like 3-2, and we still have Construct and Expedition map.
Yeah. This is why I was like a little bit upset earlier with how good Urza Saga actually is, because it really forces your opponent to have a very specific subset of answers, or just get like drowned out in advantage.
Right. Like, we're just going to do this, like, 3 turns from now again. We just activate map, play Saga, and then we have another crop rod.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I mean, like, there are certain tools that Niv's deck will have to counter this construct. I guess, I don't know. Was it March of the Machines or something like that? Yeah. But the real card that I'm really excited about is a certain card printed in, I think it's not the new set, maybe it's in Modern Horizons 2. Yeah, it's Modern Horizons 2, and that is Dress Down. I really think that card is going to be a staple in Legacy for as long as Urza Saga is around here, and it's so good against the constructs because it removes their ability. Simple. So what is a 0/0 that doesn't get +1/+1 for every artifact in play? Dead. Right, exactly. So
that's some pretty good math there, Anna.
I know, yeah. Sometimes I can deliver, just not when I'm in the red zone.
So I apologize for my lack of knowledge here, but I actually don't know what Vexploration does. I know it's a 3-mana enchantment that landfall exiles or something.
So
exiles the top card.
Yep, it exiles the top card, and you can play that till the end of turn. And then on your end step, you take all the cards that are exiled from Valakut Exploration, throw them in the graveyard, and you deal 1 damage for each of them. So it's really good in this deck because alongside Exploration, you can start, like, you play a land like a Windswept Heath, reveal the top card, right? You can play that card,
which is land.
yeah, and you fetch that again, and you can just keep going and going and going, and it's pretty deadly. So
It's also kind of like an alt win con too, if you like need it to be for
yeah,
whatever reason.
exactly, right? So this is one of the cards that is printed recently that is very impactful in the control matchup because, and I wrote this for an article that'll be soon posted by Ali on Moto, who is a very, very good MTGO player. There's a dress down, by the way, dress down Uro and Icefang Coatl, which is a lot. And in that article, I sort of mentioned a structural framework change in the way that lands approaches this matchup. A lot more grindy, a lot more like The Rock than anything else. You play a lot of value-oriented cards, and so
that's really cool.
Yeah.
All right, so dress down, looking to kill the construct, using this window to play a crop rotation. Wonder what we're gonna find with this one.
Looks like, Thespian Stage? Okay, and that's cool too, because now you can play the card off of crop rotation for exploration, but it's sorry. Oh, it's happening, Jonathan. Vexploration. Yeah, Vexploration now has an exploration. Interestingly enough, I guess the other targets are for Thespian Stage besides Dark Depths are the Field of the Dead. Caracas, okay. That's a cool one.
I wonder if we're just trying to make 2/2s first or something.
That might be the plan here. And Caracas is actually extremely important against the control deck because being able to control Uro with a single tap of a land is a huge deal here. So
yeah, and since we are Bajuka bogged our opponent, then like it's not coming back. Like it's just very hard to get it going, and this Caracas is gonna stall it for like long enough before you like turn it into something else. So like even if they were to reach some sort of threshold. Yeah. Loam is a great pickup though to go with your Vexploration.
Oh yeah, and jeez.
Yeah.
Check it out. Oh wow, that's actually kind of a really sweet interaction. So I didn't realize this, but I'm assuming maybe that Valka Exploration doesn't exile till the next step because I still see the see the exploration underneath, and so I'm guessing this is especially sweet.
Didn't we crop rod on our opponent's turn? Is that why?
I'm gonna just highlight the text here just to make sure. At the beginning of your end step. So you can crop rod on their turn and still get access to the card next turn, which is really cool. I didn't know that. So today I feel like I learned something, which makes today a great day already. And check it out. Back-to-back endurances is the draw here. And this is the reason why I think the Miracles matchup versus the Lands matchup is like, well, probably favored towards Miracle, but more importantly, there's a lot of interaction now, right? A lot of relevant interaction, whereas before it was like counterbalance or force of negation.
So speaking of explanations, I'm still curious, why is endurance referred to as a cow?
Thank you everybody for tuning in today. That's gonna wrap up the stream. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I just like calling it a cow. Like
is it because it's just that sacred? It's so good.
Moo! I don't know. It's very good. Something about saying the word cow makes me happy.
Do you just like milk the value out of it?
Oh my god, it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. The puns.
Like when you play it, are you just in utter disbelief as to how good it is?
Something like that, yeah.
You can spot these jokes a mile away. I get it.
Oh man, but this is now suddenly looking a lot more dire as Caracas is in play to handle an instant speed 20/20. Plus, there's a Swords to Plowshares and Uro to block along the way, and the damage from the 2/3 it adds up. So the 2/3/4s adds up, right? So that's like 8 a turn.
Yep.
Wait a minute. Actually, oh no, there's an island in place, so we can flash in. So yeah, all things considered, this is pretty well played by Niv. We have access to multiple layers of defense here, and that's awesome.
Yep. So Blast Zone going to 3 to be able to answer the endurances. That's going to cause us our Vexploration, depending on what ends up happening here.
Yeah.
But drawing the fetch land is pretty decent. So we can make a bunch of zombies and then also make a 20/20. And do we still have enough mana? And then we can also crack our Blast Zone. So it's not nothing, but the problem is there's Caracas, so 20/20 doesn't matter, except you have Wasteland. But if you crack the Wasteland, then you don't have enough to pop the Blast Zone. So there's some sequencing going on here. It's not the hardest to discern, but definitely like a spot where you want to take a little bit of a pause and make sure that you know how you're trying to approach this turn cycle.
for sure. Yeah. I can't actually. Is that a Maze of Ith underneath the?
I guess that, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Not having
But
access.
we already played the Misty, and
Okay.
so Tim wants to crack Misty on their turn, like on the opponent's turn. That way, if we get a land, we can play it.
Yeah.
The
Makes sense.
thing you outlined earlier.
Right. What's kind of crazy here is I think this boils down to that one turn where the Life in the Loam was countered by an Endurance. And when I say countered, I mean all the targets were moved back into the deck because that was the turn cycle that Exploration was under Vexploration, and without a second green source, Tim wasn't actually able to cast the Exploration. And imagine if an Exploration... Oh, wow. Okay, as soon as I say that... Okay, I was going to say, imagine if Exploration is on the board, like, you just start making so many zombies. It's a lot.
Yeah, so this is something that we were kind of in like a forced play situation, but I kind of would have liked blocking and then cracking just like as a sequence thing. Like you do open up technically like weird things like the area pass priority, but we get the same result. Like those things weren't getting plowed most likely, so
Yeah.
we're fine.
So one thing I don't know is based on the UI right now, and I'm going to move this a little bit out of the way here, so it'll show up in a little bit reflected on the screen. Can Exploration still be cast? I don't think so, because
Yeah.
it can?
Yeah, it's like a quality of the card in exile. It's not like
Ah,
it's just under it for like purposes of representation.
okay, interesting. We'll see how the mana gets tapped here. Red, green, colorless. Here's a Valakut Exploration.
So choosing to leave up the Caracas, which once again is a Thespian stage, so you're gaining the flexibility of being able to turn into other things.
Correct. Okay.
But now we won't be able to play the Exploration. Unless if we Ghost Quarter ourselves, but...
Oh,
yeah.
that's a good call. Yeah. There might be like a snow-covered forest in the deck somewhere just for Field of the Dead purposes, so it's not impossible that we might be able to win here. But what's really surprising to me is that, Tim is at 3 life.
Wait, maybe you are right.
Okay, it might be like a visual bug or something like that. I don't know. Who knows what it might be. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. Ice Fink Waddle, like it's adding up now, right? You're at 3. These are 2 1/1s that are attacking, so you might feel the heat now just a little bit, going down to 1. I don't even know. I guess you can like block one with a 20/20, but then like...
Okay, so reading online, if Vexploration leaves the battlefield, any cards exiled with it remain exiled and can be played.
Oh.
The end step triggered ability won't trigger, and the cards won't be put into their owner's graveyard.
That's super cool. Good to know. Okay. Can be played permanently or until the end step? Probably till the end. No, actually, it's not a...
Yeah, it says you may play that card for as long as it remains exiled. Then it's like so that's all like tied to when this thing gets like,
so this is crazy. This is like a weird situation where like
it's
now...
like you Gontied yourself or whatever.
Yeah. That's crazy. Okay, that's kind of a cool interaction. I freaking love Magic. I love Legacy. Now I will not do that. I'll not try not to make that mistake. Like, if you like accidentally leave like a crop rotation in exile forever, it could be relevant here. But getting back to the game here, it does look like Div's got this one on lockdown, right? We got lethal attackers, force of negation, and force of will in hand, double swords to plowshares.
We're like pretty close though, right? So like in theory, we can like Wasteland the Caracas and Ghost Quarter the Plains and then make a 20/20, but we're like a turn off.
Yeah, we'll see what the draw step here is.
Depending on how many planes are in the deck.
Okay. So Ghost Quarter targeting Wooded Foothills. That makes a lot of sense now.
Now I'm curious. Yeah.
Oh, wow. And this is awesome because... Wow, look at that. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is some pretty sweet gameplay, right?
Yep.
Now, we're finding ways to basically make...
Shadow Spear.
Watch that be the way that we actually get back into this game here. I gotta say, I am kind of rooting for the player that is close to stabilizing, but is at 1 life. Yeah, Hardcast Force, living up...
Yeah. Okay, so there is only 1 planes in the list.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Oh, there's the exploration from later. Okay, that's super crazy. And now, what, you get to play Field of the Dead, Wasteland, and that makes another token. What do we hit here off the Valakut Exploration?
It's a crop rotation, which allows you to get a Chasm. Or do they even play Chasm anymore?
That's a good question. Actually, I mean, you can get like Maze of It.
Oh, wait, I can just look at the list. We have the technology.
Dude, this is disgusting. This is going to be so disgusting if Tim is going to be able to stabilize from this board state. Legitimately just at like 1 life now? Maze of It should do it, right?
Well, you're at 1, and then there's 2 flyers, and then you maze, and then you wasteland. Oh, so you're saying like you gain 20?
Yeah. Gain 20,
Yeah.
Maze 1, and then oh my god, this is an insane game, I'm not gonna lie. And it
Wait, what would you say? It's amazing?
I'm out. I can't. I threw my pen on the floor and immediately picked it up. I regret throwing it on the floor. Oh
wow.
man. Yeah, this is so close. Oh, okay. No, Dress Down doesn't do anything with Dress Down doesn't do anything.
It's not Null Rod. It definitely like draws a card and does stuff.
Okay, all right, fine. You may have me on this one. I'm wondering if we can like. No, how do you break out of this situation? You need exactly Caracas, honestly, because that's the best way for them not to gain life.
Yeah, but they only play 1 Caracas.
Right.
I guess in theory you could draw another. Could you like draw a Quaddle and then into a Shark Typhoon, and then you block an attack with 3 of them or something? Or like some sort of like chain of your 3rd Quaddle and a Typhoon or something.
Yeah, those are going to be the critical cards here. I think basically we just need some sort of aerial attacker.
I mean, you're like dying to the zombies though. You're at 9. It's not great.
Yeah. And you can sort of see here Niv is under tension because we don't know what to do with the Sylvan Library. Can't pay life here, so maybe...
What kind of world do we live in when you can't pay life to your Sylvan Library?
All right, presenting lethal. Make sure they see the line here. Okay, and that's the line being seen here. Make it 20/20.
I always get nervous whenever someone makes their 20/20. I'm just worried. Like I know all these people have like been playing Legacy for a while.
Yeah, but who knows? Like anything
afraid.
could happen.
Yeah.
Now this is an interesting decision. We're letting the left Icefang Quaddle survive and not the right one. No, my jokes are really bad. I don't know how you do it, man. Humor is hard, okay?
I mean, mine isn't great.
No, I mean it was better than whatever I just said there.
I just shoot a lot of shots from half court, and people just see some of the ones that I bucket.
If you're recording everything, eventually one of them will make it. Yeah, that's a good point here.
Exactly.
Oh wow, and that's so crazy. So yeah, Niv was just like, here, just take 20 life.
Mm-hmm.
I can get behind that. Okay. 20 life, and then playing Uro into... Oh, wait a minute.
Right, there's no more Caracas, right?
Yeah.
Like our stage was what was stopping the Uro. Kind of like I indirectly alluded to it like earlier in the game, but yeah, we're still in the thick of this. So maybe the exploration of exploration is going to come up.
Yeah, and now here's the here's another crop rotation, which is a disgusting top deck. But like now that Tim has stabilized, now it just feels like Field of the Dead is going to take over the game here. So I would like to root for the underdog, who is now Niv. And this game just goes back and forth. It's crazy. Force of Negation, pitching Dress Down here, going to stop a crop rotation. Swords to Plowshares in hand. Force of Negation in hand.
I don't think you win if you attack with all.
Really?
I don't necessarily think so. I mean,
okay, you take 8, go down to 4.
Oh,
ooh, Maze of It. Okay, that's exciting. That is exciting. But then you're going up to 7.
Okay, so I was counting on our Uro getting mazed.
I see.
But if our Uro doesn't get mazed, then it's like attacking. Okay,
well, those are 2 pretty good cards here off the top here in terms of interacting with the board. Swords to Plowshares and Endurance, and you can pay 0 life and get... Oh, that's interesting. Okay, wait a minute.
Right, so you only keep the Endurance, yeah, and then you get the Swords 1, so that checks 2 of them, and then your Uro. Yeah, so you're still good.
Okay.
You can...
And that makes sense.
Like, if you're Niv, you're still good.
Yeah. So the reason we're not, drawing the second Swords to Plowshares is because we only have 1 white mana, and Prismatic Ending alone can't fetch a second Planeswalker. There isn't one in the deck. Checks out. Good magic. Uro in the red zone, 15 life for Tim. And oh my god, that's such that's such a crazy top deck.
Well, let's hit another land off of this. Let's go with Exploration.
Oh my god. And so this is the power of, so I know you're new to like Valakut Exploration, but this is it. This is exactly the kind of deal you want. You want to have
More exploration.
Yeah, you just want 8 explorations in play, and then you just want to get there off of that. So
when do you think we could get cards like Veteran Explorer in here too? Just all the explorers.
That's kind of a wombo, actually, right? If you can like Veteran Explorer with an Valakut Exploration in play. Oh no, that'll be.
It's kind of a combo.
Commentator's worst nightmare. I'll tell you that much right there.
All right, so going to 1,
Yep.
or you could swords one the tokens, which you have a swords on top, so I think it's pretty good to swords the token here.
I agree.
And then Ura's just going to outpace this board.
Well, it would if it was able to connect. However, I guess Ura still gets to, you can still put it into play and bounce it back to your hand. So, oh wait, I've totally forgot about that. Yeah, the clock from Valakut Exploration, kind of relevant here because at this point you don't even want to play the exploration, right? You just want to ding them for 1 point of damage. Oh,
okay,
it's happening. It's happening. Shark Typhoon?
Well, probably just cycle it, and you have the swords on top, so you can like cycle your Typhoon for 3.
Okay. I think I prefer this line too. I think I like just like I mentioned earlier, like at the very beginning, right? Shark Typhoon is probably the card to get back into this game, and we'll have to find a window to stabilize. I mean, we'll take 2 points of damage. Oh, but it doesn't stop Thespian Stage now, and that could even copy something like Field of the Dead.
And they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming.
But you have to say it with like a decrepit, like I don't know, like your dying sort of voice. And they
wait, how does it sound? Yeah.
Well, it was like like how would a zombie say it? Like, oh, but I guess not. Yeah, there we go. But that translates to and it doesn't stop coming, right? So, yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, and Field of the Dead, the turn 1 play that won the game by itself.
So let's take a look now at Niv's deck here, because sideboarding things are going to be changing up a bunch. And talk to me about. Okay, so this is what I wanted to get at.
You talk to me.
Oh damn. So the big thing here is actually that Niv is not playing Terminus. He's got it in the sideboard, saying, hey, I don't think Terminus is very good right now because against Delver, like, it's clunky and it can, clog up your hand. And against other decks, like, you probably don't need it. Keep it in the sideboard to bring it against, like, the matchups that do matter. And I kind of like that. But in terms of what I would want in the matchup, I'd probably say Back to Basics is a good one to start with.
You can also pick up the other Endurance.
Yep. And then maybe, like, a Dress Down and an Engineered Explosives, but I don't want too much more besides that.
Does Null Rod have any legs when they have Expedition Map and Mox Diamond?
That's a really good question. I'm not 100% sure, if I'm totally honest with you.
You can be dishonest with me and tell me too.
Well, I kind of get the feeling that no, I probably wouldn't bring it in because we already have enough ways to interact with their deck in the form of like Endurance and then Dress Down. So the artifacts weren't even like that scary in that game, right? They do.
I mean, they allowed Saga to like go off a little bit harder. And like, do we want the 3rd Dress Down then? If like the contract tokens are
yeah, no, I absolutely do love the 3rd Dress Down. That is a card that I definitely do want to be seeing. But yeah, those are the only cards I had to bring in. I want to really quickly see if we can take a look at the sideboard from the land side. If there's anything in here that you think is particularly interesting.
You have the blast effects. I think this the Sphere and Thorn are more for like combo decks. Endurance, you could try to like sweep up some Uro shenanigans, and like this like Niv in particular is playing Snapcaster Mage, so it gets a little bit more utility than it normally does. You can also block Endurance with your Endurance, so I don't think Endurance is terrible, but definitely the blast and maybe some Endurance. And maybe the Pithing Needle too.
All right, well, let's get into the magic here. Tim is going to be up 1 game here against Niv. Looks like a Swords to Plowshares on the very left. UI will adjust accordingly in just a little bit. But turn 1, Flooded Strand into Abundant Harvest is some pretty powerful stuff. I like that you called it the most powerful cantrip, or one of the most powerful cantrips printed, because I kind of get the same vibe from you. I just haven't found a way for it to be played in Modern yet, but it seems pretty good.
I think like brainstorm, like not counting like recall or like those other obvious stuff, like the normal 1 mana cantrips. I think it's just brainstorm and then abundant harvest.
Oh, you think that Harvest is better than Ponder, perhaps?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, we're gonna have to. There's a lot to unpack because I know you're probably one of the brightest minds that plays this game. So the fact that you say that's a huge endorsement. But
it's green though. I mean, that's like the negative. But I'm saying
Ooh.
like if I get to play them, like if
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can play green for free, I think it's way better.
Okay. All right. So it looks like now we have. Wait, is there like another card in the hand here that I'm missing? No, right? Okay, cool. Just making sure because it was like sort of not on the screen, but it was on the screen. Yeah. All right. Updating on the match here now. So Expedition map, Grove, Thespian stage, a bunch of duels, no wastelands to punish. Very good spot here. The lands hand looks really good though with Force of Vigor for back to basics, Red Blast for Jace, Sphere of Resistance if you really want it, and maybe like Crop Rotation and Life from the Loam. But yeah, this is...
Now I'm just picturing abundant harvest in this red green lands list. It's going downhill.
Oh no. All right, but looks like
Okay, so using the map to pick up a saga, and like now with your land, you already have a threat.
Mhm.
So that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that you get these sort of like tempo elements out of the lands deck, but it's a powerful card, and I definitely see it.
Yeah, so we're gonna see a little counter war here, I'm sure.
Imagine that. Imagine thinking that Jace the Mind Sculptor wouldn't resolve, plot twist, in 2021. Forcible going to pitch Forcible here, and you have Snap, Force Negation left over. This is like really good here for Niv. Resolving Jace is one of the key ways for them to take over from the control side, or from the Miracle side rather, because really, who is the control in this matchup? Who is the control in this matchup? I want to know.
I don't think that dynamic exists in like a traditional way here. I think it's like very dependent on like the cards in hand and like how they're allowed to be positioned.
Okay. That's like a very consultant-esque answer, but then again, I can also not say that you're wrong, you know what I mean? Because like you're right, like it's
like last game, I would say Tim was kind of the control.
Oh, well, yeah, that's a good point, actually, because he was low on life and had to find a way to stave off the attackers. So how about from this perspective, who is the control? I would have to imagine now that the Jace is in play.
Yeah, probably Niv.
Yeah, right? You just want to get more resources into play here, find more counters, and then play a Shark Typhoon at some point, and that should be it, right?
Right. Just like trying to use like your material advantage, like the Saga's probably gonna get a Pithing Needle, the one of that we saw on the sideboard. So you're just trying to use your Jace to its fullest before it's gonna be off for a while until you find like a prismatic ending.
All right, so check it out now. So one thing that I want to point out is the interaction between Thespian Stage and Urza Saga, right? So in play right now, there is in fact an Urza Saga, but that Urza Saga is actually a Thespian Stage that is a copy of a Saga. So what's going to be really cool here, and bear with me because this is kind of complex, Jonathan. I know you understand it, but for me who took forever to figure it out, Thespian Stage now has the ability to make constructs. However, if we copy a separate land, like an island, that island will also be able to make constructs, except, wait, I think I got it right. Except this island that can make constructs is not a Saga, therefore it will not die like Saga normally does, and then suddenly you have a land that can every turn just make a construct, which is crazy powerful.
Right, because it's like gaining the ability.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, yeah. The phrasing on Thespian Stage is like super weird, but yeah, it is exactly that. And worst case scenario, you've got like a Life from the Loam in the graveyard that you can use to bring your Urza Saga back from the graveyard and rinse and repeat, if you will, here. Now the question is Jace the Mind Sculptor going to be able to keep up with this, right? How good exactly is Jace in 2021 against Urza Saga tokens and Urza Saga fetching up something like a Pithing Needle, weird stuff like that, you know?
I actually didn't know part of the... I know you gave me a lot of credit, but I didn't know part of this Thespian Stage stuff. I imagined that like when it... Oh, if you do it in response to the trigger, then it's fine. Okay. I thought you meant when it like on my opponent's like upkeep if I do it. Like this makes sense.
Oh,
I
yeah,
get
yeah,
this.
yeah. Sorry, this is what I
Because
meant.
then like if you move from island to something else, then it's gonna lose the text, right? Like it's only because it's like resolving, like it's still the same object that put the thing on the stack, so then like gets assigned it. But if you like now stage into something else, it won't have that ability anymore. I'm
It,
pretty sure.
I don't know. So I think it should still, because Thespian Stage is only ever like gaining abilities, but
Well, no, like Thespian Stage only keeps the Thespian Stage ability, like the two tap ability.
oh, yeah, exactly. Because the other lands don't have the ability to make
I
constructs.
think.
Yeah,
I mean,
that sounds
maybe we
right.
just get to say.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe when I'm older. But like,
uh,
I think it just keeps this ability, not like all abilities. But the reason why the other one works is because it's the same object that put on the stack, so then it's like assigning it to it afterwards.
uh-huh. I'm gonna nod my head and pretend like I am 100% sure about what you're saying, but
I just think of it as like I'm a retired like programming person, so I just think like magic rules are just how computer programs work. So like that's why I'm like using the phrase object and stuff like that.
okay. Yeah, we'll see if maybe a judge in Twitch chat will yeah, so if we copy later, one person is saying that it might switch over to something else. But we'll see what happens
Yeah,
here.
we'll check it out later. I'm sure we have enough game to be played. But
Mhm.
so I've been checked out since like the Abundant Harvest into the Thespian Stage Saga thing. So let me actually process what's going on here. So we see that Niv is still has the Jason Mind Sculptor in play. We did not get the Pithing Needle yet, I guess.
It might not be in the
Um,
deck, as weird as that sounds. I don't know. I don't know why you wouldn't get it. You know what I mean? Because it's so good on this board state to stop Jace that if it's not in play, it's probably not in the deck. Or maybe you just wanted to keep making tokens as a way to just like attack the Jace and get there. But I don't think that's a viable strategy.
hmm.
Okay. Saga's wording grants the ability to the game object. Stage copying something else doesn't affect granted gained abilities. It's a layering system. Okay. Wow. I see.
We'll
Okay.
see.
Interesting.
I mean,
Sagas are
I
weird.
I could see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So here is Stage now making a construct. And
Like this part all makes sense to me. It's what happens when we copy something else. But like I believe it. It's fine.
yeah.
Like magic's complicated.
Layers. Painter servant. No. Memories. Bad. All right. So back to the board state here. Looks like we have a little bit of combat coming in here. So the token has now blocked the Uro. Prismatic Ending is going to take care of Sphere of Resistance. And honestly, that's probably the first step to sort of unlocking the rest of the game here. Because, I mean, you did have infinite resources and you do have like so much mana here in play thanks to Uro and Jason making your land drops every turn. But Sphere is still kind of just like a pain in the butt, if you will. That's me saying
Yeah.
it nicely.
That's how I'd say it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Fun
crazy.
fact, I've never cursed in my life.
Really?
Yeah, it's just not my vocabulary.
That's
I try to use vocabulary that can be used in every single situation. I actually speak with like not very dense vocabularies, or I like use many words. That way, like it's like I don't want people to need to look up what I'm saying in a dictionary or anything like that. I'd rather
Okay.
just say 10 more words or something.
Yeah.
So I find that I don't know if this is like directly correlated, but like I like speaking to like people where English isn't their first language because I feel like I use a lot of very simple words and then they can actually like string it together easier.
That's kind of cool. I respect that a lot. I am the exact opposite. I'm a fuse on a loose cannon. I will just go off. I don't know for no reason at all. Wait a minute. Okay, so this is actually interesting here.
Yeah.
Looking at the board, the construct actually moved into the red zone, thinking that it could ever touch Jason the Mind Sculptor. Endurance comes into play, says no. What you're
Yeah.
trying to do here, but the
But
hand
we can still make another token.
right. Oh yeah, and then that would
Trade with the endurance.
or even better, it would just get rid of the endurance entirely, right? Because it's a 3/4. Oh, never mind. Okay, I take it back. Ooh, that's
Oh, okay.
spicy.
Yeah, I guess we're just losing our token then.
I suppose. Kind of interesting. I mean, one way or another, I don't think endurance is going to die because there's a Source of Plowshares in Niv's hand.
Right.
That being said, Caracas, again, just like a really timely draw. I think we saw it in game 1 how critical it was to stopping Uro from doing Uro things. The difference between game 1 and 2 is that there's a noticeable like lack of zombies in play. And I think in that situation, Uro maybe gets a little bit better.
Yeah. And also just like Jason Mind Sculptor has been in play since turn 4 as brainstormed every turn. So just like the abundance of resources, whereas like
True.
Tim's Urza Saga didn't produce the same kind of advantage over time that it did in game 1.
I don't know if you can hear that noise in the background, but that is the sound of beautiful. I just love a Jace. Like Jarvis showed this to me once a long time ago. He had like a friend who had a Jace die, and it was just 3s on all sides because you just never do anything with Jace. You know what I mean? That's like the.
I want one of those.
Yeah. Okay. I'm so sorry, Shaheen Sarani, but Shaheen only brainstorms, right? As per
I thought
Shaheen.
that's Edgar.
Edgar probably also only ever. There are a couple players like in Magic that you like who are like iconic for like only ever brainstorming. I wish I was that kind of player, but I have Fate Sealed a couple times in my life, therefore. But that's who would get like that special 6-sided die.
Yeah, I'm probably the other way around. I try to find cheeky spots to like plus my Jace and have it fully justified.
Nice. Okay, so Prismatic Ending actually going to go and take care of a Mox Diamond, which is kind of a big deal here. I mean, simply being able to temper an onslaught of Saga tokens, to me, seems relevant here. And at this point, I have to imagine that we might just be digging for, like, Dress Down. Once we find Dress Down, things are going to look so good, but until then, I don't know.
Okay, so Caracas is a little bit of potential assurance against, like, Dark Depths. Like, keep in mind, there's still 2 stages in play.
Yeah. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points of damage coming into play right now. So stage is... What's going on here? I guess
Probably just activating both stages.
Okay, making a construct, yeah.
Making 2 constructs.
Yeah. Dude, this is so crazy cool. I think this is so cool. Just assembling like a machine, like an assembly line almost, if you will, every turn, just making something that can block. Can't really tap
but like that's not gonna be Brainstorm every turn. Like Brainstorm every turn for 0 mana versus 3 mana make a 1/1 that's a chump block.
You're saying things right now that are going to hurt a lot of people's feelings. So, you know, I mean, I don't disagree with you, but you like one day the blue menace will be beaten, and today is not that day.
Do people really watch your stream who don't support your behavior?
I mean, there's some players out there who are like
they definitely condone it. They have to.
While we're on this,
why else would they support you?
Blue versus non-blue train here. So I think what we're seeing on the screen right now, pretty self-explanatory, as Niv is basically just deploying more resources, drawing more cards. That's cool. On the other side, you have Tim, who's slowly backed into a corner, making tokens to stay alive for just another turn here. What I want to ask you is, there was a recent conversation about banning Days in Legacy because of cards like Ragavan that have been printed, and this trend by WotC where more and more powerful cards are going to get printed. So what is your take as someone who is a huge advocate for just Delver archetypes in general? What do you stand on this?
I like them. I'm an advocate for decision making and people having a good time, but I think just like Days just feels a part of like the whole like Force Will Brainstorm, like just or even like Soul Lands and stuff like that. It just feels like the whole texture that's like premised on like when they built Pioneer and just like took away the Zendikar fetches, or not Zendikar, sorry, the original fetches. It's just like,
wait a minute, we actually, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you here, but we might actually have a game here because this crop rotation just resolved at a very iconic moment where the shields are tapped and now Field of the Dead is online and Windswept Heath can make zombies we can block for a while. We might actually have a game here, so I don't know. But that, yeah, I think I agree with you, too, on what you're saying, is that Days is just like a iconic part of the format. Like, people played Legacy to play with Days, and I don't know if that's necessarily, like, it's definitely not as, like, holy as, like, Brainstorm, for example, but I don't know. That's just...
Yeah, like, I feel like Days provides more of, like, the game within the game sort of thing. Like, I think a lot of people that don't like Days might not be evaluating, like risk assessing as appropriately and stuff. Like, it is true that you like I always view it as like I allow my opponent to play Days instead of the other way around. Like,
okay.
If I play something that's good enough for you to Days, it's because I want you to be behind a land, not the other way around.
I see. Interesting. All right. Well, we're going to have to take a break from that discussion, as it looks like now is the Tim back again at 1 life. And now we saw earlier what happened when Tim was at 1 life, right? Tim was able to crawl back from, you know, the jaws of despair, the howls of something, I don't know, whatever, and was able to stabilize. But this time the board state's a little bit different. And oh yeah, even with an engineered explosives now, Niv has found one. And
yeah, so E on 0 allows you to clear like mid-combat, but it's only once it gets to like a certain threshold, right? Like if it's like one token, you're like, it's still lethal. 2 tokens, already fine, that blow. It's kind of funny.
Okay, here's Loam. And
Loam with Saga also is kind of dirty.
True. Yeah, it's really surprising actually, because I really thought that, you know, just making infinite. Okay, yeah, and so that's gonna be the game here. Trunk's gonna win from this position, and we're gonna go into a game 3. So let's. I don't know. I'm kind of surprised to see. I don't want to look at this one. We've talked about this one. I want to take a look at this one. I'm kind of surprised to see that the onslaught of like tokens was not good enough, if you will.
Well, it just came down to Jace, and then subsequently Uro like triggered a few times too. So it's just like the raw quantity of cards, like the amount of like material you could just throw at everything, trade things off, and then you're just ahead.
Yeah. I have to wonder if we're gonna see like a repeat of this strategy executed, or if it's gonna just be like a different approach, like maybe like a fast 2020 or something like instead. Because it was pretty impressive that Niv was able to put a big board into play here. Is there any sort of reevaluation in sideboarding that you would suggest based on what we're seeing here?
I don't know. I like still don't love the Force of Vigor, even though we saw it. Like I understand it. I don't know. Like I just feel like a lot of your cards are doing a lot more. Like I don't see that many dead cards in here, and so you definitely want the Red Blast, and I still think I'd like the Needle, but I can understand thinking that you can like grind out like. Part of it was, okay, my opponent had Jace Force Blue card. Like, it has to be forceful, not force negation. And, like, I did have my Red Blast, so I do have some, like, sympathy there. Like, it's not like their plan wasn't coming together. It was kind of like a lot of things came together really well for Niv.
For sure. All right, check it out. Game 3 here. Finally on the draw is Niv Shmuley on Miracles, Tim Pollard on Red Green Lands with the play turn 1 Rishadan Port into Expedition map. And I see a little bit of a note here in chat saying, well, got punished for that one. I keep drawing this one of Expedition map. Expedition map, definitely the kind of card you'd want to rather tutor off of Urza Saga, but I mean, it's not too bad, right? Like, gives you a little bit of selection here, curving out with a turn 2 Sphere of Resistance. And Niv's hand looking kind of good here. Force of Will, Force of Negation, Prismatic Ending. And more importantly, there's that juicy back to basics, which can potentially lock the game out here. So looking at hands here, I mean, who do you think is slated to win this game? Feels like there's only one answer.
Yeah, I feel like Niv's pretty far ahead. I mean, this Wasteland plus Port, like, definitely helps though. If Niv blanks on land for a few turns, this is Tim's game to win.
Yeah, I think this is really interesting observation too. So I'm seeing in chat a couple of points here. First off, that tutoring for Saga, probably not bad enough. And I think I agree with you there. Exploration is a pretty good draw here, especially alongside Vexploration. And then maybe regarding the Pithing Needle on the Jace earlier, given that Miracles is now a deck that can play upwards of 4 Prismatic Ending, it's not impossible or unheard of that you don't play Pithing Needle just to dodge Prismatic Ending.
Yeah, but like you have Exploration, like you do have things that they're going to be ending.
Yeah. So maybe you just want to like overload the Prismatic Endings, if you will, instead.
Right.
Yeah.
And like force them to keep in more. They probably just keep in like 2 and use the power of blue to be able to draw them.
Yeah. All right, check it out here. We have back to basics now coming into play here. Crop rotation on the stack here. Force of Will on the stack here. Now pitching Brainstorm to counter. Yeah, and I love this aggression. I love saying, hey, the game ends right here, right now. I got 4 minutes on the clock, and I want to finish the game. I want to go get maybe like a bite of cereal, because when you're playing Miracles, you don't really get too much time for lunch. It just is what it is. And now things are really going the Miracles way here. Back to basics alongside Sylvan Library, and Look, I know you said the Force of Vigor doesn't feel very good here, but it would certainly be
Yeah,
impressive on the sports
I
stage.
did discount the back to basics part.
That's true. So, yeah. So on this board state now, oh yeah, you
Wait,
can
so
even
real
see that.
so real talk. If you don't use F keys with your left or with your non-dominant hand, and you just use a mouse to click everything, you could probably just eat cereal at the same time while playing.
Oh, that's true. I mean, I'm a little bit more advanced. I'm an esports gamer, if you will. So I've bound my button to my mouse so that yeah,
Wow.
I know. You know, like you like see people playing like World of Warcraft and they have like 30 buttons for all their spells and things, and I'm just like, yep. F2, okay, F6. Oh wait, no, auto yield to that trigger. Turn off auto yields. God gave me. That's why my APM's so high. It's because
Oh wow.
I'm on another level here.
I use my two-handed approach, and like I just have like my top four fingers on F keys, and
Oh,
then my
okay.
like thumb is on the
You're playing a
key that I
MOBA
bind.
basically, right?
Well, I bind my thumb to whatever fast mana is, like the
Oh,
auto tap mana.
that's how
So
you did all
then,
the quadra queuing back in the day, huh?
yeah. Well, they didn't have fast mana back then, but I used like a similar stance.
Mm-hmm.
So like you can tell sometimes when people go to a keyboard, like if they put their left hand on like home row, they just type. If they put on like QWER, they play like League of Legends or Dota. If they put on the F keys, they play Moto. Like it's just wherever they put their left hand by default.
Oh man. But one thing I will say, yeah, oh god. Yep. If you're a Lance fan, you look away right now because it's about to get a lot worse before it gets any better. Shark Typhoon being hard cast here for all the whammies, and the Lone Maze of Ith, you know, you might think that it's good, but back to basics, locking that one up, giving only a one-time use. Now I think we're going to see what we saw earlier, which is just Ice Fang Coatl, Endurance, and a couple creatures beating down and yeah, just ending the game ASAP here. Pretty
There's
incredible.
even Jace the Mind Sculptor, which is better than at least a few, maybe some.
I mean, I've heard before that it might even be better than all. So, looking like that on this board set, I'll tell you that much.
I think that's copyrighted.
Oops, whoops. DMCA, please, one time. Oh, for the love of God, I hope they. Okay, I'm gonna double check something.
Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, Niv is just kind of, putting the final touches on this. A lot of the games decided by the back to basics, and you just figure out what to do from here.
True. All right, and this is like my favorite. I don't know. I recently put in an order for some cards, and the one thing I realized is I actually have to get like a bunch of shark tokens. They're expensive. Just for like all the modular costs and everything, because I mean, like Shark Typhoon alongside Force of Will, Back to Basics, Ponder, Brainstorm. You have so many like like even like Sylvan Library. If you wanted to, you can get 2-drops. Jace makes 4. So I have to get like a bunch of tokens so I can like pencil in. This is a 4/4. This is a 1/1. This is a this. You know what I mean? And so
I wonder if you can build something that's like pretty cool for it, or it's like I don't know. I always use like Pokemon cards or like White Swords or Final Fantasy cards, and I just try to have them be like really cool for it. Like,
I am the exact opposite. I'm just a boring old Joe who likes like the original, like the OG tokens. Yeah.
Like some of the cooler ones I've come up with was when like my favorite part about going to Pro Tours was when they would release the tokens. I would shop for new tokens for like that Pro Tour. So when Helm of the Host came out, do you know what that card is?
I actually don't.
So it's like a 4-mana legendary equipment, 4 to play, 4 to equip at the beginning of combat. You make a non-legendary copy of whatever this is equipped to.
Okay.
So in the Final Fantasy TCG, they have all these like simulacra that like look like certain iconic characters from Final Fantasy, and I got like 5 of each of them, and they each have different colors on them. So then like when I make the same copy of a thing, they all have like the same card for them and stuff.
That's actually kind of cool. I like that. That's like a little bit of like thought put into it, right? And so yeah, we're gonna go through the motions here. Looks like Trunks is gonna make a bunch of sharks. Really, I feel like the game was decided on like turn 3, where back to basics just like locked out any potential of playing here. It's a one of, but that's why you play these kind of cards, because they're so powerful. And then after that, falling with the Sylvan Library was absolutely insane. So let's go back here, and I think what that signifies is the end of round 5. Our backup feature match has actually finished. We were actually going to have Aluren against Jeskai Tempo, and the result of that, what deck do you think won? If you had to play Jeskai Tempo against Aluren.
Aluren.
Aluren? nailed it on the head right there. Aluren picks it up 2-1. And so round
got it.
6. Yeah, there you go. I'm going to take a look at the pairings, but we are down to our last last 9 players. And this is
It's
kind of
anyone's
crazy.
game. How does the payout work for this event? What is first get? What is, give me
Yeah,
the
that's a good
lowdown.
question. So it is a 1.2K. Originally, it was going to be a 1K, and my thought process was, okay, we'll pay 400 to first, we'll pay 200 to second, and we'll just like half all the way down. And then what I realized was by the time we got to 8th place, top 8 made like $50. Okay, fine, it's a free event. That's totally cool. Or not a free event, but you subscribe to the channel, that kind of deal. So next time I do this, if you are interested, you say subscribe to the channel and you get to join up for the next one for free. Basically, I was like, wait, that's kind of suck if you play the whole day and then you don't get paid out because you didn't make top 8 off like one draw step. So I was like, all right, fine. Let's make a payout go all the way to top 16. So top 16, you get $25, which is not nothing, but it's.
Wait, that's great. I should have played in this.
I was hoping that if I didn't tell you that way, you'd like sign up for commentary instead. And
No, exactly. I'd rather be in the booth. Anyway.
But
no, that's great though. And if you're not already subbed, there's like 200 something people watching this. Like if you're not subbed already, like you enjoy
we've
this
got
enough
a couple
to
subs
watch.
today. I'm pretty stoked about it. Yeah, I mean, I do appreciate anybody who was also followed today. We're on the goal to 10,000 followers. I think we'll make it. We're at 7K right now, so a little bit of work to do. But
what I really can't believe is that you only have 44 people that subscribe to your stream. Obviously everyone that subs is playing, right? Like,
that's
why
what
would
I
you
was.
not?
I actually know a lot more people had signed up, and then a couple people had to drop. So it's kind of interesting. So yeah. All right. So we're gonna take a quick break here. Yeah. It's time for a little bit of a break. I'm gonna stretch. We'll be back in about
more stretches.
I'm going to be back in about 10 days or so, but it's good to see a lot of familiars here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. This is a moment to get some popcorn or whatever it is. Look, I keep saying it in between all these rounds, so by now the people who have actually been doing it.
Do you eat popcorn?
That's what I'm saying. They have like 3 tubs of popcorn now, just like
they haven't had enough time.
Mr. Streamer keeps telling you to get popcorn. All right, so maybe this time we'll not get popcorn.
Water.
There we go. Yeah. Wonderful. All right, cool. So I'm going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Yeah. All right, and we're back for the next round here. This is going to be some awesome stuff. We got a really cool matchup coming up. It's going to be Aluren against D&T. Now, we've seen a lot of D&T today, but the deck that we haven't seen, we got to see a bit of Aluren at the very end of the match, and I wanted to see how he got there. We saw like Rishadan Port and a couple lands here. So as the players are getting set up here, Jonathan, walk me through this Aluren deck, and I want to know everything about it. What's up?
Yeah, and this isn't Aluren, but full
Oh,
disclosure, I chose the match this time, so if it's not a good match, it is on me. So, I held Anu responsible for the one that he explicitly chose, so it's only fair. Okay, this looks a little bit more like Aluren. So yeah, so I think Aluren's like one of the coolest decks in Legacy. It plays kind of like, I think of it as like Splurn Twin S, where you play this like 4-mana enchantment, but obviously it like goes off slightly different. So it's really cool in that like it's a creature-based combo deck, kind of like I guess Elves or Food Chain, like stuff of that vein. But I just think it's nice that you get all these value creatures that can kind of chain together and then eventually just like win the game in some sort of fashion. We've seen a lot of things in the past involving Cabin Harpy, Dreamstalker, Parasitic Strix, but now with Adventures into the whatever the D&D set's called, we have this very convenient win condition, this 3-mana 5/5 that can just enter the dungeons infinitely and then you kill your opponent. So that's pretty sweet. The overall shell remains the same, where you have some smaller amount of cantrips. We still see both Brainstorm and Ponder here. Sometimes people save a little bit in those. Then you got like a nice little Green Sun Zenith package. We have Green Sun Zenith for 1 Veteran Explorer that combos with our Cabal Therapy. It's cool because your fair game plan is pretty nice too, where you get to still play Quaddle and Uro, even a Singleton Leovold, and you get the Spellseeker for Living Wish, which allows you to access this pretty sweet sideboard. Apparently my explanation was not condensed enough, because now we're through to the match.
Sorry, I saw the players like playing, and I was like, oh god, can't miss turn 1 here. But no, yeah, I think the new card from, what is it, Adventures, is going to be
Forgotten Realms.
Yeah, that card's going to be pretty sweet here, because it does work with Aluren quite nicely, like you mentioned, with the infinite combos and whatnot, and getting
you
into the game.
You can also just play it. Like, it's not even terrible.
Yeah. I mean, 3-mana 5/5 bounces is like, you still get some value out of it, whether it's scrying, making mana, token, this or that. But looking at the hand now, looks like Louis kept a 6 here that has turn 1 Aether Vial, which is going to be incredible. And I see Cabal Therapy now on the stack. Honestly, the hand here from Brent's side is pretty incredible too, right? You've got Green Sun.
No ghost, please.
What do you name here off the Cabal Therapy if you're in this position?
Jeez, Stoneforge Mystic.
Then I would name Spirit of the Labyrinth, right? No, I'm just kidding. No. I think the name was Thalia, Guardian of Thraben.
Yeah. Those were my top 2: Stoneforge Mystic and Thalia.
Yeah, and I think those are very sensible. Although I will say, given that the Yorion D&T list is like very full of 4-ofs, it's honestly could be anything that you name here. Thalia probably named because it's the most problematic for Brent's hand, and yeah, I mean this hand is, I guess, developing somewhat nicely. I mean, Aluren in the hand is a good place to start.
It's pretty interesting that like D&T is one of the decks that can actually kind of utilize extra mana off of the Veteran Explorer, but I still kind of want to go for it here. Like, if you can land this Aluren, are they really doing better than you? I don't know. Like, they do have Recruiter and you have Spellseeker. Like, it's kind of interesting, but I do think we're green sunning for 1 for a Veteran Explorer.
Oh, that is such an interesting point, though, right? Because Recruiter getting flashed into play off of Aluren means that you can tutor up a Skyclave apparition at instant speed. That is huge.
So the dance you actually need to do is you need to try to win on the stack on top of that. Yeah. So when they have Recruiter of the Guard, you start playing all your things on top of that. So you need to play something innocuous, or like not at the like something that isn't necessarily gonna like, I don't know. You gotta save something to play on top of the.
Yeah. No, for sure.
It's really sweet.
I like the visual description as well. So they're gonna name Solitude here to get rid of with the Cabal Therapy. Flashing back the... Okay, hold up. This sentence is going to start over. Flashback Therapy, sack the Veteran Explorer, get 2 lands on both sides, Therapy resolves, name the Solitude, nailed it first try, and also, so did Louis with an excellent top deck here in the form of a Skyclave Apparition, so...
Right. So
Yeah.
with Spirit of the Labyrinth in play, you actually cut off a lot of the Aluren lines where you're able to play cantrip creatures like Uro and Coatl into each other. And
Mm-hmm.
now, like, the noose or however you want to put it is like starting to tie in a little.
Yeah, like a
The
boa
D&T is getting
constrictor.
its pieces into play, trying to say, hey, I'm actually a better fair deck than you, and I'm checking your unfair plan.
Yeah. I mean, like, check this right here. There it is. Your Brainstorm just doesn't do anything because of Spirit of the Labyrinth. And looks like we're going to go for an aggressive Aluren here. Recruiter of the Guard picking up a Stoneforge Mystic, though, kind of screams to me that something is up. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But maybe this is
Yeah.
just the play you're forced into because Stoneforge Mystic coming down.
So the Uro doesn't do anything, unfortunately. If we pass the turn, I think we're able to draw a card off of it. Each player can't draw more than one card each turn. Yeah.
Oh, but it ramps? Okay, so you can put Dryad Arbor into play. That's like a nice little something something. And then next turn... This is really tough,
Yeah,
actually.
yeah, I guess if you're Jason, you're just going to play the non-Skyclave cards.
Mm-hmm.
Choosing to tap the vial, I actually like that a lot. Because what you do is you're like tapping the vial, which is the same as playing the Stoneforge Mystic, but if something happens with Aluren in response, you can cast the Stoneforge
Yeah,
Mystic.
that's actually really smart. I have never seen that play before because I don't play Aether Vial personally, and
Wait, no, you're Aether Vial
Oh,
Master.
oh
In fact,
God.
wait.
Production!
I'm pretty sure.
Cut him off!
I'm pretty sure after this event, you're gonna end up playing D&D.
Dude, I cannot believe that I just said it like
You do it for
haphazardly.
the
I was like,
people.
all right, I'll play the deck that wins, and now there's like 2 D&D in like the top 8 already. At the end of round, we have 9 players left in the event, by the way. So this is round 6, double elim. So we have 9 players. One actually got the bye in this round, which is interesting phenomenon for double elimination.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is not what I want to see when I said I was going to play the deck that's going to win, because there's a Spirit of the Labyrinth, Recruiter of the Guard, double Spirit of the Labyrinth, in fact, and then a Cauldron Complete attacking all into the red zone here. All in the meanwhile...
This is smart. So before the spirits die, the Spirit of the Labyrinths die, you want to get rid of the Aluren. Because then you get to cut off like Coatl and Uro and anything else like that.
Yeah, and it's pretty crazy here too, because with the Living Wish in hand, that would have been GG's, I think, right? If there was no Skyclave Apparition, you could
that's right.
do
You
a
can
lot.
just get the dungeon card.
Right. A Sararak, the Arc Lich. Is this something that I'd never know? Is it Arch and is it Lich, or is it Arc and is it Lick? Arc Lick sounds kind of weird though. I think Arch. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right?
I think it's Arch Lich.
Okay. Somebody in the chat might know. They might know a little bit better than I do. But
Wait. So I got to tell you a story about
Okay.
pronunciation, if you don't mind. I think this game's almost over, so you can get your Jonathan Sakenic fill here. So in this other game, I've played a little bit. I'm actually qualified for Worlds 4 in Eternal, made by Direwolf Digital. So Pete Sully works on it, and Corey Burkhart used to work on it, and Beckstrom. So
a lot of big names.
So I've been commentating some of their tournaments too. And there's this one card. It's a normal word, but it's Manacles. How do you pronounce this?
Mana Manacles.
Yeah. So I've never seen this word in real life before. And it's like, a little bit of a fantasy game or whatever. And the other commentator does say manacles. But I'm just like, this guy just has to be wrong. And I'm like, okay, so the guy plays the Manacles here.
Oh my God, no, don't. I had a
card,
friend.
Wait, and then the card like stuns things. So the joke just became like Manacles, the Greek god of stunning things.
That's funny.
And it just was said the whole broadcast. It was really fun. Like, that's me.
Gosh.
Manacles.
I kind of like that a lot. I've heard a lot of incorrect pronunciations.
It's like Hercules.
Yeah, except
Hercules, Manacles.
Well, you wouldn't call them like Hercules, right? Like that's
yeah,
weird.
exactly.
Oh my goodness, I wish I hadn't said that, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
that's
what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Manacles.
All right, so let's see what's going on in the board here. I think a Brazen Bar was able to bounce Cauldron Complete.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, which is
because the Mother Runes is still summoning sick from being put into play from the Aluren that turn. And then here we're main phase brainstorming. We're turn cycle pass before my story.
And I think this is exactly what's going to let the Aluren player just survive for another turn, because if the Cauldron comes in for another combat step, I literally think that's lethal, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, and Brent is at 9. So here Brainstorm is going to finally resolve, and this is a sweet trick here, using the Green Sun Zenith to get a creature into play, and then also shuffle the deck, but that also shuffles the brainstorm. So this is, kind of fancy tech right here.
Did you know that Green Sun Zenith shuffles twice?
Wait, does it really?
Yeah. So you search your library for a card and then shuffle your library, it says, and then says after that, shuffle Green Sun Zenith into your library. So
Oh,
there's like Koshi's Trickster or
Mm-hmm.
like Psychogenic Probe, which like does things if you shuffle. You
Uh-huh.
play Green Sun Zenith, it like triggers twice.
XD, do we have a new legacy deck coming up? Tier 1, Tier 1? But no, in all seriousness, no. That's like a kind of minute interaction here that if it ever did, no, there was another card that matters with like fetching or shuffling. I think like Panglacial Worm. Have you heard of that one?
Well, that's just as you're searching. Though,
Yeah,
that you
that's
have.
true. But it's kind of weird. I wonder, like, if you're searching with Green Sun Zenith, can you, like, how does that work even?
Well, you only search once. You just shuffle
Oh,
twice.
okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, never mind. I'm less smart here. But, oh, blink and you'll miss it. That's a Sky Noodle.
Praise.
Praise! Oh, hands up. And then looks like Recruiter of the Guard going to come back. Looks like Cauldra going to get flickered as well. So that's a 5/5. And then finally, looks like Stoneforge Mystic going to come back. So there's a okay, no, and there's not even a potential for top deck Aluren here because Jason going to astutely search up a Skyclave Apparition here to put into play off of the Aluren. Should that come into play, and you know what, Brent doesn't even have it here, so I think this is one of those situations where you fire off a Cabal Therapy, see what's in the hand here, see how they're playing, and then move on to the post board games, maybe.
Yep. To answer something from chat, so one early legacy deck I did well with was No Rug when Mental Misstep was around, and when I played it for the very first time, it was my first time casting Green Sun Zenith, and I was just like, I guess I'll follow what the card says, and I like did present my deck twice, and then like some judge was watching me do it and just said like, you don't have to do that.
Yeah.
I'm just doing what the card says.
I
I also had a really old impulse,
Hmm.
and I don't know if you know that like old impulses are like have on the bottom to shuffle your library.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like in English.
Wasn't
So
the old
it's
impulse? Wasn't
like
it?
from Visions.
Okay, I don't know. I thought it put like cards in the graveyard or something at some point, like with a misclick or something. I might be wrong about that. I think I'm wrong about that one.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But like I like shuffle my library. And
That's
they're like, not what
that's
impulse does."
adorable.
And I'm like, it clearly says it here that I put my cards on the bottom and then shuffle my library.
I love that so much. All right, so let's take a look at sideboarding here as a Skyclave Apparition is going to take care of Uro, and that's going to allow lethal damage to come through. So Aluren going to be on the play here for game 2 most likely. What are the cards we like in the sideboard, and how does the matchup change post board?
Yeah, so you definitely like Force of Vigor. One interesting tension that you have is you're playing Living Wish with like a Wish sideboard, but you actually want to have some of the cards in the deck sometimes. So yeah, Force of Vigor, definitely great. Maybe Thoughtseize, you end up like diluting a little, but if you really think about it, you can probably set up a Thoughtseize such that like it does what your Force of Will would have done, but you don't 2-for-1 yourself along the way. And then there are certain considerations, because your opponent's a Thalia deck, a Rishadan Port deck, what have you, that Living Wish just takes a really long time to get going, that maybe would just board out all 3 Living Wishes, maybe board out the Spell Seekers and just board in all of our singletons. So maybe we can board in the Plague Engineer, the Rex Sage, the Brazen Borrower, the Planeswalker.
Yeah, isn't that
And,
crazy that you can Living Wish for Grist, the whatever the hunger? I don't know what the full name of the card is, and I honestly can't. Grist the Hunger Tide, something like that. I'm gonna assume something like that. And that's kind of a sweet card in this deck, right? Because it's a creature in other zones besides in play, which means you can Living Wish for it, and you can also, correct me if I'm wrong, cast it from your hand off of Aluren.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty powerful, and you can also Green Sun Zenith for it as well too. So it's kind of interesting to see that this card is very accessible in this deck when normally it wouldn't look like that. So that's kind of cool. What about from the other side here? For Louis' side, is there anything that you're interested? Oh, that is not the. Well, this is
Yeah,
a
I'd
miracle.
probably change my 75. That way I don't get DQ'd.
Oh, looks like I actually named this file the wrong thing. So you know what? It's fine. We're just gonna look at. We're just gonna keep looking at this beautiful deck list. I think we saw Louis' list earlier, and it was just a bunch of 4-ofs.
Right. So if I recall correctly, you might bring in. Were they the ones that had like some sort of disenchant effect? Like it's tough because like you kind of want to just stay very creature based. You might keep sideboarding to minimal. You might board in the Aethersworn Canonist.
Mm-hmm.
if that exists.
How about these? This is a little bit more accurate now. A lot more death and taxes and a lot less miracles. But yeah, Containment Priest not good because it doesn't actually do anything, right?
It stops Green Sun Zenith, right?
Oh, okay, yeah. Containment Priest stops Green Sun Zenith,
and then same with the Cage.
How about Mindbreak Trap?
I don't love it. I don't know. I think your plan's actually already good against it. You have cards like Flickwiz, Skyclave, Apparition, like just something close to the same 60 with like minimal changes.
80, but yeah, good point. Yeah, because Yuri on the Sky Noodle is definitely something that like impacts the way you build your deck and the way you sort of like build your sideboard as well. So I think you'll see that Louis' list is a lot more like focused towards combo decks for sideboarding, and that's why we have. I mean, like Mindbreak Trap doesn't seem too bad, if just for the sake of like stopping an Acererak that's been cast like 10,000 times, but. We'll see if Louis actually boards it as turn 1 Green Sun Zenith for Dryad Arbor is met by a turn 1 Vial. So both decks, doing what they want to be doing here, accelerating a little bit.
Drawing the Underground Sea is like very good there. So you're able to play your cantrips, or at least I think that's what they drew.
Yeah. And wow.
Drawing an Aluren. Okay, so maybe we could get something started, assuming that we can brainstorm into something good or draw something good for the turn.
Now, one thing that's
be over here, Anu.
It could be, except this time Louis has astutely. Jason has kept a hand that also has Skyclave Apparition. So this is one of those things where it's just like, if you're in Brent's side, if you're in the Aluren side, do you ever cast your Aluren, or do you just hold it forever and never and never, waiting until maybe Skyclave Apparition has already come down? And that's some tension that I'm gonna let the players decide. But what is your thought?
Yeah, you just hold it until you have enough things to play on the stack. It's kind of like having a counter war. Like you choose when the wars fall. They can't Skyclave Apparition in your hand, so you just you figure it out later. Like, okay, I think it's unlikely you have. Like, it doesn't have to be Skyclave. It could be like Flick Wisp at like a key point in time that might like break up a chain in a weird way or something, and that Recruiter's like a pretty good draw. So it's like, okay, you have 3 cards in hand. What's your probability in your Yorion deck? But you did mulligan and keep a 6. That like you have 2 pieces of interaction. Maybe not that high. So maybe we draw another cantrip creature. We do it here.
Ooh, okay, that's pretty good.
So what's good here is you also have Brainstorm, so you actually have a lot of ways to fight. So, okay, yeah, I think casting Brainstorm first is fine. Oh, and finding Cabal Therapy can definitely help a bit.
Yeah, for sure. And you still have a land drop too, so technically you could put back like Icefang Coatl and like.
We played Snow-Covered Forest because we wanted to
be able
to brainstorm but still have Aluren or something like that.
Right. Yeah. So maybe not this turn, but the next turn, there's an option to do some pretty crazy stuff here. Although on the other side of the table, Mother of Runes and sort of Fire and Ice, those are kind of scary cards in and of themselves. So not having access to Aether Vial to like use the rest of your hand means that the game slows down by a drastic amount, which means that. Well, okay, maybe equipping the Mother of Runes with the Sword of Fire and Ice is just an absolute absurd line. I don't know. It's weird because, from the Death and Taxes side, there is tension, right? Like everybody knows at the table that Skyclave Apparition in response to the Aluren is going to be a big deal, and so it's really about closing the game before.
This attack's weird to me.
What's up? Oh,
this attack's weird to me. So let's say. The problem is we already played Brainstorm, so we can't like threaten an Aluren or anything like overly weird. Oh, and like, I don't know. I guess we're just trying to get a point of value because we think if we like have Abrupt Decay or something, they never block. And they're planning on sacrificing the Dryad Arbor. It's hard to see that point of life is worth that, but ultimately, getting a point of damage where I feel like a lot of other people wouldn't, very brave, and could end up mattering if this becomes a more fair fight. So yeah, I respect it.
So Solitude was actually the original name here from the front half of things, and now looks like on the flashback for Cabal Therapy, Recruiter of the Guard is going to be taken down here. And it's a little bit awkward here for Brent because now we know about the Skyclave Apparition that's in the hand, so we can't really do anything.
Well, depending on how gutsy we are, we might be able to play Aluren and then Coatl, and then if they play Skyclave Apparition in response, we play the Archfiend.
Okay, all right.
Or whatever it's called.
Oh, Grafdigger's Cage, is that actually good in this matchup? It stops
It only
Uro.
stops greens in Zenith and
Oh,
Uro.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's actually reasonable here. A little bit too late though, because the Greens on Zenith did pick up a Dryad Arbor, but being able to stop Uro is not a laughing matter. And oh, this might be it. Okay, it looks
Right.
like.
Right. So you want to play the land because you have Brainstorm on top.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't like this.
And
Playing it very
I like the
slowly.
sequencing. Yeah, this is good.
There's so much tension too, because imagine if you're on Jason's side, you're like, okay, well, they just played a nice Wing Coatl, but if I let it resolve without getting rid of the Aluren, things could just get worse, and I don't want that to happen. And actually, wow, this is crazy, but a backup Aluren's not a bad thing either, right?
Yeah, so you could play the Grist.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I like this. So the problem is Grist mills you, right?
Ooh,
So
I did not remember that. And that's just called tight play right there, tight gameplay. I would have definitely milled my Aluren and been so sad.
it's okay. I was today years old when I finally read Grist, so I try to make sure I actually know what the card does. But it's cool because it makes a token that can block through Sword of Fire and Ice, so they kind of have to like re-equip to the Stoneforge Mystic. If they want to get through, then they have to give pro green. So it's like a lot of hoops if you like make a thingy.
Try. Yeah, for sure, for sure.
You could also choose to sacrifice your Coatl to kill the Mother Runes too.
Okay.
Which is what we're seeing here. Or maybe killing the Stoneforge Mystic, but the thing is, yeah, I guess they can put Cauldron Complete into play and then equip it with Sword of Fire and Ice, so
That's a lot of damage.
yeah, still pretty interesting tension
no.
here.
And that
wow.
that's a fresh top deck, right? Recruiter of the Guard here. So like we know about the one Skyclave apparition, and we're ready to combo off against that. And this is what happens.
Wait, but we do have another Aluren on top too. So, there's
True.
still a little bit of game to be played, but I do agree that like we go for it, they answer Aluren, then we go for it again, then they should be able to answer Aluren again. But and they do play multiple Skyclave apparitions, right? I think.
Yeah, they definitely do play multiple. But then here's the weird thing, though, right? Because
Andrew of Solitude.
yeah, a Sararak is a little bit different, though, right? Because unlike Cavern Harpy, you can't bounce a Sararak when you want to. It has to enter play. The trigger has to go in the stack, and then it has to resolve, right? Whereas Cavern Harpy,
removal works against it, right?
Exactly. So Solitude will be pretty good. Multiple Skyclave apparitions, you just target the Sararak, and then you can't continue. And so this is an interesting build of Aluren for sure. But there are like pros and weaknesses. And I mean, this is like one of the few matchups where Aluren is actually just like not very good, given that you're enabling this is like basically like giving your opponent an Aether Vial that's on 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 at all times. Well, sorry, 1, 2, and 3 at all times, which is oof.
Yeah, it's like I play that card and I work for it. Just give it to me.
All right, let's see what's
I do like pros and weaknesses. I kind of want to use that now. So some people have their pros and cons, their strengths and weaknesses, but have we ever considered the pros and weaknesses?
Yeah, so I'm gonna actually check up on one of the other matches that's going on right now, because I do want to switch over. So the next matchup that we're going to be watching for this round is actually, it's going to be Jeskai against Miracles, and I don't know what game they're in, but I'm gonna go ahead and just update some stuff real quick here, and then we'll get right into it. But sort of we've seen both decks already. Give me your take on the matchup, right? Because this is gonna be like two different types of control pitting against each other, and I want to know what you think is better.
Right. So as I noted earlier, the Jeskai Tempo deck not having the Delver Shell isn't able to go as fast, so you know that you're in the non-Ragavan games, you're kind of gearing up for playing a little bit more of a grindy game. That being said, you do have R3.Jeskai Saga, which can produce a really good advantage over time. You have Retrofitter Foundry to be able to create more tokens. So I think it's just going to be a total slog where I don't even think it's fair to like classify it as like one person being the aggressor or anything like that. I think it's just like trying to squeeze the most value out of your cards in a very mid-rangey sort of way. Like one's doing it through Planeswalker, one's doing it through these like busted Modern Horizon 2 cards. So
yeah.
It'll be really interesting to see how it plays out. I don't actually know who's favored, and I think it's more just like game texture and maybe like build and player dependent. Like it can go a lot of different ways. And I'm excited to see it like as a result.
Okay.
But there's certain tech choices that we've seen in some Jeskai variants that could be a little bit better than others. Like if it's not an Uro game, if one build has Singleton True Name Nemesis, if that comes down, that can check Planeswalkers very well. That can borderline take over the game. Maybe some games are about Ice Fang Quaddle, where one person draws 3, the other person draws 0. Now you're just like playing your prismatic endings on Quaddles. Uh, Endurance, your favorite cow just seems
Moo!
just seems to be like the perfect answer for Uro and these Uro mirrors. It also just allows you to provide a threat on an end step, so you can use a lot of mana in a turn cycle. So that's something the Jeskai deck doesn't have access to.
Okay.
Carpet's something I didn't name that could be a really good player as well.
So I'm coming in at the very last second, I think, here. So we might not see like the full hand here of what's going on here, but it looks like the board state is actually relatively even. Wombo has a couple cards in hand, only 3, but on the other side, there's a Terminus, Prismatic Ending, and a lot of mana sources from Bruno's side.
Yeah, so Wombo has pretty much like 5 cards in hand, so you can crack this Lantern whenever you want and the 4 cards naturally.
Mm-hmm.
And Bruno's hand's pretty reactive, doesn't have much going, is really hoping for like a Brainstorm effect or something like that.
Yeah, like Jason the Mind Sculptor even, or something like that.
Just something that gets some traction.
Okay, so let's see what's going on here. Now there's a dashed monkey, and this is actually kind of scary because monkey plus Caracas is very good, but then on top of that you have Caracas to protect it from Swords to Plowshares. So this is like kind of like a weird trifecta, if you will. And yeah, I don't know. This is nerve-wracking to say the least.
Yeah, so your sorcery speed removal spells aren't good against Ragavan. So hoping to find something, but
yeah. And it looks like
the Steam button. It was there.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the writing on the wall here. So, Wombo gonna take this one. We didn't really watch too much of it, but yeah, I mean the combination of Monkey plus Caracas is very powerful, and so I guess that is that. I'm gonna double check and see what other matches are still playing here, so that we can watch a little bit more stuff. Because let's see.
I mean, it's really what you said earlier. In this double elimination structure, just the amount of matches, kind of turnover, round turnover is going to be a lot better. There's less people playing.
Yeah, that's why I didn't
more
actually
people being
realize.
active in chat.
Yeah. So we're gonna go here. We're gonna save here, and I'm just gonna go ahead and watch this matchup right now, which is going to be. Let's see. I don't think it's set up yet, but we're not gonna watch Bant against Eldrazi for whatever brief moments that we can.
Oh, nice.
And so I think we saw. What's up?
Sorry. I was going to ask if we have any players with no losses or if everyone has a loss.
Oh, that's a good question. So I'm going to take a look at the standings. And this is round 6. So actually, Eli Tucker was the only person at 5-0. So if Eli makes it all the way to the finals and then loses because it's a double elimination, there's actually going to be a reset. So there might be 10 rounds of Magic as opposed to 9. But we'll see what happens. Stuff. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty crazy, though, right? If you just go undefeated the whole time. So let's take a look at this one. And we'll just evaluate the board states and see what's going on here. I'm not too crazy about this and then Lee. Okay.
All right. So you can see that Niv has like 8 cards in hand there, both bringing 2 back from Sylvan Library. So, and then it looks like Lee has 3 cards in hand. So Uro just doing normal Uro things. It's gonna be a tight race though. It depends on what cards Niv has access to here. Any sorts of Plowshares or really just anything.
Yeah, I mean 7 cards in hand though, right? 7 cards in hand versus the 3, and here's a main phase endurance, and I think that makes sense because you've got double Archon of Emeria in play, and you can only cast one spell.
You can really only play 1 spell a turn.
Yeah. One good thing though is that given that the Miracles deck of now is so creature centric, a card like Thorn of Amethyst is a lot less powerful than it is. Plus you've got cards like Prismatic Ending as well that don't really care about Thorn of Amethyst. So there's a lot to unpack here for sure.
Yeah, I wonder what Lee has access to. So might be playing a card like Chalice.
Yeah.
It looks like a Chalice on 1, judging by tapping.
It's probably not in the deck, but Eldrazi Displacer. We don't have white mana. Oh, we don't need white.
Use white mana.
Yeah. Okay. So that's actually awesome then, right?
But we didn't use a cavern to play it.
So it could be countered? Okay, what
Yeah.
the caverns are an Archon and human. So we
Checks
don't
out.
Yeah. So that makes a little bit of sense. It's kind of weird, right? So you can use Cavern of Souls to tap for but you still need colorless mana for no, you don't need colorless mana for Eldrazi Displacer. Okay, all right, never mind, you're fine. So this might be lights out then. I mean, Lee is at now 1.
Well, this still doesn't kill, right? Like endurance is a 3/4, and you're attacking for 5 after the trample.
Oh, okay. So you're saying block the Reality Smasher, yeah, and just take 1 + 2 + 2, yeah, makes sense. But instead, Niv's gonna just cast Swords to Plowshares here, discard a Ponder to the Reality Smasher trigger, and then gobbly gobble, just eat one of these Archon of Emeria's up, and now just like that, game state looks really, really, really good for the control side. So we might even just get a game 3, yeah. Let's see if I can pull up the deck list too in the meantime, because I want to know. This is one of the matchups where Niv has actually chosen not to play something like Terminus. And
I thought Terminus was in the sideboard.
But yeah, exactly. But it is in the sideboard. So I think this is game 2 for now. And this is game 2 for now. So after sideboarding, we're going to go to I should do this first. Studio mode, go here. After sideboarding, we're probably going to go into game 3, and then both players here are also X and 1, so the loser will be knocked out. But also keeping in mind that everyone here is at least locked in for the top 16 prizes, so that's some pretty good news. And
and top 16 prize is $25. You just had to sub to Anu once to be able to play in this tournament.
Which
so
technically means once you top 16 here, you're queued up for the next 5 of these sort of subscriber only events here, which is kind of cool to think about. So
yeah, like I've started playing some like Pioneer challenges because I get my like a slight profit if I like top 32, and you just like walk in and you top 32, but like if I knew how valuable like how plus EV these tournaments were, how could you not be playing in this? So you should be subbing to Anu. Yeah, just it's good. It's good stuff.
So this is Lee's list right now, right, for in the matchup, and I have to feel like there are a lot of really, really good cards there. One card that we didn't see executed very well last time was Leyline of the Void, and I have to wonder if it's very good in this matchup due to the nature of the Titan of Nature Wrath.
Yeah, so it's good against Uro. It's good against, I think Niv's list was the one with some Snapcaster. What else does it do? I mean, even that might be fine, but if you're on the play this game, I just keep on wanting to jam. Like, I think your structure is already like pretty decent. You might not even need Leyline. Just kill him.
Just get like super aggressive. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see how the mulligans fade out here. I think both players are going to keep reasonable hands. I hope 7. I see 7 on one side and 7 on another. No, it looks like Niv is actually mulligan down to 6 here. All right. And there we go. Silent clearing. Lotus Petal. Lotus Petal. What do we got? What's the play here?
Probably Chalice.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, Chalice. Good call. And now it's on Niv to sort of have. So the thing is like that's like 4 whole cards in play now. So if I'm on Niv's side, I'm like, okay, fine. I'll just like prismatic ending this on like turn 2 or something like that. Not a big deal here. But the question is, what follow up does Lee have? Because that's what's going to decide the way this game plays out.
Cavern on Archon means only one thing.
Bird. Wait, Archons are birds, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I think. I forget if Archon's the person or if it's actually the bird.
Very good question. I
think maybe Archon is the rider. Like a jockey.
Yeah, that might be. Because I'm pretty sure if you look at the artwork, like if you zoom in, there is somebody on the bird, like on the eagle or falcon or whatever. And wow, this is rough. Yeah, check this out. So not only is Archon in play, makes the tropical island enter tapped. Looks like
So what do you think is riding the Phyrexian Revoker?
Oh my goodness. No, Phyrexian Revoker is just a monstrosity in and of itself, right? Isn't it just like a...
Maybe... Wait. It's pretty unclear how large the Revoker is. It might be like a bug-sized thing, or it might just be gigantic.
Oh, that's something I'd never thought about.
So like there could be things in the Revoker. I picture it like the episode of SpongeBob where he forgets his name and there's like a bunch of little SpongeBobs in his head. There's a bunch of little revokers, each
Ah!
with like pencils and stuff, trying to figure out what they're gonna name.
I have an embarrassing confession to make, and that's that I haven't really watched that much SpongeBob. But my wife wants to watch SpongeBob with me. I feel like I found the perfect life partner. You know, can you imagine that? So,
Wait, can I join too?
yeah, of course. Uh,
I,
but getting
I've
back to the
quoted so
game,
much SpongeBob in my life. I'm ready.
it's a funny show, which is surprising because most of the best shows are animated anyways. Okay, cool. So I'm looking at the board here. There's a Phyrexian Revoker on Jace the Mind Sculptor, and a Thought-Knot Seer for turn is going to force action here. That's what that's what prompts the Icewind Coatl. And I think if I'm going to use my cheat sheet here, what's getting exiled, it's Prismatic Ending getting exiled. So Lee has actually played this very well here, having wastelanded the Tundra. You know, I mentioned it earlier, Prismatic Ending, very good against Chalice of the Void. There needs to be a way to get rid of the Chalice before we can move on, because otherwise the creatures will just be overwhelming.
We can also only play one spell at a time, though, due to the
yeah?
Archon. So it's not even quantity of lands per se that matters. It's just time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's a white source. Okay.
Defense mode.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe next turn we could play the ending, but you don't even have enough snow permanents for this Quaddle. The Quaddle's really holding back the giant Revoker, and then so it's really just 6 damage crashing in. You do have a decision to make if you want to blow the Silent Clearing, but there's not like the most twos you can play. Like maybe you draw like a Thorn or another Chalice, but in theory you could just do that next turn.
Right.
Cutting off your white mana for non-Archon. Like what if you draw a Thalia effect? Like one of the Thalias, then you definitely need this white mana. So I kind of like waiting one turn, but then if the ending happens, then you end up cracking the Silent Clearing.
Okay, so Forest for the turn, Misty Rainforest tap. That helps a little bit. Is there another copy of Prismatic Ending? Oh, actually, you know what? We can even see what's in the hand here. I totally forgot that Thought-Knot Seer reveals the hand. So in a moment it'll show up on the screen, but the hand right now looks like Endurance, Brainstorm, Misty Rainforest, Caracas, and Terminus. And Misty Rainforest is now in play. So now with
if you attack with the Thought-Knot, they could double block, but then it like kind of unlocks your Archon for attacking.
True, right.
It feels like Lee just needs one more attacker to really like lock up this game.
Right.
This is a Chalice on 2. Yeah.
Oof. Chalice on 2, notably not as good as Chalice on 1 or Chalice on 3. The 2-drops are restricted to like what? Icewind Coatl, Sylvan Library, and Prismatic Ending on for X equals 1.
Snapcaster Mage.
Oh, Snapcaster Mage is a big one too.
Well, not with the Archon in play, but
okay, yeah. Okay, and check it. There's the Endurance, so it's going to come in. So we know that from the hand.
And probably just lining up a double block.
Yep. So now the question is, what do you draw off of this trigger? And
yeah.
Is it enough to keep you in the game?
I mean, with the Thought-Knot Seer off the table, Niv has a lot more time because it's just the Archon attacking until the Revoker's allowed to attack. So having drawn, 2 more cards here, just sure you're not able to utilize your power of blue, which like it is a lot. And I think they were playing 3 Prismatic Endings with 1 gone. So it's hard to find answers here. You're kind of relying on your creatures, but there goes reality.
Oh, and that's a huge top deck. That's a huge threat. I mean, 6 cards in hand, we know a couple of them, and Caracas, we know about Brainstorm and Terminus, right? So this is a little bit of a scary attack here, but okay, tapping some mana, Endurance coming into this is what I'm talking about. Cows are the best. They just beat up on birds, or I guess people that ride birds, Archons, or okay, whatever it is. You get what I'm trying to say here, right? This is a really good draw here because it's one of the few ways to actually block the Archon while not having Death Touch on Icewind Coatl. And this also unlocks duels and other non-basics to come into play on tap. So
it just helps your overall tempo.
Yeah.
The thing is, you can only play like 3 drops, so it's not like you're very much limited, but getting the 3rd snow permanent is pretty good here.
Yeah.
But the problem is you have to pay life to do it, so you have to like block with Endurance to absorb it. Or you can play this pretty, decent card.
Yeah, this behemoth of a card is actually something that I think really dictates why. One of the reasons why I think Eldrazi may have dialed down a little bit is because a 6/6 just absolutely trumps all sorts of combat in terms of like 4/4s and 5/5s. But, you know, when you're playing white, you have access to Solitude. But when you're playing white, you also have access to cards like Karakas. I mean, you don't even have to play white to get access to Karakas. And that is something that Uro is a little bit weak to. So maybe there's a way for this giant Elder Titan to get into play.
Probably. Like, the Smasher's just going to trade with a Quaddle if it sends. I think Lee's probably just evaluating whether or not you're allowed to sacrifice Silent Clearing here, but I think the door's slowly closing on this game.
Yeah, I think I agree.
Had
with
a
you.
good opportunity with the Smasher, but the cow just, utterly destroyed the battlefield.
So good. Like the fact that it is also a 3/4 body, like getting around Lightning Bolt, impacting graveyards. It's just absurd that it is also able to like block many of the most played creatures in Legacy with like the only requirement being you need 2 green sources, really. Like it's pretty nice. And yeah, Lee's gonna crack the Silent Clearing here. And I think I guess, I mean, depends how many removal spells you have in your deck post board.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you don't have swords, so it's just Solitude, right?
Yeah.
So it's not great.
Okay, so how low on life are we going to go here? Looks like we're going to take the full 4 points of damage here after the trample has been assigned. And that's pretty good. I mean, now Uro looks like it's going to be able to come to play, right?
Right, you take an extra 1 from the Misty being cracked, like in the whole exchange, but yeah, nothing stops the Uro from coming back now that we got the 5th non-Uro card in the graveyard.
Mm-hmm. Makes me wonder if, okay, double Ancient Tomb. I was going to say, like, how crazy would it be if there was a Walking Bullet still in the list, and it just, like, came down this turn and popped.
So, Uro getting escaped here. And then I'm going to be interested in whether or not we're allowed to attack with Endurance. I think, like, this is another open deck list type of spot, but I think you are allowed to attack with Endurance.
Yeah, it feels like if your opponent had, like, a hasty threat like Reality Smasher, they probably would have played it last turn with the Ancient Tomb that they have 5 mana, right? So...
Right.
Yeah.
Like when my opponent's playing Ancient Tombs, I try to be pretty conscious of their life total and try to see where I could get in some cheeky attacks.
Like that a lot. And yep, just passing the turn, and that's exactly what you want to see from the control side. You want to be able to untap once you've stabilized and hope that you can convert from there, and that's exactly what Uro's going to do. Enter the red zone, gain 3 life, draw a card, put a land into play, ? We know there's a Terminus in hand.
So that means that you have 9 spells in hand, probably discarding some 1s or 2s that wouldn't be good after a Prismatic Ending.
Good point, yeah. Oh,
wow.
Oh gosh.
Would you say that was an explosive draw?
Yeah, you know what? Let's roll with it. That's a good one. Yeah, I mean, if I was in that position, I'd love to draw me and
then just discarding the Prismatic Ending. Like, it could have done this too.
Oh no, that's like the last thing you want to see when you're in the aggro side of things, because every removal spell does count. I mean, even being at 8 life here is something. Oh, there's a question in the chat for you. It's how soon do you think how soon do you think we'll get BNR action in Legacy?
Well, specifically those cards, I can see them not getting addressed at the same time. I like Legacy isn't supported as much, so I think it's reasonable to like, oh, let's address part of it, move on, and then address part of it, move on. I don't know. From watching the coverage today, Saga has seen, like, sometimes Saga has been like a many for one, and sometimes it just like hasn't been enough.
Yeah.
I think it's cool that it spawns like certain archetypes and allows for certain like bullet type of effects, and Legacy always had like a emphasis on how mana works, and I think it's cool to add another element there. So I think I'm actually cool with the Saga.
Yeah.
Ragavan is like pretty good. If it wasn't legendary, I think it'd be way too good. But like the fact that Karakas checks it is like pretty nice, and if it's not gonna be Ragavan, it's just gonna be like Delver and Channeler and stuff like that. So I think if anything, like maybe Ragavan gets addressed a little bit before Saga, but I think it might ultimately be fine.
All right, well, looks like that's GG's in the chat here. That's a lethal board here, and Uro just going to do some pretty crazy things. The stats on these cards are They're kind of powerful here. I want to say congratulations to everybody who's in this event so far. This is double elimination. And I think at this point we saw that Eli Tucker was the only undefeated player, which means that Lee is going to be knocked out from this event here. But that's going to wrap up every round for this, every match for this round. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Do the popcorn thing. You know the drill already. At this point, I don't even have to.
Water, popcorn, stretching.
Yeah, exactly. And we will be back. We'll see you guys in just a little bit. Bye.
Bye.
Attack ships on fire, shoreline. I watched seaweeds glittering down in 10,000 feet. All those moments will be lost in time. Like tears.
Okay, wrong scene. Nice, cool.
Ah!
We awake! We awake! Hey, welcome back, everybody. All right, so we are down to the last 5 competitors of this event. It's double elimination, so it's trying something new here, trying to see what the tournament structure would be like here. We're down to the last 5 players, which is kind of weird, but, you know, one player gets a bye, but we still have a lot of really strong competitors in here. Up until this point, we've seen a lot of decks. You know, we've seen Death and Taxes, we've seen Miracles, we've seen Aluren, we've got, like, Goblins players, combo players, a lot of stuff that we've seen today. And finally, what we have in our top 5 is going to be 1 Miracles. We have 2 copies of D&T and 1 copy one copy of Jeskai Saga, and then 1 copy of Izzet Tempo. And so the feature match that we have for this event is going to be Izzet Tempo versus D&T, and it's actually a grudge match from earlier in the day. So our round 1 feature match today was, I think, Jason Murray against Bart Van Etten. Both very, very good players, masters of their craft, crushers in all eternal formats. And let's get to the deck list because I want to talk about this a little bit. The first deck list that we're going to look at is... Cool. So this is the Death and Taxes list that Jason Murray has been playing, featuring Yorion. Jonathan, thanks for tuning in. Walk me through a little bit of what this deck is trying to do and where we're trying to go.
Yeah, so Death and Taxes has been around for a while. Some people refer to it as mono white control. It's not control in the traditional sense with using the power of blue and counter spells, but it's trying to still deny what the opponent's able to do by using Wasteland, Rishadan Port, Field of Ruin. In the mana department, then it's able to use cards like Mother of Ruins, Flicker Wisp off of Aether Vial, and just kind of invalidate what the opponent's doing. Thalia, Guardian of Thraben plus Caracas is another way to accomplish that. And then each of his creatures either have a very pronounced effect on the game, or they produce some sort of like advantage. Like, for instance, Flicker Wisp has the ability to kind of draw you extra cards, or almost be like a 2-mana 3/1 flyer. And Recruiter of the Guard's able to help you toolbox your deck. One thing that's a little bit different between this list and a lot of other Death and Taxes lists is the decision to play 80 cards for Yorion. So you have a pseudo 8-card hand, and sure, you want Aether Vial in your opening hand. You want to be able to play Mother of Ruins on turn 1. So sure, you're making some concessions there, but one bright side to playing an 80-card deck is that your tutoring effects are a lot more powerful. You're less likely to draw the cards that you don't want in certain matchups, and sometimes just a free 4 or 5 Sky Noodle is enough to rule the skies and take the day. So it's a pretty awesome deck, and we'll get to see it in action shortly.
Okay, and then on the other side, what I want to also take a look at is what we have here. This is the Tempo deck. And honestly, we don't even have that much time to talk about it because it looks like the players are starting off. So as the players are getting into the game here, why don't you walk me through... Oh, I'm sorry. Why don't you... I'm lying. Hold up. Great, this is perfect. One sec. We're going to go...
walking.
Yeah.
Sometimes walking.
Let's go ahead and take a look through here. I forgot that there's like a 1.5 minute delay for this.
It's okay.
So I will edit this. I will edit this part out of the video, and yeah, let's go. So what are we doing here? I'm gonna go here. Yeah. So walk me through this deck real quick, and then yeah.
Yeah. So don't mind the numbers breakdowns on the Dazes, Ponders, and Floodstrands and stuff. It's still Izzet Tempo. It's pretty much, you can call it like Delverless Delver, but it's pretty much functioning like Delver, just upgrading a little with the advent of Modern Horizons 2 by being able to play Ragavan and Chandler and Murktide region, but doing the normal Delver thing that we'll hopefully get to see here. So a 1-drop on turn 1 kind of answered with this Caracas though, which is pretty sweet. So
yeah.
You're both spending a mana, but Bart's not able to accrue this advantage of Ragavan hitting and being able to make treasure tokens.
Exactly right. So here now, Bart's got a great hand: Ponder, Unholy Heat, Wasteland, Force of Will, and Scalding Tarn. On the other side, Jason Murray has a couple lands, but then also Stoneforge Mystic, Mother of Runes, a couple card advantage options, and yeah, look at that, another Caracas here. And so, you know, Louis thinking, okay, I got this Ragavan on lockdown, things are going to be controlled here pretty well. Unfortunately, Jason does not know that there's a second Wasteland waiting in the wings here from Bart's side, and this is some of the craziest tempo games that I've seen, like back and forth, just you know, making sure to see if the monkey can or cannot connect. So
it is a cost to playing Ragavan over other 1-drops. Like if this was a Delver of Secrets, the overall texture of the game would have been very different. But instead, Ragavan causing those Caracases to have enough value to be wastelanded, might be able to open up Rishadan Port or Field of Ruin being able to do a little bit more work.
Yeah. All right. So Dragon's Rage Channel at the draw step here. I think this is going to be a legacy staple moving forward because it's such a powerful card. But after that, Unholy Heat going to take care of the Mother of Runes, and that's also going to give a Surveil trigger to put on the stack. What's interesting, though, is that because these Caracases were able to delay the Ragavan, this gave Jason enough time to pick up one of the 4 copies of Solitude, and that might just be a very good answer here for the Monkey.
Yeah, we might see both players playing their pitch spells here. So Solitude answering the Ragavan and Force of Will, stopping that from happening. But instead we see it connecting here, which might say that the Solitude's better spent on answering the Dragon Rage Channeler.
Okay.
Or maybe just trying to find a better white card to pitch, like one that might not be as effective throughout the mid game.
Yeah. And what's also interesting here is, wow, this is crazy, right? So Ponder is already a very, very powerful card, but when you back that up with the selection or this from the Surveil trigger from Dragon's Rage Channeler, you're getting this like Giga Cantrip, and yeah, you're going to see here, it's going to pick up a blue card for the Force of Will here, which is going to be pretty excellent as Walking Ballista is going to enter for X equals 1, and that's going to get dazed.
Yeah, so Bart's just trying to ride this tempo advantage. If I get a card that I can play with my Ragavan, great. But Walking Ballista would be able to block the Ragavan and potentially kill the Channeler if Bart's not able to get to Delirium in time. So we might see the Solitude here, though, just saying, okay, that was my first removal spell. It was good enough for you to daze. Maybe I'll play my other one. But it is true that Skyclave Apparition will come out next turn if he so desires.
All right, so taking a look at this now, looks like Surveil is going to actually bin a copy of Flooded Strand, so that's pretty powerful selection. And then after that, we have Dragon's Rage Channel and Ragavan entering combat zone. Ragavan going to pick up another card here. Actually, it looks like it's not. Probably revealing like a Plains or something like that. And Jason's hand is actually looking very good here now with multiple copies of Skyclave Apparition, Solitude still in check here, and then also the requisite lands to cast it. So, D&T looking pretty strong from this position.
Yep, and this kind of goes back to something I was saying in the earlier part of our tournament, that it seems like it's how the specific cards line up. Like, sure, both decks play Wasteland, both decks are doing some form of mana denial, but Bart had all that wasted mana due to not having enough things to do with it. And then even though Jason was a little bit, stuck or stymied on mana from the wastelands that happened in the beginning and just the overall pace in the game, just has more stuff and stuff to do.
Yeah.
So it feels like Bart's trying to like limp over the finish line while Jason's just like, hey, I got stuff for days. We can just keep on doing this.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Which is really interesting for 2 reasons, right? So the first reason is we talked about the absence of Delver of Secrets and how the delta between Ragavan and Delver was, quite noticeable in this game. The second thing is, let me remind you, this is actually a grudge match, right? So these 2 players have already played in this tournament before. So for context, this is a 1.2K that I'm hosting on my Twitch channel. And this is kind of crazy because when they first played, Bart absolutely destroyed Jason, right? Leveraged the power of Murktide Region alongside, multiple counters, multiple cheap counters, and it was able to cross the finish line with like 7-point swings. The game looks completely different from what we saw last time here, with Force of Will now trading with a Stoneforge Mystic, but Jason has like so many resources available that I don't know. This feels like very solidly in the D&T side of things.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment. It's just Bart's trying to find an effective way to be able to just go through the rest of Jason's hand. Jason, still stuck on 2 lands, really needs to find that 3rd land soon, and maybe that is something that Bart's kind of hoping happens. Sometimes you gotta make your own luck, I guess. But still needing to find answers to, say, the Stoneforge Mystic comes out next turn. It stops the 1/1 token from Skyclave Apparition from being able to attack, and next thing you know, it could be Batterskull or Kaldra just attacking.
Yeah. This is kind of interesting. So Brainstorm here, going to look at 3 cards, Wasteland, Expressive Iteration, and Force of Will. So now Bart's got to make the decision how to sequence this. Looks like Force of Will is going to go on top, so that'll be the draw for the next turn. And then after that, you can Expressive Iteration, guaranteed to have the Wasteland to put into play here, and then hopefully maybe keep off Jason from casting any of the 3-drops in his hand. Now, what's interesting though, oh yeah, check that out. What's interesting though is that, again, the whole concept here is that you have Expressive Iteration in addition to Dragon's Rage Channeler, and by this point, Dragon's Rage Channeler has put like 4 or 5 really bad cards into the graveyard, including Pyroblast, extra lands. It's doing pretty good work here.
So one thing about the iteration is if you plan on having the Dragon Rage Channeler in play, you can actually mill the Wasteland here, like the card, and then you get a full iteration. So think about which card you want to draw, and you don't have to take the other one.
Very interesting. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I just love the synergies that it's kind of crazy because all these cards are also seeing play in Modern, but it's crazy because in Legacy you just have like empowering your best cards even further when these are some of the best cards in the game already. Huge, absolutely huge.
Mm-hmm. So finding a Lightning Bolt, did we exile land or?
That's a very good question. I think.
Oh wow! So it looks like we didn't find a land because the expressive iteration kind of happened and passed the turn. So we were able to pick up this Lightning Bolt, but now we're losing our threat here. We didn't have a blue card to pair with this Force of Will, and ultimately, you know, the brakes are on. So this is the real turning point for Jason. We could tell from the hands that, you know, it was already going in this direction, but this is where Bart kind of realizes, okay, I don't have this threat. I know you have a Jitte, so all of your creatures are very valuable. It's going to be a little bit tough to piece this one together.
Yeah, I think what's absolutely crazy is that despite, like, you know, the board presence that's already in play, which is a problem, Jason also has all these card advantage threats in hand, but then on top of that also has Solitude. So, like, I guess the proverb is what, still had all D's? Like I just don't know how, from this perspective, this point, Jason's going to lose. I think it would start with something like, maybe like a Murktide Regent, but then you'd also have to have Force of Will to protect it from the Solitude that's in the hand.
Exactly. But I do think that is like the recipe. You just need to be punking Jason out of the game here.
Yeah. And let's see. So Ragavan is the draw step. It's going to be dashed, enter the red zone here, trading with a Stoneforge Mystic, which is kind of interesting. And yep, Stoneforge Mystic and a Violin, the Umezawa's Jitte, and that looks incredible. I guess you still have the Lightning Bolt for future interactions though.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see how Jason wants to press the advantage. So you have this Vial that, not this turn, but over the next 2 turns, will be able to pseudo produce like 5 mana. So if you draw a land, you can play Thalia and equip your Jitte.
Yeah.
If you didn't draw a land, it would be interesting to see what would have happened there. But here you kind of force the hand of playing the Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, I love the sequencing here, by the way, too. I love it a lot. And here you're sort of seeing, all right, Bart's saying, hey, I can't really afford to bolt the Skyclave Apparition, so I'm going to make you have the 4th land. Snap, call your bluff. Turns out he ends up having it, and I'm going to concede they're going to go straight to game 2 here for sideboarding. So let's talk about sideboarding from the D&T side of things. Is there any card in particular that makes you happy about what you got seen here? Oh, that was a weird sentence.
Yeah, it's fine. I think the only card I would really like to see is Council's Judgment. There's some consideration for Leyline of the Void, but the problem is you're playing an 8/8 card deck. You really want Leyline of the Void for like the Reanimator type of matchups because you plan on mulliganing a lot to look for it. These battles normally become battles of attrition. And if it's not in your opening hand and you draw it, that, like, if it's just literally any other card of your deck, in your deck, would be a lot better because your lands are going to be taxed and then you need threats in play. So the Council's Judgment answering Murktide Regent is definitely needed, kind of like the 9th Swords effect.
Okay.
And then you could potentially see Peacekeeper, but I just think it's like you want the ability to attack, you need to make inroads on the board, so I'm really just expecting that.
How about from the other side here? So I feel like there are a couple more options here. What do you like bringing in? What do you like cutting? And more importantly, who do you think is favored for the first post-board game?
Yeah, so in order, I think. I would board in the Brazen Borrower Shenanigans. You could board in Meltdown, but I feel like it's kind of slow. I like that Shenanigans is a little bit more flexible. And that's probably it. And you can board out some of your Force of Wills. Daze is still good because they'll, like I said before, play cards like Council's Judgment and every non-Aether Vial game. Or obviously you're boarding out the Pyroblast, but very minimal sideboarding. And I'm just gonna take the person on the play every post sideboard game.
Yeah, you think the play draw is that important? That's kind of cool.
I I do think it's important, but it's also just like there's definitely enough variance such that either player could win. But like if they ever have similar hands, it's usually the one that on the plays that's going to be heavily favored.
Okay, very interesting. Yeah, I want to go back and see like maybe in the first match or so, like who was on the play, because if it actually ends up that Bart was on the play and was able to leverage Daces more powerfully, then like yeah, like that could be why. What determines this and that? But looking at the opening hands here, Bart going to be on the play here for game 2. Dragon's Rage Channeler, 3 lands, 3 cantrips, beautiful. And on the other side, on the other side, you have 4 planes, Thalia, Skyclave Apparition, and an Aether Vial. How do you feel about these hands?
I'd keep both of them. So one thing we haven't seen from Jason in any of our matches against Bart is a turn 1 Aether Vial, and the texture of those games is significantly different than what ones without Vial. So I'm really excited to see how that works out here. But yeah, from Bart's side, you have the power of blue. You're able to sculpt your hand. With Dragon Rage Chandler, you're doing even better than Delver decks normally do it. And then with Jason's hand, it's just you're able to play Vial. If you draw another 2-drop, maybe you play the Thalion too, and just a very good game plan that can is also Wasteland proof. So you just know that you're going to be able to execute your plan with an amount of consistency. It could be possible that Bart might Force Will or Days of Vial.
Yeah, I love basics. They give me comfort. They give me comfort knowing that everything will probably be fine. You know, just like because Wasteland is such an important part in like the legacy metagame, just like dictating what cards are kind of playable and what cards are not. That's why the cards are so low to the ground. And so here, like the D&T side seems very solid. And also, like you mentioned, turn 1 Aether Vial, also a very big deal because this is the deck, this is the card that makes the deck basically operate on all cylinders over the course of time. It generates so much mana. And then also you have some pretty good cards in Thalia and Skyclave Apparition. So we're going to see here if the hand that we've got is going to be good enough here. Bart Van Etten on the play here. Let's see, what's going to be the move? Probably turn 1 Volcanic Island, Dragon's Rage Channeler, I would imagine.
Yep. Yeah, you want to be saving those fetch lands for your cantrips.
Mm-hmm. And then even the cantrips too, you want to maximize as much value as you can possibly get out of them. So makes sense to put the supercharger into play first. Worst case scenario, you get, you know, ponders and brainstorms for future turns. And let's see. Oh, it looks like Cauldra is the draw here for Jason. Not exactly what you want, but you know, you can, if you pick up a Stoneforge Mystic along the way, put that into play. So
Or 3 more lands, that can happen. We see the Caracas being bored in.
Yeah, Caracas coming in. That's a pretty good one for Thalia, just in the sense that you're able to, you know, make sure that the legendary permanent never actually enters the red zone. I mean, with Vial, things get a little bit tricky, but yeah. Brainstorm, I'm going to pick up a copy of Ragavan and 2 copies of Lightning Bolt, and that's actually, those are very, very good draws.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting how Caracas plays. So besides being able to answer opposing Thalias, you can also protect a Ragavan from cards like Swords of Plowshares or Solitude.
Mm-hmm.
So it can provide a unique angle in the game and its reusability.
Okay, this is actually really an interesting decision here. So we just brainstormed, instead of playing the Ragavan, which is probably what I would have done, but I also don't know the deck too well, looks like Bart is going to elect instead to Ponder. Why is this happening?
So one argument could be, hey, you have Vials, so if you fall up here with Caracas, then I'm like actually falling behind. I need to use my mana more efficiently. Another one is to kind of maybe not feel as priced into needing to play your Caracas. So like if they play Thalia, then you like have to use your turn playing like Caracas to bounce it, and then maybe you're not getting ahead enough.
Yeah.
And then it is like a very interesting decision. Like if you draw like a Force Will or Days or like some sort of extra interaction, you can play the next turns a little bit better.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's kind of crazy too, because like Jason did top deck a Caracas, so if you had played the monkey last turn, then Jason would have slammed the Caracas, bounced the monkey, but instead being able to dash. Now you get the value out of it, you get that token. You did exile a plane, so not getting a physical card out of it, but still this setup seems very good. And now you've got Double Bolt, Leftover, Expressive Iteration, Days, and look at that, an Unholy Heat.
Right. And like some subset of the time, maybe you mill over like a creature or a Mishra's Bauble and you're clocking for a lot more damage. So maybe just trying to evaluate that a little bit differently.
Yeah, I think in the first time these two players battled today, the Ragavan actually was doing double duty because it flipped over a Mother of Runes, and that absolutely changed the pace of the game. So we'll see if something like that happens again. Okay, this is an interesting decision. So not violating in the Thalia because Karakas on the other side can just bounce it, and functionally you want to tax the Karakas as much as possible. So I like that from Jason's side. But Expressive Iteration is the kind of card that if it goes unchecked, will, potentially take over the game.
Yeah, so finding a Murktide Regent, maybe making a land drop off of it. Yep, that Wasteland.
Okay.
And then, yeah, so probably just sending, and then you can choose if you want to just cast your Ragavan off of the treasure or leave up these removal spells. I'm guessing Bart's going to choose to leave up the removal spells just because of the vial, but with the vial now tapped, maybe it's different, but I think because of Flickerwisp and the vial going to 3, there could be a lot of shenanigans, and you just want to leave up a removal spell.
Yeah. I like that a lot. I like that. That's just like what is it, like patience, like discipline, like those kind of things, like understanding, I could get more aggressive here, but really that's not what the matchup is about, right? Ragavan, right. The more I've seen it being played in this exact matchup, I think it's not actually as good. The treasure tokens are certainly scary, but you're never really able to convert half of the cards like Skyclave Apparition or Cauldra. These are very expensively casted cards that you need multiple tokens for. So I like this prioritization, and Louis also understanding it still deploys the Thalia regardless. We'll see what happens next.
Yeah, so the problem is if you play any of your 3s, you're walking into Daze, and you're kind of lined up to just ignore Daze for the rest of the game potentially, unless if you're hard casting this Cauldra. But
that is, I don't think I've seen a hard cast Cauldra yet, but I've definitely gotten to the point where Cauldra has been equipped to another creature, and it does not feel good. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. So yeah, invalid. So chat's asking why Thalia wasn't just cast last turn, but it's because it runs into Daze. So here you're able to kind of put a little bit of stress on the Karakas while not running into Daze, and then you're gonna leave your vial on 3. So you can do this, play Thalia every turn until you have something better to do.
Yeah, check this out. So we bounce the Thalia so we can connect with the Dragon's Rage Channeler, but surprise, Vial takes up to 3, now puts a Recruiter of Guard into play, and that's going to tutor up, let's find out what it tutored up. It's going to tutor up, it looks like a Sanctum Prelate, yeah, exactly. And Sanctum Prelate on this board state is actually extremely, extremely good. Oh my goodness, because there's so many 1-drops in Bart's hand.
Yeah, the only thing that's that kind of make it bad is this Murktide Regent, so you won't have Source of Plowshares to be able to answer it if you choose to play the Sanctum Prelate. But
right.
Of course, not knowing that, and next turn trying to set up just playing maybe Sanctum Prelate and Skyclave Apparition, still playing around the Daze.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the benefits to playing the Yorion deck, right? Is you are actually maximizing on all 4 copies of Solitude, so you can tutor that up with something like Recruiter of the Guard, and that is also another answer to something like Murktide Regent. So I'm not too upset about that. And check that out. That's another. Oh my, there's so much removal. Here's another Skyclave Apparition that's picked up off the top, and that's going to answer the second Dragon's Rage Channeler, the first one being handled by a Skyclave already in play, and you get to vial it in. So a lot of good things happening here for the D&T side of things. Okay, the question is, though, now Murktide Regent is... Oh, wow, that's a pretty good pickup, too. Murktide Regent, looks like the coast is clear. This might be the turn where we actually put it into play here, and that's going to be easily an 8/8 Flying Dragon. So what do we get? Lightning Bolt, Veil Trigger on the stack.
So I'm guessing we're going to end up playing the Sanctum Prelate, but now that... you might have already caused Bart to play, Lightning Bolts in very inefficient manners, you might be able to just play the Skyclave Apparition and get the board to pseudo parity.
Yeah. Okay. So Skyclave Apparition going to take care of the second Dragon's Rage Channeler, but we have a 1/1 from the Leaves Battlefield trigger, and there's... Wow, okay, that's so intense to me. So we're spending the shenanigans to get rid of the Aether Vial instead of playing a Murktide Regent. which
Well,
is
you couldn't play Murktide Regent because you played Lightning Bolt
okay.
in response
Yep.
to the Aether Vial activation.
Makes sense. Makes sense. I guess the alternative is though if we hadn't bolted the Sanctum Prelate. Oh, but since we know that Sanctum Prelate is in the hand, we have to actually use all of our 1-drops. So this play actually makes a lot of sense here. I like that a lot then.
Well, you don't explicitly have to. It's not like the Skyclave can kill the Murktide Regent, but
Okay.
it just depends on if you're okay never being able to cast this Lightning Bolt.
Right. Very, very interesting. Okay, so Murktide in hand, going to come into play shortly. Mishra's Bauble just cracked and looked at the top card of, I would assume, Louis' deck here. So it's going to give some insight into whether or not there's something like a Solitude or a Swords to Plowshares on top. And
yeah, so the graveyard stuff just taking a while. You want to make sure that you can max out the region, but you're not necessarily getting rid of Delirium if possible. But obviously, without any Delirium cards, probably would give it up. It would only be the 3rd and 4th Dragon Rage Channeler since you can't play Unholy Heat right now.
yeah, Betty Thipped is a nice pickup here for the tempo side of things, and the pressure is definitely on here for Louis, Jason, just in the sense that you have an 8/8 flyer, and you got no blockers, right? Solitude would be a great pickup. Swords to Plowshares would be a great pickup. Even like a Flicker Wisp would be a good pickup too, right? You can blink the 8/8 and turn it into a measly 3/3.
Yeah, so just really being put to the test here. So even if next turn you put in Caldra, that's not going to be enough to be able to race this Murktide Regent.
Okay. Oh,
Yorion you could technically cast and get another block out of,
sure. But
assuming there's no, but there's Krakus in play.
yeah,
so-
exactly. So Caracas in play, Days in hand. There's a lot of restrictions here, but maybe this is just the best
Oh,
way out.
wow.
Oh,
That's just lethal.
this is sweet. All right, this is kind of a nice, like, stylish, like, finish them kind of kill here. Opponent tapped out. You know the coast is clear because you have the Days. Play my Murktide Regent. You know what's better than an 8/8 dragon? Yeah, that's right. It's a 12/12 dragon, and Murktide just gonna cross the finish line here. Brutal, absolutely brutal. Okay.
I don't think Bart has won against Jason without Murktide Regent. Like every time it's just been Murktide Regent just like crushing.
And I'm not really surprised to hear that because, D&T, this iteration of D&T is so good at just gumming up the ground that it feels like the only real way to go about it is in the air. So let's take a look at sideboards one more time. And I think we're going to be looking at Bart's sideboard here. Yeah. So any reevaluations? Did we see anything that was super interesting like that from game 2 that makes us change our deck for game 3?
So the only thing I could see changing besides keeping in the Krakus and Shenanigans and Brazenbauer is maybe you bring in the Meltdown. But I still think like if you're on the draw, then it gets behind Athalia. They might already activate Vial once. Like it's not great, but I could see someone doing it. Like Force Negation is not great. You can't play Pyroblast, so that's already 2, and then maybe you cut 2 Force of Wills. I like leaving in all 4 Dazes though, because I do feel like when you're on the play, you have slightly less cards, so you're kind of inclined to just like keep up the pace of play and the tempo, and then I feel like the Daze usually gets its full value's worth. But you can have some forces to kind of combo with Dazes that end up getting played around.
That's very interesting. I feel like a lot of times players will board out Days on the draw because it's a lot easier to play around, and I don't know. It's interesting. I guess in this matchup, if Aether Vial's not on the table, then yeah, players will be, like the D&T side, you'll have to pay the full 3 mana for your 3 drops, and that's where Days shines. So here it is. All right, so we're in like the top 5, and this is game 3. We'll update the UI in just a sec here, but kind of incredible because this hand has no Aether Vial, only has a Solitude. I'm surprised that it's actually been kept.
Well, it's just the basic, like, I can port you, and your wastelands aren't as good because I have all these lands, and I have Field of Ruin, which, like, can make it a lot harder for you to operate if I combine that with the port, so... And I have Krakus to answer a third of your threats.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, because this deck does only have... Oh, wow. Sorry, that's an end-step Brainstorm. I feel like you rarely see those.
Yeah. I think it's interesting to, like... I guess, like, if you know you're going to wasteland there, it kind of makes sense. And, like, if you're getting tapped on your upkeep, then in theory you could play, like, 2 Brainstorms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, well, a brutal trading of lands here. So Wasteland going to take care of Richardon Port. Then on Jason's turn, a Wasteland of his own to take care of Volcanic Island. Now untapping, Brainstorm is the draw, and both players have lands for days. I mean, what's really interesting to me is that this exchange, if I'm totally honest, seems like it favored the tempo side of things because Murktide Regent is just so cheap, low to the ground, easy to cast.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is just like Jason doesn't know that their Solitude isn't going to work. Like, some mana forces are probably boarded out, so... unless if Bart thinks that the matchup is only about Murktide Regent, like
Right.
there was a period of time where I would, against Death and Taxes, kind of like board out all my Delver of Secrets and just leaving like 4 True Name Nemesis, and then like leaving all my Force of Will to be able to just stop things that just my True Name Nemesis. You could do the same thing with Murktide Regent.
Okay. All right, and there's Batterskull as the draw step. Not exactly what you want to see when your opponent has put a 5/5 into play here, but instead activating Field of Ruin. Now, we did see a basic mountain earlier, so this will be able to fetch some sort of land here. Okay, getting the mountain, yeah.
Well, one thing to note is that it is like a baby Murktide Regent, so it's not quite as big as the 12/12 that we saw last game. But,
Right.
so buying a little bit more time, trying to eke a little bit more value out of their cards. Jason can play Flicker Wisp and try to trade it with the Regent.
And this is a problem too, right? Caracas now tapped here to the Field of Ruin. Means that the monkey can get in. That's thanks to Dash, gives it haste, and now it's going to attack, reveal Skyclave Apparition, which you can't cast here, so it's fine, but your opponent is generating mana, so you're not really ecstatic about that. And now looking at the rest of the hand, another Skyclave Apparition is a draw.
And
that's
Thoughtseize Bug.
I like the way you say that. You're just like, yes, Moto, born and molded. But what's the Bane quote? Like sculpted and molded by the darkness or something? Yeah. Except for Magic Online, where it's happened so many times. This is actually kind of crazy. Did Flicker Wisp just resolve?
Yep.
Whoa.
So you have all these removal spells, maybe 3/3 flyers just enough, and you want to save your forces and days for things that matter a lot more.
Like Solitude.
So it's not like you don't have a threat.
Right.
It's really that you're like converting this bolt effect into a 3/3.
True. Okay. I can get behind that. Yeah. That's one of the things that I've also noticed. Murktide is just so like beefy CMC wise that cards like Prismatic Ending, cards like Skyclave Apparition, they're not very good against Murktide. You have to have exactly like Swords to Plowshares or something like Solitude in this matchup. I mean, it's not even legendary, so Caracas can't touch it. So, yeah. Okay. Ragavan going to enter the red zone and then get bounced, get redeployed. This is going to tax the mana by a slight amount here, but Skyclave Apparition going to come down and is going to do some pretty good stuff here.
It's pretty interesting to see how we're going to proceed from here. So I feel like what Jason's trying to set up is like a Batterskull that can play around days and some Solitude action.
Yeah.
And then just trying to get the board to some semblance of parity and then saying like, hey, you have normal cantrips, but I have creatures that they're all Elvish Visionaries, like Stoneforge Mystic, Recruiter of the Guard. So, and I have Yorion. I have like Secret Card and that can come up.
Yeah, and now we're sort of seeing like the classic like tempo versus control strategy here, where tempos. I mean, these Solitudes are going to be incredible if they actually get to resolve, remove a creature, and then untap and get to do your thing here. But Bart's from this point forward just trying to draw a bunch of cards. You already see 2 copies of Force Will, which is incredible here, and even a Daze. So this expressive iteration could just like lock things up. I don't know. It's really close. Who do you think's ahead?
Probably Bart. Just power blue type of stuff, so you're able to sculpt the hand so that you can stay ahead. If your stuff gets answered, you can dig for more threats. Jason's really just at the mercy of the top of the deck and not much else.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, we see one. We have enough lands here to cast Solitude with mana to pay for days. Probably fire it off on the upkeep or ordering. Oh yeah, and that's brutal. That's double blue card for double Force of Will. So Bart definitely happy with the position here, and
right, and with Lightning Bolt, the game's pretty much over. So you have double Force, and you can Lightning Bolt.
Wow, this is actually incredible. This is why I'm so impressed by Murktide Regent. This deck isn't even playing Delver of Secrets, and it's able to like cross the finish line, focusing instead on just like trading resources and things like that. So yeah, I don't know. Bart's been doing very well. This is won the grudge match again, so 2-0 against DNT at least on the day here. And we're going to take a break after this. We'll be back for the next match. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Let's jam.
All right, we're back here for the second to last round in this event here. So actually really interesting, we had a double elimination style structure, right? So up until this point, we had one player who was undefeated. And normally when you get into the top 8 or top 4 of an event, it becomes single elimination and you get knocked out. However, since this competitor was undefeated, they actually got a second stock in the top cut of this event. So congratulations to all the players that are still here. We have 4 players remaining now, and they're going to play it out for the grand prize here. Let's get into the matchup here, though. I want to take a look at the deck list real quick before the players begin. We have Eli Tucker on Jeskai Saga against Niv Schmilly on Bant Miracles. And we've sort of seen this list before. What's really interesting is... well, I guess it's not really miracles because I see Terminus on the sideboard, but walk me through this deck, Jonathan. What's it trying to do? The 30-second elevator pitch, yeah.
Yeah, so it's trying to just play a bunch of cantrips, even going as far as playing Abundant Harvest to combine with the normal blue cantrips that we see in Shark Typhoon, and just being able to play very specific cards, typically answers, but then threats in Jason Mind Sculptor, Uro, and Sylvan Library, that can be backed up by counter magic to be able to just surgically take apart whatever the opponent's doing and then just win with the leftovers.
Okay, yeah. And on the other side of the table here, this is a deck that has recently popped off since the printing or the release of Modern Horizons 2. And this is the not Mono Black Zombies like it's written on the screen here, but it's actually Jeskai Saga, which is a pretty powerful deck that features basically a smattering of Modern Horizons 2 cards, right? You've got Murktide, Ragavan, you've also got access to Urza's Saga, that's a big one, and then you can see there are a lot of like trinkets and gadgets that Saga can pick up. So interesting ones are Retrofitter Foundry, Pithing Needle, and then you even have Standstill to go alongside the Urza's Saga to make the ability to put pressure on very, very easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, just kind of a typical standstill deck where you're playing a little bit more lands and you care about like applying threats while like a pressure while both of you guys are kind of doing nothing. And what's interesting to me is to see Daze in this sort of shell when you're not playing, Delver, Dragon Rage, Chandler. It's really just Ragavan. So kind of still trying to do this lean thing, but seeing Stifle here kind of reminiscent of the old like Rug, Astrolabe, Stifle, Pokepile type of deck.
Mm-hmm.
And overall, just trying to go over top with Murktide Region, which doesn't have the most answers in the format.
Yeah. So walk me through the matchup then in terms of what we've got going on here. Who do you think is favored in game 1 and why?
So I like the Miracles deck. I feel like they're just able to churn through their deck. They don't have any cards that aren't going to be applicable at various points in time. Meanwhile, the Standstill deck is a little bit more susceptible to just having hands of like swords, stifles, and endings that kind of do nothing, whereas the Miracles deck might be cycling a Shark Typhoon and playing a Dress Down and getting some incidental value. But the card I'm going to be watching out for how the overall pacing of the game is played is Urza Saga on the Jeskai side and Endurance on the Bant Miracle side.
All right. Well, looks like we're getting into the game now, and we have one player double queuing, so this is going to be a lot of editing for me in post. But I see Tundra, I see Ponder, and I see Flooded Strand from one side. On the other side, though, I see Ragavan, Nimble Pilferer, and then a Volcanic Island. So that's sort of the trinity here of cards. And I mean, Ragavan really does dictate just how the opening turns of each game really like plays out here. Fortunately, Niv does have multiple copies of Swords to Plowshares in the hand with Swords to Plowshares with Force of Negation even to protect it. And if Niv is able to get to a later turn here, so we'll see the hand right now. It's 3 lands, Phyrexian Dreadnought, and an Urza Saga, which is kind of not very good, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
But Brainstorm going to be met with the Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah, so you're able to put back some lands and then shuffle away with the fetch land. And if you found another threat like this other Ragavan that we have, you're able to deploy it here. So we're probably going to see Niv just untap and then swords it maybe on the upkeep, maybe main phase, depends on what they're trying to play around.
Yeah. Okay, so another monkey in play now, and the mana situation looks also kind of good here. From the other side, though, you see this monkey and you're still not worried. I would anticipate the Swords to Plowshares to be fired off on Eli's turn so that you can protect it with Force of Negation, pitching maybe an Uro or a Brainstorm if it's necessary. And looks like the draw step here is going to be Swords to Plowshares from the Jeskai side of things here. So, all in all...
Yes. So part of the reason you want to wait until the beginning of combat for that play is what if there's another Ragavan that can get dash? So if you don't in your main phase or the upkeep or in a draw step, it falls susceptible to yet another Ragavan. But here it's just like, okay, now you got nothing going on and I have way more cantrips than you do. And this is kind of what I was trying to say in the pregame, that the times you're not trying to accrue an advantage over time with Urza Saga and Retrofit or Foundry, you're kind of just susceptible to this chain of cantrips and just, oh, I have the Snapcaster Mage and Quaddle and just all these cards that are drawing cards and beating you down, kind of like Elvish Visionary beatdowns.
Yeah. So check this. Brainstorm not going to hit a 4th land here for the Miracle side of things, but I did see a copy of Dress Down that at first looked exciting because, you do have Uro in hand, so you could do some cool things like flash in Dress Down on the end step, untap, play your Uro. It doesn't have any abilities, so it doesn't actually sacrifice itself. But instead... looks like we're going to be shuffling that one away here as Eli puts Urza Saga into play for the turn. And maybe this is an Ice Fang Quaddle coming down?
Yeah, it's like, okay, if this trades with the days, that's 1 for 1. If not, like I have more material and some slight information about your hand.
Yeah, that's big. Ooh, okay, look at that. Shark Typhoon. So, and a Plains. Not too bad here. I think Niv's hand is coming along quite well here. On the other side, though, I mean, Phyrexian Dreadnought, not a card that you really are interested in, plus a bevy of lands that, right now what you need is, like, action. You need Brainstorm. You need, like, not even Standstill. That's not even... Well, actually, Standstill would be fine here, given that you have Urza Saga.
Yeah, you just need... You just need something to get going, some sort of pressure to apply. But as I mentioned, I think Endurance is the card that I'm really watching on Niv's side, because you can stop Murktide Regent from kind of trying to like punk you out, and you can also just flash it in, and it's pretty good against Ragavan. So just most of the threats are getting deployed, and the overall pace in the game can be broken up by Endurance.
Yeah, and I mean, that's something that's kind of interesting, right? Like, against D&T, we saw Murktide Regent was an absolute house in that it was just able to take over the game here. But Endurance allows you not only to block, Murktide Regents, but you can even preemptively play Endurance to get rid of a graveyard completely, and then, leave the opponent with a stranded Murktide in hand. Okay. So here, Swords to Plowshares is going to take care of Uro Titan of Nature's Wrath. And it looks like the hand left over is going to be double Force and Negation, Shark Typhoon, Force of Will, and the Endurance. So all things considered, it's looking pretty good here for the Miracle side. But then again, Urza Saga, a kind of crazy card here. And we've seen before how much advantage you can actually generate. So we'll see if this is something that can be, grinded through.
Yeah, so it's specifically the Retrofit or Foundry that I would be worried about. So it's going to be make a contract, make a servo in a turn cycle.
Yeah.
And you can't counter that. We have all these Force of Negations and Force of Will, but it doesn't stop the Retrofit or Foundry from entering the battlefield.
That's what's probably like the most disgusting here, is that like this was just a land that was put into play, so you can't Force of Will it. And then the ability is what tutors up the artifact, so you can't Force of Will that either. The ability is also what makes the construct. So basically, this is a card that really punishes... and wow, check out that top deck there. That's a Stifle for the turn, which pairs really, really nicely with this Phyrexian Dreadnought.
Yeah, it might be a few more turns before we see that. There's still Swords to Plowshares and Prismatic Endings that he would probably, or that they would probably want to play around, and you could just grind with a bunch of tokens. So, as I mentioned before, like the Quaddle's body is just like incidental. You play draw a card and it just happened to yield a 1/1.
Yeah.
But the 1/1 isn't in good shape to race these constructs plus Retrofit or Foundry.
Yeah. It's interesting. So right now you have a bunch of 3/3s in play here. And honestly, like Retrofit or Foundry, pumping up the constructs is another reason to just play that card. I think Retrofit or Foundry may be one of the best Urza Saga targets. Not surprised to see it be the first one to tutor up here.
Yeah, the other options are Soul God Lantern, which we might have seen if Uro hit the graveyard, and the last one is Pithing Needle, which you can name Jason Mind Sculpture is probably one of the best ones.
Yeah, yeah. That's one thing that I had realized about this matchup is that in reality, one of the few ways that the Saga deck has to generate advantage is like with cards like Standstill, but then also Urza Saga. At the end of the day, though, I do think that Jace the Mind Sculptor would outpower those. So Urza Saga being able to fetch like a main deck Pithing Needle is absolutely pivotal.
Yep. So we see main phase Brainstorm kind of hoping to hit a land, I think, and we might actually see this Abundant Harvest call land.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. It's very important for the control deck here to sort of establish its mana base, because you want to make sure that cards like Daze, cards like Wasteland, that they don't actually impact you. And when you play more expensive spells, it's a lot more likely. So here, I like this a lot here. Sort of just using Abundant Harvest. Yeah, so it's going to name land, pick up a tropical island as like a pseudo fetch land almost to pair alongside a Brainstorm, which really just goes to show like the resourcefulness of that card. I know you called it one of the best cantrips printed in all of Magic, and that to me says a lot.
Yeah, it's just really versatile. It might even be able to give like cantrip access to colors that don't normally have cantrips. Like we haven't really seen it in like Selesnya Depths or anything like that, but maybe it's because you don't want to hit like Mox Diamond or something if you call non-creature like non-land. But I think as we continue to play with the card, we'll start seeing it in more numbers and more deck building consideration for it.
So it looks like the snake has Death Touch now there with the shark. That's its friend here. And Retrofitter Foundry is going to go ahead and make a 1/1 colorless servo artifact creature token at the end of turn. And in response, boom, well, that's an Endurance, which is kind of an interesting position to do it in. Well, this is going to get met with the Force of Will. Okay.
Yeah, probably just force back if it's that important.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested by this like over aggression here. Like, do you think that this Endurance is really that much of a problem? Because I feel like the constructs will eventually outsize it, right?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting for me. I feel like I both wouldn't play Force of Will and like wouldn't really want to Force of Will back, but it's just really interesting to me that my opponent feels like it's that important.
Yeah,
so
right. Like if your opponent really, I feel you on that one. That's my thought process too. Why are they Force of Willing? This is really that good? All right, maybe I'll force back because if it must be that good otherwise. So,
right. There's this sort of like information asymmetry thing where it's just like, okay, they know the cards in their hand and they said that the Force of Will is good, and I don't know anything about their hand, but it's probably good enough then.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like we're just going to pass the turn here from the Saga side of things. Niv going to deploy Jace the Mind Sculptor here. That's going to be met with a freshly top deck Force of Will. And honestly, now I feel like the board has shifted in Eli's favor as there's an unchecked Retrofitter Foundry, and that's going to cause some big problems.
Yeah, so we see some mature playing from Eli where they in theory could have played Dreadnought with the Stifle, but instead just said, okay, like it's way more important for me to have Force of Will. You don't actually have like that many haymakers, but in the event that you do, I want to be able to address it.
Absolutely, yeah. And no Uro in sight here, so check this out. Okay, so this is a 4/4 construct coming into play. And yeah, this is so unfortunate. Day is gonna connect with an Endurance means that, well, we'll see how combat comes out on this
Probably
one.
just a double block.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be hard. I mean, so the interesting part is I highlighted how Niv has more cantrips, but now we just have all these lands in play, and kind of the point of the cantrips is that you don't draw the lands, and part of the advantage of playing cards like Daze is Daze was able to produce material advantage there, and if a Brainstorm's drawn, then now you're like plus cards.
All right. Well, here's a top deck Snapcaster Mage. I don't see a Prismatic Ending in the graveyard, but maybe you'll be able to Ponder or Brainstorm 4/1. Looks like Ponder is the target.
I think it's interesting to choose Ponder instead of Abundant Growth or Abundant Harvest there. It's just like, what are you gonna do if you have some good cards and not an ability to clear the top of your deck? Like, don't you just definitely want one good card and sweat the variance?
Yeah, I remember on one of my streams a while back, I had done like this intense like analysis about like Ponder and Abundant Harvest and how to sequence with Abundant Harvest, because Harvest is like a really unique cantrip, and I feel like it hasn't actually been like broken down like the other cantrips have. So I definitely see what you're saying here. But look at that Prismatic Ending off the Ponder here, going to take care of the Retrofitter Foundry, and bam, we have a game just like that once again.
Yeah, so possibly rewarded for the depth of it being able to look 3 cards deep instead of Abundant Harvest, which might be on average like 2 point something or whatever. maybe 1 point something. I don't really know.
Yes, the math. But
Okay, so being a little bit pinched on blue mana, so not being allowed to keep Force of Will in Nib's hand, so because we played a cantrip there, but ultimately being able to find this arrow at the end of a small cantrip chain, which is pretty reasonable.
yeah. Uro is actually a huge draw here, right? Because this is like so we saw like Force of Will cleanly took care of Jace here, but Uro is the kind of threat that just like does not, like care about being countered because it'll just come back, especially at this stage of the game here. But looks like Phyrexian Dreadnought finally coming into play here. Can I get a 12-12 in the chat, please? This is awesome, yeah. All right. So 12-12 trampling. It's kind of scary. Ooh, Dress Down. Okay, that's a really good draw too. Oh my god. Wow.
Yeah, so Dress Down is able to address the constructs, and yeah, just like if something goes really bad, then we can pitch it to Force of Will, but hopefully it doesn't get that bad.
Yeah.
And our Quaddle gets to trade with the Dreadnought, which we would probably do first, because we don't want it to lose all abilities.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense here. Wow, okay, so this game seemed like it was firmly in Eli's hand after the Jace got Force of Willed here, but now looks like Dress Down going to come into play and completely change everything, and looks like this is also in the second main, which is smart. I like this player a lot, which means that it's going to get sacrificed on the end step. You can untap and then play your Uro, gain life, and draw a card, where if you play on the end step, you don't get access to that. So some pretty smart stuff here from both players. Good sequencing, just tight play in general. And we're going to see what happens next as Ragavan Volcanic Island rounds out the hand here for Eli Tucker.
Yeah, so picking up another blue card, Niv is able to hold up this Force while going for this Uro escape. And we're really just trying to push the advantage here. So picking up the Prismatic Ending, which is a very clean answer to the Phyrexian Dreadnought. So, if we had an advantage bar, it would be firmly on the side of Niv here, just really being able to use they both have the power of blue, but Miracles really just embraces cantrips so much better.
Yeah.
It has a lot of them, and they make sure that the few threats they play are the most dense, instead of sitting around with like Stifle and this dead Dreadnought for a while and stuff like that. But there was a point in time where if things broke slightly differently, Eli still would be pretty far ahead in this game, but that's part of what makes Magic so awesome.
I agree with you. Brainstorm going to be the pickup here for Eli, and that's going to find a copy of Wasteland, Swords to Plowshares, and Soul Guide Lantern. Unfortunately, a turn too slow here as Ragavan going to come into play here. Swords to Plowshares probably going to try and clear the way, but this definitely seems like a card you'd forcible, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
You're just... Why would you deny drawing a card every turn?
Yeah. And this is it. This is the end game that Miracles plays towards now, right? You've got your value creatures that have kept you alive this whole time. You've gained so much life off of Uro and even Swords to Plowshares on Uro. And that's about it. Now you just turn the corner. I really, really, really love Dress Down and the way that it just like broke open this matchup here. And you can see like after all that, there's a Force Negation on top of the in hand for Niv, and it's going to control what we can.
Yeah, I mean, you're just going to answer anything that kills Uro, and all the other things pretty much don't matter.
Yep. Dashed Monkey, it's in play, and it's going to probably be met by a nice Fang Coatl, which I'd be very surprised if that doesn't prompt a concession of sorts,
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised we wouldn't I guess you got a treasure. I was thinking about if we draw like swords.
Okay. Yeah.
Stack, but
yeah,
if you're gonna use the treasure, then that's fine.
There you go. That's the writing on the wall there. Ice Fang Coatl gonna block the Ragavan Nimble Pilferer. Let's talk about sideboarding here as we get into game 2. Bant Miracles by Niv Shmuley. Talk to me about the cards that you enjoy here from the sideboard. I feel like there's a lot of good options here.
Yep. Yeah. So in this matchup, you could bring in Carpet Flowers. It's true that there's a little bit more non-island lands due to the Urza Saga, but still some sort of battle over mana. Your opponent's playing Daze, so this is a card that has a very unique effect and puts a very different slant on the game, kind of like the Aether Vial of Blue Mirrors. And then you could bring in Dress Down to be able to address the construct tokens. And due to open decklists, you might not actually have to bring in the Back to Basics. But it might still cause your opponent to play a little bit differently. Like it's meant for slightly different matchups, but I could see it here. And then you're still fighting some sort of blue mirror, so cards like Flush of Storm and Veil of Summer really work out well.
All right, well, taking a look at the other side of things here, it looks like Eli's got a lot of cards for this matchup as well. I see one Pyroclasm. I see, not one more Pyro. I'm talking about 3 Pyroblasts in the sideboard. That's the all-star for sure here. A lot of other cards too, like Soul Guide Lantern, maybe Grafdigger's Cage. How do you feel about those in this matchup?
Yep. Cage gets answered by the Prismatic ending, and it's not like opponent plays like Green Sun's Anther or anything else that is really stopping. They do have Snapcaster Mage, but even just the body or like being able to pitch as a blue card, like you're costing yourself a whole card, but you do get to tier for it. I do like the Surgical Extraction. I think that's a more efficient way to answer an Uro. It's true that it's kind of annoying against Endurance, but at least you're forcing them to Endurance themselves.
Yeah.
Whole Breacher is an all-star, and Grim Lavamancer is weird. Like, maybe combat can line up in a way such that Grim Lavamancer is fine. Like, if you have Ragavan and they block with Endurance, like, it might stave off that sort of block, so...
Yeah.
Probably not, but I could see it.
Oh, wow, and check this out. Okay, so game 2, first post-board game, and it looks like Eli Tucker is unfortunately on a mulligan to 5 here, but this is a hell of a 5 here, right? Turn 1 Ragavan, turn 2 Standstill, like, that's some good stuff.
Yeah, but it looks like it's going to be met maybe with the Swords or Carpet of Flowers.
Yeah, and I like this line a lot, too. Your opponent mulligans down to 5. Yeah, exactly, right? You just get super aggressive here. And Carpet of Flowers seems like one of the best cards in this matchup because, you know, it does play around Wasteland very nicely. It does play around Stifle very nicely.
I like what's happening here. So you can Ponder and you can clear your Ponder with their Ragavan.
Ooh, okay, I like that, right? So if you find like an extra land on the top, you can just go ahead and slot that into the card that Ragavan will exile from the top of your deck, and then...
Yeah, or if you like don't want a Force of Will or whatever.
Yeah. And it looks like Niv did exactly that. Oh, but this is brutal. So now Standstill's in play.
That's one way to undo a mulligan, just play into the Standstill. You can choose to Prismatic Ending this Ragavan. This
game seemed like very lopsided because it's a mulligan to 5 here, but the way, you know, Wombo is playing it, Eli's got a good chance to come back here for sure.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we are seeing the ending on the Ragavan, and then just seeing how it goes from here.
Yeah, Murktide Regent to pick up here from Standstill alongside a copy of Stifle. Stifle looking pretty good against the Misty Rainforest, but again, like, check this out. Like, you've got Urza's Saga, you've got tokens that you've got, that can generate mana. Dress Down is really good in this situation because it's locking down the artifact constructs, and you have no form of aggression. I don't know. I guess this game is actually still very close.
Yep. Yeah, it's definitely close. From Niv's side, it's like, okay, my opponent mulligan to 5. How do they get back in this game? And it's kind of starting to happen. Like drawing 1 to 2 standstills was like pretty key for just saying like, okay, I have a rough quantity of cards that allows me to fight you, and now Niv kind of has to like just pay respect to whatever's going on instead of just like, oh yeah, I'm like I had so much material, so I can just like trade off and it'll be fine. But I do like that you point out the Dress Down here. It can really just break open like the advantages that the Saga would produce. Probably finding a Retrofit or Foundry, but another option could have been to find a Pithing Needle and name Misty Rainforest.
That's kind of sneaky. I was wondering if it was worth it to fetch there or not with the Misty Rainforest, but looks like the answer is no. Oh my goodness, check this out.
It's happening. It's happening.
All right.
The Delver thing.
All Delver enthusiasts, this is your moment to shine here, but otherwise don't look. Oh, fetch and respond to fetch. You hate to see it. It's happening.
Yeah.
911.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's Stifle on the fetch, and then Daze in response to the
I mean, you do have to wonder. It's like, okay, those are 2 very reasonable cards they can have. You can just untap and wait for your Carpet of Flowers, and this would not happen to you.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Like, it was for life worth it. How are you beating this now?
So I guess
the answer is you have Engineer Explosives.
True. I'm assuming this was a very aggressive line because also in hand is a copy of Uro, Titan of Nature's Wrath, and if you can Dress Down and get rid of the tokens, untap, play your 6/6, you're doing it all, you're really happy, and then your opponent's just like, no. But EE is really good here. It's still going to be good enough.
Right. And like one thing about the dress down Uro plays, like you also don't get the card when Uro enters the battlefield.
Yeah.
So you're like kind of doing your own pseudo like Phyrexian Dreadnought sort of thing, which like can
Who
be
wears it
fine,
better,
but
right? Yeah.
yeah. I mean one of these is blue.
That is true. I like how you're like that, and that answers the question, which it honestly kind of does.
Yeah. Yeah, pitch is the force. It can't be that bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, Brainstorm's pretty good. We've been itching to find a few more lands. Eli kind of feels the other way around, but with Retrofitter Foundry and this second Urza Saga, just maybe able to slam some more stuff, but pretty heads up play coming out here.
I love this move so much. Endurance in the main phase, off the Carpet of Flowers mana, play around another copy of Daze, target the opponent here. And the purpose of this is pretty straightforward. It's to get rid of that Murktide Regent, or maybe not to get rid of it, but to functionally prevent it from being cast here. And this is like sharp, tight play. There you go. Because a Murktide at this stage of the game would be somewhat complicated, is what I would say if we didn't already have Swords to Plowshares on top of our deck here. But still, no reason to let the Murktide come into play easy. Now you can spend the swords on something else. All in all, pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. So playing Uro, and you're also going to be able to escape this turn, so also pretty good. Like, depends on if you want to play around Daze or not. But
Right.
it's like, at this point, you're trying to push an advantage, but it's true that the Servo can turn into Thopter, can turn into 4/4, and that's bigger than the Endurance. But with Jace the Mind Sculptor in your hand, I do like just like shoving. Oh, yeah, I speak that language.
Oh, I have no idea what that says. But looks like Uro might be coming into play now, and that's going to get pretty cleanly dazed. Your daze is just so incredible. Every time I've seen like this deck play daze, it's like looked very good, but then like the opponent just like out overpowers it with, just more resilient cards. I mean, like, when it comes in terms of like late game, I do feel like the Miracle side might have things like covered up a little bit here. But you have such a powerful like early/mid game with the Saga deck that I'm not really surprised to see the threat level still remain this high.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you kind of hit the nail on the head. Those are definitely like the peaked times in the match for these decks. So what Niv is really trying to do is just getting to that inflection point that you mentioned where it actually starts to become the late game.
Yeah.
But Eli's doing a good job of kind of like just keep on packing the heat. So it's like, okay, sure, you had that engineer explosives earlier, but here I just have like more stuff. Like at some point this becomes like a battle of stuff, and Retrofitter Foundry is just like one of the best stuff makers.
Yeah. I'm not surprised. Like I actually had played against Retrofit. I had the unfortunate experience of playing against Retrofitter Foundry out of a Cloud Post deck, and it was just like literally like I got filleted. Like make a 2/2 untap and make a 1/1 untap and do it like doing a dance almost with like lands here. Make a 4/4. I think I'm looking to make a 2/2, make a 1/1 and a flyer, but whatever. That's you get the point here, right? It was like 2 or 3 4/4s in a turn. It's a very powerful card.
Check this out though. So back to basics. Really, I wasn't sure if it would necessarily come in, but really just being a hammer on this game. So I have Carpet of Flowers, and thanks for all those islands that are not going to do anything.
Yeah, right. That's kind of insane. I guess Pyroblast still in out here for the back to basics, but this is really good. Like I love this back to basics, very asymmetrical. I mean, if you think about the Saga deck, right, the mana base isn't even really that good. You have first of all 3 colors. On top of that, you have Wasteland and Urza Saga, so you're functionally a 4-color deck. Back to basics seems really good against this.
Yeah, you're playing slightly more lands because you're a standstill deck, I believe, but even so, I know exactly what you're saying. It's just like you're kind of putting some more like stresses in your mana development and the hand range and like how you can trip, and this like back to basics puts like a very unique slant to like what you have to consider.
Okay, so prismatic ending gonna target the Retrofitter Foundry. Let's go ahead and sack one of those tokens, make it a flyer. But I think right now Niv is laughing at Endurance, and that's just not a thing. So we'll see what the top deck is for the next few turns here. But Wombo's hand is not very sizable. Murktide, Wasteland, Polluted Delta, and a Ponder on the stack.
Yeah, so from Eli's side, maybe we can toss enough things into the bin we can do things like Wasteland ourselves or use Polluted Delta to be able to just make enough mana, or I guess Wasteland them too, but to put enough things in the bin for Murktide Region. With the non-basic not untapping, I kind of question why we killed
There
the
it
Tundra
is.
instead of our own land, but
Jace the Mind Sculptor has resolved. This is it. This is game 2. So both players have a loss here. Double elimination with top 4 players. This might just be Eli's last game here. Jace the Mind Sculptor gonna enter play. Gonna immediately brainstorm. Absolutely love it. No room for fate sealing here when the game is so close. Endurance to keep the board clear here, and we'll see. We'll see what the move is. Ponder again.
oh man, if we Wasteland ourselves, we would have been able to play the Murktide Region.
Yeah, I wonder if
But it is true that like it would just be like a 3/3 or 4/4 and then just gets bounced by Jason Mind Sculptor. So it's probably, better that it didn't happen.
yeah. Looks like Ponder gonna shuffle here. Finds a copy of R3.Jeskai Saga. Not very good here in the face of back to basics, but technically speaking, if you put the Saga into play in a couple turns, it could pick up a Pithing Needle. 2 copies of Dress Down, Shark Typhoon, Flusterstorm here off of the Jace Storm, if you will. And
So one thing I would have considered was not activating Carpet Flowers, brainstorming, and then go to second main and activate Carpet Flowers. That way you're more educated as to what colors you want to make. But
Makes sense.
small optimization, you're gonna end up in the same spot this turn anyways, but just want to point that out.
Okay, so it looks like we have 3 mana floating after Uro is cast here. A little bit disappointed that Shark Typhoon not in play, but given how many resources you have right now already, I'm not surprised. I think you get to play here pretty relaxed, pretty comfortably, and maybe you're just looking for another land that can help cast Flusterstorm to protect Shark Typhoon. Play around Daze a little bit more.
Well, you knew what was going to happen though with the Uro because we were brainstormed. We had Dress Down and it was another cantrip on top.
Okay.
Maybe a second Dress Down, yeah.
Oh, so I wonder if maybe it was just better to Dress Down into Uro in that spot.
I think so.
Yeah.
Like your opponent already has Soul Guide Lantern.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's still good, though. I mean, you still have the board pretty controlled here. I will say one thing. Right now, it is 6 p.m. on the west coast of the U.S. for me. However, one of our competitors, Niv, is all the way, I think he said it was 10 hours ahead, so 6 plus 4, so 4 a.m. So he's been playing a lot of Magic today. And honestly, that's the kind of stuff that I love to hear, like that kind of like passion that the players have. It's really super awesome. I mean, that's what brought all of this together, right? This is it's awesome. More Legacy. So
Legacy.
Abundant Harvest here, going to pick up a basic forest, snow-covered forest, and I think from this point on, it's just a matter of going through the motions. You have double Dress Down to handle Saga tokens, but it's not even like that good because, well, I guess actually it is pretty good. You've got a lot of artifacts, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm just seeing how many basics Eli plays.
I wouldn't be
It's just the
surprised.
island.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just the island because, again, you're basically a 4-color deck, and one island might be sufficient, but unlike the Tempo deck that we saw earlier, with Saga now included, you don't have space for things like the mountain, so...
Okay, so we see another main phase endurance really trying to stop Murktide Region from coming down, and you gotta make use of that mana that you're making off of the Carpet of Flowers too.
Yeah, for real, for sure. Unfortunately, no Veil of Summer backup here, but you do have Flusterstorm, and it almost feels like Flusterstorm is more intimidating.
Targeting ourselves.
Oh, okay. Is that to like prevent
No.
decking or surgical extraction? Question
It
mark.
was Abundant Harvest. Like we have Snapcaster in our deck. I think that's rather interesting.
Okay. Yeah.
It just puts them on the bottom, right? It doesn't like shuffle your deck.
Correct. But then you get to use them all later on. If the game goes on until turn infinity, technically speaking, Eli would just deck out because Endurance, you can target yourself, put your deck back in your graveyard, bounce it with Jace, and then just keep doing that. Like tick up.
Yeah.
There's a loop here where you'll just never deck out. So I kind of see it.
Interesting.
Okay.
So, yeah, you're still not really afraid of Murktide Region because of the Jason Mind Sculptor. So you just end up losing your polluted whatever land the polluted Delta searches for. So it's probably why we're not seeing it here.
Yeah.
Now just evaluating if it's worth trading the contract for an endurance. The answer is probably yes, because Jace Mind Sculptor could just answer it for free.
Right. Yeah.
You would have to update that 3-sided die, or the die that you described that only has 3s on it to when you have to minus.
I think that's the coolest thing ever. Like, it's a 3-sided die because Jace will only brainstorm.
6-sided die with only 3s.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. 6-sided die with only 3. That speaks to me, you know? Icewing Coatl gonna come into play here, draw a card. No access to Death Touch just yet. Lands are somewhere far and about, but Jace's gonna brainstorm immediately afterwards. And yeah, there's another Carpet of Flowers and an island.
And 2 islands.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's exactly where you want to be. Unfortunately, can't really cast something like what is it called? Shark Typhoon this turn.
Wait, but you can just yeah, I guess you can't. Sorry, I was thinking we could just go to second main, but we already activated the carpet this turn.
Right.
The other carpet.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. So there's only 3 lands in play here. So Daze has an interesting interaction against Carpet of Flowers. You bounce the island. It can no longer, Carpet of Flowers can no longer tap for that additional piece of mana. So kind of a forced play, not a forced play here, but like, you know, not a bad play either by any means.
It also untaps your land if you want to be fighting over this back to basics. Like if you draw a red blast and you need to play another counterspell or something like your Stifle.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what happens on this next turn. Tundra is the fetch off of the Polluted Delta. Prismatic Ending. Looks like it's going to be cast for X equals 3. Likely going to target something like the Endurance. But just the giant wall here. You can already see Niv hovering over the Flusterstorm here. Look at that. Try and go for the back to basics. No, not today. Not today. The control player says as Flusterstorm is now going to be cast. And that's absolutely backbreaking here because I don't know how many more duels you have access to. 1 Tundra in the graveyard already.
That's it for the Tundras.
Yeah, okay, so if that's it for the Tundras, then we can't cast any more Prismatic Endings, right?
Yeah, so you need Valk for you have a Caracas, and you have access to a Valk for Red Blasts.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of rough here. And then I'm guessing, I guess technically Monkey could make a treasure token if we get some through some, you know, miracle. But there it is. Shark Typhoon. This is easily like my favorite finisher like in the past like decade of playing. And yep, Niv gonna take it here, knocking out Jeskai Tempo from this event and going on to the finals here. So congratulations, Niv. That was it felt like a close game from both sides until it wasn't really close, right? Like it came down to like top decking something like a Jace the Mind Sculptor, this or that, and then after that was pretty good. But we're gonna take another break here. We'll be back in a little bit. Looks like the finals already. It's gonna be Miracles against D&T. We'll see you in a little. Bye.
Bye.
Crashing waves, but I wanna see them at first light. After a long night, and see the sky take shape, but I wanna see the stars burn. After I had my turn, and ooh, you're working so hard. You played your card, so what's the payoff? And ooh, big talk is cheap. You gotta go deeper than deep to get me off, to get me off, to get me off. Control. If you're picking up my call, come and do your best, you know that I'm in control. I'm in control. Don't you know I want it all? Put your hands against the wall. I'm in control. I'm in control. And ooh, you're working so hard. Talk is cheap. You go deeper than deep. Get me up. I like crashing waves, but I wanna see them at first light after a long night. And see the sky take shape, but I wanna see the stars burn after I had my turn. And ooh, you're working so hard. You played your card, supposed to pay off. And ooh, big talk is cheap. You gotta go deeper than deep to get me up, 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 to get
I'm in control.
Yes. Was that the double transition?
It was the double. It was the I messed up, so we did a double transition. But everybody, welcome back to the finals of today's event. You know, this is an event that I ran for my subscribers. I really do appreciate everything that you guys do to show your support for my channel. So I figured, why not? What is a better way than to give back with something like this? So really, like, thank you everybody for playing. I do appreciate it. We had about 50 players sign up today. One subscription, and you play in a 1.2K. Seems like pretty good EV, if you ask me. And now we're down to the last two competitors, two good friends of mine. We have Niv Shmuley playing Miracles, and we have XJ Cloud playing D&T. Now, a little bit of context here. For anyone who doesn't know me, the one thing I cannot do, as you may have picked up earlier in this video, is play with creatures, enter the combat zone. I'm a control mage through and through, and for some reason, I agreed to play the deck that wins this event on stream. I'm really hoping I don't have to play Death and Taxes. I'm really hoping that I can just go into my own my D&T, dress down in Terminus, if you will, and rock that. So, are you excited for the finals, Jonathan?
Yeah.
Because I am.
Well, like, to be fair, D&T is mono-white control, so like control mage through and through. It sounds like you should be cheering for Death and Taxes also. So.
You know, you're trying to logic your way out of this one, but I'm not.
No, you're trying to unlogic your way out of this one.
So we've seen this deck list already. This is Niv Shmuley's Bant Miracles deck. The interesting thing is that Terminus is actually in the sideboard, which honestly makes me feel like this is going to be huge for game one, right? Terminus in the sideboard.
Yep.
But otherwise, this is pretty stock. You have Swords to Plowshares, Prismatic Ending, and a Snapcaster Mage here or there. On the other side of the table, we've also seen this list many times now, Death and Taxes. We saw XJ Cloud in a feature match earlier. But, you know, I think... yeah, I mean, this looks very similar to the list we saw earlier in the top cut. And you know what? I think the players are almost ready to start here, so we may not even have time to talk about this too much here. But, you know, with Yorion in the deck, you suddenly get a lot of room for cards like the Fourth Solitude, 4 copies of Spirit of Labyrinth, you know, a multitude of one-ofs that, you know, you don't really need to worry about drawing because you've diluted your deck and now you can tutor them up with Recruiter of the Guard here. So I'm going to ask you the most important question here, Jonathan, and that is, who do you think is going to win the first game?
And I don't get to see who's on the fly?
Nope. You don't get that information. Negative. Gut call.
I'll take XJ Cloud.
Whoa! All right, the stakes have never been higher. One streamer and one D&T that I don't really want to play at all. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, but honestly, I mean, if I have to be completely honest with you, like just the way that this deck is built in game one, I also think the lack of Terminus means that XJ will just be able to slam like threats onto the board here. It is open decklist, so both players do know. And yeah, from there, we'll see. I mean, postboard is obviously a different beast here. However, there is a little bit of interaction that we have in the form of something like, what is that card called? Oh, Dress Down. Dress Down is going to be pretty good at interacting with D&T. So we'll see. The players are suiting up and they're ready to go in just a second.
That was quite a few seconds.
Yeah, sorry, I had to go and close my door. But here we are now in the finals, game one, and it looks like both players have solid hands, actually. You know, mana sources on both sides. Dress Down, one of the key cards Niv has, and then on the other side, XJ has Aether Vial. See if this gets Force of Willed. I have to imagine it will.
Jeez, and being on the play with a Vial hand that could just go into Stoneforge Mystic after this,
Yeah.
I really like XJ Cloud's chances, which
As-
bodes well for Twitch chat as well.
As much as it pains me to say, I do too. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of interesting. So, you know, one thing that I haven't talked about at all during this stream is like just the evolution of Stoneforge Mystic. You know, before it was not very good of a threat in this matchup. I mean, Batterskull kind of irrelevant. Sort of Fire and Ice takes a long time to like suit up to equip and attack. But the introduction of Cauldron Complete completely revolutionizes how this card plays, because the thing about Cauldron, it does a lot of damage. Yeah.
Yeah, it just comes down. It's like blah, 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 and just like starts like attacking
Yeah,
and
yeah,
dealing
really.
damage. That's what
I
I
wanted to
picture.
go on the record that that should be the official like reaction for Culture. Just like.
Yeah, it's just like some Electabuzz sounding thing, just like
Yeah.
attacking.
Oh man, it's crazy how the printing of a honestly, like when I saw Cauldron first, I was like, oh, this is probably like a Tron card, but no, just excuse me, Stoneforge
Okay.
Mystic. Yeah. So
I just didn't realize I had haste. I knew all the other ones. I forgot that the Helm of Kaldra gives haste.
yeah, exactly, right. That's the cool thing too. It's like a summation of parts too. So, but yeah, looking at the board here, it looks like Prismatic Ending is going to take care of Stoneforge Mystic, so Cauldron cannot come into play here. Sword of Fire and Ice is going to be tutored up now, and there's still a Solitude alongside the Jite and the Field of Ruin. So honestly, not even too bad.
So just see how these like early turns kind of played out though. So the turn one play of, Aether Vial was Force of Will. That's 2 cards. Then the turn 2 play of Stoneforge Mystic was answered by Prismatic Ending, but I got back a card. So kind of like a 1-for-0 or 2-for-1, however you want to put it. And then it's like on turn 3 I play Stoneforge Mystic, and it could have been answered, but instead, Niv saying, okay, I'm going to put an emphasis on being able to Prismatic Ending the token instead, but still another 2-for-1 on turn 3.
Yeah, and this is how D&T grinds you out. What's crazy though, actually, I don't know if you blink and you miss kind of deal here, but check this out. On the last turn, Niv actually cast Ponder looking for a green source and missed. And so now the Prismatic Ending with only white mana in play was not able to get rid of the Stoneforge Mystic. So Cauldron was able to enter play. That's 5 damage to the dome right there. And now we're forced into a situation where we actually have to Prismatic Ending the token, which means Sword of Fire and Ice gets to equip and attack, and this is not looking good.
Yeah, one thing that's also interesting is, this might not happen, but by getting all basics, one thing D&T does to you is that it makes Rishadan Port a lot better too, because you can actually start cutting off colors.
Yep.
But you want to play around Field of Ruin, you want to play around Wasteland, so it's always an interesting pinch. So this deck that is not utilizing the power of blue can still really like mess with the decision making that the blue mages have to do.
Yeah. So fortunately here, okay, so it looks like Thalia's the draw, but that's going to be lined up. That's going to be answered by the Karakas quite cleanly for now. I guess there's Field of Ruin in play, so that might cause some issues down the road here. The real question is, do you play this Sword of Fire and Ice and equip an attack? Or, okay, well, X-Ray is answering this question for us. Or, do you do some other stuff here, like maybe play the Thalia after getting rid of the Karakas?
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting decision, but I think just jamming's pretty good. Your opponent choosing to take 5 and then playing Prismatic End instead of a Source of Plowshares kind of indicates that there's probably not a Source of Plowshares in the hand.
Oh, wow, and check that out. So one interesting line that could have been played here was maybe like Dress Down to remove the ability from the sword, I think. I think that's how it works, because it loses that ability, right?
No, it's like when equipped a creature deals damage. It's not like
okay. So then Dress Down doesn't even stop the equipment profitably here. So that's just writing this in my notepad for later. But yeah, that's
for when you play D&T. I get it.
Oh wait, what? Huh? But yeah, it looks like Swords to Plowshares now the pickup here. Very good counter to the Endurance that's been top decked here by Niv. The Endurance admittedly can block very well here against the 3/4 Sword of Fire and Ice to Stoneforge Mystic, but Swords to Plowshares is just going to be really, really good here. And
or maybe Solitude.
that is another option as well. Yeah. Solitude seems pretty good as well.
We can have one of these elemental incarnations versus another one.
Yeah. And then, oh my goodness, we're almost at the point where we have 5 mana in play, 6th in hand. So technically speaking,
we can complete it.
Yeah, we can literally suit up the 7 mana equipment if we draw another land. This is not the timeline that I want to be seeing, but I mean, this just goes to show that D&T is really, really doing it. Like D&T is like,
oh, and there's the port.
Yeah, all right, that's very good.
So you can Field of Ruin and then port.
That's very good.
Anu like sheds a tear. Like, yeah, that was a good draw.
But now looking at this, I mean, Stoneforge Mystic is literally a lethal threat right now. Although, given that deck lists are open, I would just jam the Thalia too. Like extra notes, you don't really have to worry about Terminus, since we know it's in the sideboard only, and this is it.
Yeah, just go wide, have a lot of threats, and you can just equip your Cauldron next turn.
All right, so What can Niv draw here that'll get him out of this? I do not think Force of Will is it. Yeah, and Niv's going to concede here saying, I have no
Here's the
outs.
concede button.
Yep, get to save some time. It's like 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning now for him, so might as well...
Jeez.
Yeah,
4 to 5 a.m. instead of 4 to 5 p.m. in the morning.
I guess so, yeah. But let's take a look at sideboarding. From this side, is there anything in particular that you're interested in?
Maybe Council's Judgment. Maybe Surgical because of Uro, but the basic structure's like pretty good here. Maybe one of your bullets like isn't as good, but pretty close to same 60.
Okay, so from here, I think it's pretty obvious what we're boarding in, right? Snap board in 2 copies of Terminus. I like 1 copy of Engineered Explosives, Null Rod as well. Even the 3rd copy of Dress Down seems quite impressive as well, and that's really good. Interestingly enough, one card that I'm not a fan of in this matchup is Endurance. We saw there that it lined up kind of nicely against a Stoneforge Mystic that was suited with the Sword of Fire and Ice. However, I think in general, you'll end up just trading Sword of Fire and Ice with... You'll trade Endurance with something like Swords to Plowshares, and that's just not a good rate on the card. So I'd like to see that card be dialed down, and I think we might see that...
Maybe some Force Negation as well.
Yeah, exactly. Open deck list. Force Negation's biggest purpose is either A, to stop something like Aether Vial on turn 1, or B, to stop exclusively Cataclysm. Gideon is like not that much of a threat when you have, Uro, Endurance, and then like a bunch of other cards here. So those are the 2 cards, and since it's open deck list, we know there's no Cataclysm, which is pretty good stuff here for the Miracles player. So we'll see what happens here in game 3. Now I got to ask you the question. Now you know who's on the play here. So tell me, Jonathan, who's going to win the first post-board game?
I'll take Extra Cloud.
You'll take Extra Cloud. I don't like it. No. All right, this time I believe in miracles. I believe in miracles, and I'm going to need this. And I know...
Where are you from?
I know...
You sexy thing.
Oh no. All right, so it looks like we're gonna go here back into the game here. XJ writing about how hyped he is for me to play D&T on stream and chat, and that's what I'm talking about, XJ. That's the kind of hand that I want to see. Okay, mulliganing this, and am I missing something? I might be missing something. There might be like, this looks like a 6. We'll see.
It will be a 6.
Okay, hands will get adjusted in just a second here, but on Niv's side of things, I see Forest, I see Abundant Harvest, Ponder, double Dress Down. That is a Prismatic Ending, which is going to be pretty good here. And
this is what I'm talking about. This is why Abundant Harvest is so good. You just always get the second land, and you're not clogging the top of your
I've had
deck.
some juicy screenshots where I've Abundant Harvested into like 12 non-lands or something.
Yeah, and like 5 Jaces revealed. I heard all of it.
No, but seriously, it's great because like unlike Ponder, Preordain, Brainstorm, you are guaranteed to get a land, and you can see there's the Prismatic Vista. Yeah,
like keeping one-landers usually has risk. Abundant Harvest is the only one that doesn't have any risk, literally.
All right, so here, the awkward situation, though, is that you have 3 colors worth of cards to cast. So you have green and Icefang Coatl, white and Prismatic Ending, blue and Dress Down. You only have 2 colors. So what do you do in this situation? Do you take the L here and, grab white to get rid of the Aether Vial, or...
We just blue.
We blew. Nice.
We
like
blue.
That. Believe in the power of blue.
If we weren't gonna blue, we would have Prismatic Ending also, right? Like the Aether Vial. So.
Good point. Very good point.
Kind of priced in.
Yeah. Not hitting the blue source here, or not hitting the white source rather, which is a little bit alarming here. And
Probably just stress here.
Okay. Oh wow. Oh wow. Okay.
Did we know that?
No, we didn't. So it's a little bit risky, and I love it. That's the kind of stuff that I love to see here.
All right, I'm down.
Yeah. Fetch up a little bit of a Tundra here. Prismatic Ending going to take care of the Aether Vial, and I imagine we just put Mother of Runes in now from here.
Yeah, so that's going to lead to some interesting gameplay because now the Mother's going to untap. So we got one of those, one of those games where the Mother's just never going to tap and do a bunch of work.
Yeah. I mean, fortunately, there is a copy of Dress Down in Niv's hand, which, can remove the ability of Mother of Runes to give protection, and maybe in combat at some point that will become impactful, but seems like in this exact position, XJ is Also, just a very heads up player, right? He's gonna be able to smell something like that from a mile away. So we'll see how he chooses to play around it if he does pick it up. I mean,
Hmm.
I'm excited. No white mana here for Niv on the draw from Uro though.
Yeah, but you're still developing some of your lands. Like, sure, we got the Snow Comfort Forest, but it's definitely better than nothing. And we are just one land away from escaping the Uro to at least get a free draw, or maybe we want to do some other stuff. But if Port's going to be the plan, which I do agree with, um, you know, this board state's still pretty good for actually Cloud.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Flooded Strand the draw here. So finally we have some white mana. I don't know if it's going to be through the form of a Savannah or basic plains here. Null Rod also in the hand here. And you can see Niv passing the turn here, which indicates maybe Swords to Plowshares open, maybe Dress Down open, but Karakas is going to do a very good job at protecting the Thalia. So it's still a very close game here in our first post-board game.
I think I like running like end of turn Dress Down and then untap now. No Thalia attacks, no Mother.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, just to mitigate some life loss there or something like that.
Well, no, you oh, do you mean the blocking or the end of turn Dress Down?
I'll just ask you to explain. Can you double down again? What do you mean?
Oh, like I expect Niv to have end of turn Dress Down.
Oh, okay. On this turn, yeah.
But, right. Because then you can like answer the Mother runes and you don't have to play Thalia attacks.
Gotcha. All right. Well, here's the Dress Down, and that is going to prompt Karakas to bounce the Thalia. Dude, this is so sweet. Like even if Mother of Runes gave protection to the Thalia before Dress Down resolved, Dress Down would just take it away. And look at that, Karakas is the pickup here. So now things are finally looking my way. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about. This is what I wanted from the get-go. Let's go, Miracles! Woo!
I mean, you say that, but it's still kind of at like pseudo parody. Pseudo.
You gotta
sort of.
believe. You gotta believe, Jonathan. You just gotta believe. That's all you gotta do.
Oh, I mean, I always believe in the power of blue. I just say it how it is too.
Okay. So now, oh, this is kind of interesting. Okay, cool. So I guess this technically works. Bounce the Thalia with the Karakas.
And then just run out this Null Rod.
Yeah, I would probably do that too. Null Rod turns off any future Aether Vials, Stoneforge Mystic, Batterskull, the Aether, you name it. If it's artifact related, it does nothing.
Doesn't do anything.
I'll tear my hair out right now. Watch me do it. But yeah,
Finding Jace the Mind Sculptor is a pretty good way to try to pull ahead.
yeah, absolutely. That's the exact kind of card you want to sort of break open parity here. One line that was also possible last turn is to main phase Dress Down and then maybe like Prismatic Ending, something like the Mother of Runes, so that way
Right.
future removal spells like the Swords to Plowshares in hand might be able to do something. But it looks like here, Recruiter of the Guard is going to be the play here instead of Thalia, and I really like this play. I mean, it makes sense given that your opponent has a Karakas in play, but also just like for relevance, right? You were mentioning this before, make the more relevant play often, and this is definitely going to be more relevant. If you pick up something like a Skyclave Apparition, you're feeling really good.
Right. And then it helps check like a lot of the bad scenarios you're gonna end up in, like if it's like just the Mind Sculptor or something like that. So I do like picking up Stoneforge Mystic here too. So once you have Mother out, and if you Stoneforge Mystic for either Jetay or Sword of Fire and Ice, it's pretty easy to get the engines humming. Or you can even get Cauldron Complete, because you could Stoneforge to protect, or you can use Mother to protect the Stoneforge, and it's like, okay, are they gonna kill the Stoneforge or the Mother? And you just end up in a very interesting scenario. But
Bless up!
now I would say it's looking pretty good for the Miracles.
Bless up. Let's go. That's a Terminus to put back on top of the deck here with Jason the Mind Sculptor. Also, with the Dress Down in hand, you can even cast that at a certain speed, if you will, of the instant variety. But the rest of the hand is looking especially good here. And as soon as I say that, well, I get cursed because Wastelands is a draw here. That's going to get rid of the only white source in play. And that, now I'm a little bit less happy. Question mark.
But chat's more happy, so that's what matters. So we're gonna see Stoneforge pick up Cauldron here, most likely.
Yep.
The other ones don't really do that much, or they don't do anything. They do nothing. I always forget. But Recruiter kind of pecking down the Jace just in case something goes slightly wrong with this Cauldron. Like, sure, maybe if the Cauldron just connects, it's fine, but if it doesn't, you want to have more things in play.
Right. Would you like to cast a Terminus? I think the answer here is no.
Well, the answer is yes. You just
Oh no, I think the Magic Online prompt is, would you like to reveal Terminus, right? I think that's what it says.
mm.
It's a shame that I don't know this because I play too much Miracle, so I should
Yeah,
really
yeah,
know
yeah.
this.
Yeah, it says like, would you like to reveal Terminus? And for the bluff, it's just uh, like pausing. No, I forgot the phrase for the bluff on the Miracle. Do you remember what it is? You play with that on too, right?
Yeah, of course I know what it
I
is.
think it just says bluffing Miracle, and then you click OK or something like that.
Okay, so let's see. So ponder here, now going to shuffle. So this means that the oh, dress down? Okay, that's kind of interesting. This means that the Jace is likely not going to make it through the turn here. Even if you block with Ice Fang Quaddle. Oof, yeah.
Okay, so stopping the Cauldron complete from coming down here, though. You are losing your Jace, but there's really nothing you can do about that, so you're kind of
Yeah.
pausing some of the development here.
Okay, Brainstorm's not too bad here, but the critical line here is a casting Dress Down in Niv's end step so that on the untap, Stoneforge Mystic can't put anything into play here.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And that's pretty smart.
We might see Thalia developed again.
Okay. Now that
And then
Karakas is gone.
you have Mother also to be able to protect it as well. So it's close to gut check time, so it's almost a spot where we need to just find a white source to be able to activate this Terminus.
wow.
But Uro's definitely good. Even back to basics might be able to do some work.
Yeah, if you can find like a white source of anything, like a fetch land or the basic plains or anything, you already have the Brainstorm in hand too. Oof. This is like so close. I feel like it's so close to just being like there. I don't know what to say. I mean, okay, so at this point, what do? Do you play the Uro, I guess? Gain some life, maybe?
So you know Kadra's coming out. So you just gotta do whatever play is the best against Kadra coming out.
Yeah. And that might just be like developing the board to find the white source.
Yeah, exactly. I think you're all in.
Yeah. Oof. Okay. Well. I'm just holding my breath. Come on. Is this? Oh, this is still game 2. There's still a game 3 to win. Oh, I'm so stressed out now.
Wait, there isn't necessarily game 3 to win.
I don't like that out of attitude. No
Wait,
D&T.
I already said
no
who would win
D&T.
each game.
Ah. All right, let's see what happens here.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I like both of our players here, but I just call it as it is. I know what's gonna happen.
No.
Magic's really easy when you can predict the future.
There's still no white source. Jonathan, hold me. I'm gonna cry. Not
Right,
like
come
this.
here. Wait. Come here.
Oh man. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't know how we're supposed to get out of this.
You're locked too. It's just like you play double Coatl, and then but the problem is you can't put this Terminus on top.
Yeah.
Like you're just not great at clearing here.
It might be possible. I've seen bigger miracles before. Yeah? Question mark. Why doesn't Carpet of Flowers add mana for like planes in play? That just makes no sense.
It would probably be a carpet of something else. If it's flowers for islands.
Carpet of
it's probably...
sunflowers. There you go.
Oh wow.
I'm creative. R&D. Hello? Question mark. But 1, 2, 3 plus 5. That's a lot.
Yeah. So this one probably trumps the Thalia, and then the other one can block the Recruiter if you want.
Mm-hmm.
You're allowed to block the Recruiter. I mean, whatever involves playing both Coatls and then hopefully finding a Brainstorm that then hits like just white swords, because you can always just cycle the Typhoon in a way such that you can still play Terminus. I think you have enough mana for all that.
Okay. All right. So then Iceman Quaddles are going to go to the graveyard here. Let's do it. I believe in miracles. Say it with me, Jonathan. I believe.
He believes in miracles.
No.
Wait, you can Snapcaster for the Brainstorm.
Okay.
So that costs 4 mana, and then you cycle Typhoon. No, you're 1 short then.
All right, so Snapcaster Mage here now.
But you're also not dead on board here, right?
There's
You
a,
might be dead to the batter skull.
there's a
but,
batter
like,
skull, yeah.
they don't know that.
Yeah.
All right, there it is.
Rainstorm, one time. There's the Misty Rainforest, about time. Question mark? Oh,
If I knew this was
wow.
going to happen, I would have said that the turn 2 Prismatic Vista should have gotten a white source.
Yeah. Ah, wait a minute. No. I just registered what you said. I was just like, hold up. Wait a minute. I don't know about that one, Chief. But then also, I guess. I don't know. Oh, man.
Oh, wow. Wait, that's a great play.
Right? Tapping the port EOT, Violin, the Battle Skull. Wait, is this just locked up?
Yes.
No. You're supposed to say no. You're supposed to say no. You're supposed to say no. There's a chance. There's hope.
If you swords that...
Um...
Yeah, it looks like it's over.
Yeah, because you can plow the Snapcaster Mage, go up to 11.
TNT! TNT! On a rug! On a rug! Stay with me, guys.
Man.
Or chat, let's go. Let's go. TNT! TNT!
Hey, Mr. Stark,
TNT.
I don't feel so good. Oh, God. All right. Ugh.
Well, since Anurag's clearly checked out for the rest of the night, I'll take over from here.
Oh,
So,
man.
great job to both of our finalists. You know, we saw Niv play tight all day, and there's a lot of decisions to be made there. You know, sometimes it just doesn't
It's
pan out with
rigged!
how the mana.
It's rigged!
how the mana develops. Well, the best part was we lured Anurag into saying that he would
I
do
didn't
this
expect
in, like,
2 of them to be in the top 4. I was like, oh, okay.
in like round 2 or round 3, and then I'm just like, oh, it's over. This is just auto DNT, and he realized it within like minutes of saying it. But yeah, congrats to XJ Cloud. Congrats to chat for being able to see Anurag. We called it. Anurag, I said I was gonna make Anurag play Flicker Wisp on the next stream, and it happened. It's because I was here too. So chat,
Wow.
thank me, thank XJ Cloud, thank Anurag. This is great. More content to be provided.
That's what we'll call it. But on that note, everybody, in all seriousness, X-Ray Cloud, congratulations on taking up the win. Second place goes to Niv. Also, congratulations. You guys are the winner of whatever the prize support is. I'm very excited for that. Seriously, thank you guys, everyone who did play today. I really appreciate you guys showing up. I appreciate the support that you guys show everyone, showed me at least for the channel and all that sort of stuff here. It's been about 8 hours now, and my brain is literally fried. So I'm gonna wrap it up here for today, friends. On that note, the next time I see you guys, I guess oh, what if I just never stream again?
Ooh. Wait. Actually, Cloud wants a winner interview.
Oh, does he want to? He wants a winner interview?
You're not gonna give it to
My
him?
God. I don't even know how to do it because I get the feeling, you know, like he actually like wrote a message in like on Notepad just like a minute before, and he was like, "Get ready for DNT Anurag," and I get the feeling that I'm just gonna like lose my. We'll do the winners interview like at the beginning of the next stream if you're there. But on that note, I will be done for now. So first off, yeah, besides chat for being incredible, also, Jonathan, thank you so much for being here, for chucking along. That's 7.5 hours of commentary. So if you haven't already, www.twitter.com/@watch or @watchwolf92. I guess that's the best way to do it. Yeah, watchwolf92. Be sure to follow Jonathan because he's way smarter and way better looking than I am, and knows Magic and other games too if you're interested. And then
I stream sometimes. You can follow me on Twitch.
I watched you
also.
stream Undertale that one time. That was a lot of fun.
Oh
yeah.
yeah. So I might be streaming some of my limited prep for Eternal. I haven't looked at the new set at all, and there's a draft tournament this weekend. So
Okay.
if people want to see that, but I might just chill and talk to people, so some AMA stuff. But
yeah,
just I'm always around. I love Legacy. I love commentating. You know, people have requested the Anurag Jonathan duo to come back, and here we are. And this definitely won't be the last time we commentate together. So thanks everyone for the kind words and support, and I'll definitely be back at the next one of these if I'm allowed to.
All right, that's gonna be it here. By the way, for everybody else, this is it for me. I'll be back again live tomorrow. Actually, I'm not sure yet. We'll figure out if I'm gonna be live. Maybe like later in the day I'll be live. Depends on how the showcase actually goes. And then secondly, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else. Oh yeah, if you haven't already hit the follow button, be sure to do so. I greatly appreciate it. You know, that's awesome that you get to know when I'm live next. And to everybody who has subscribed, thank you very much. If you like the content a lot, feel free to hit the subscribe button, and I'll see you again later. I think this video is going to go on Channel Fireball, so I have to do a lot of editing, but until then, I'll see you guys later. Bye!
Bye!